Hey everyone, how's it going? It's me again. I know you're tired of hearing me talk so much at the start of the videos, I'm sorry, but this story is about a guy who played a terrible game with Dark Souls level difficulty. He even managed to beat a boss that everyone said was impossible. And that's when the real story begins. I hope you leave a like, or we're going hungry today. Enjoy! The story began inside a game considered terrible by the public, a completely unbalanced game with weak management and absurd difficulty. The virtual reality game called Tower of Trials fit perfectly into that category, and when it was released, Korean players whose hobby was clearing any game before the developers even expected it started an endless race to complete it, spending 365 days a year trying. Even so, 3 years passed, and people finally realized the game was practically unbeatable because the Portal Guardian seemed invincible. The Arctic level temperature inside the environment killed any character instantly, and the labyrinth had more than 10,000 square kilometers. Nothing there had been created for fun, but rather to torture any player. As a result, the game nearly went bankrupt, but some professional players kept insisting, and only one of them managed to clear the entire tower. That player found it entertaining and dedicated 11 years of his life to becoming the first person to finish that torment. And although he said he should have streamed the whole thing live, he planned only to upload the video to YouTube later. After that, he received a system message thanking him for playing until that moment and informing him that an update reboot would take place in 12 hours, suggesting he keep enjoying the game after the changes. He was surprised because the game wasn't even profitable, and even with an update, he didn't intend to continue playing, since he planned to quit his job as a streamer and YouTuber to look for something more stable. Because at 27 years old, and with no family support, he could no longer live on that income, and even intended to stay away from the gym for a while. People told him to try becoming a professional fighter, but money mattered more. That day he made one more stream, possibly his last. And although he wanted to tell his audience, he lost the courage, took a sip of liquor, and decided it would be better to write a post announcing he wouldn't stream anymore. The next morning he woke up with a strong hangover, turned on his computer, and saw a piece of news saying that the Tower of Trials had become reality. When he joined a live stream, he thought it was just another video from charlatans. But after watching several streams and videos, he realized it was the same symbol used inside the game itself, and the system announced that the tower had been updated and that the first floor had to be completed in 90 days or humanity would be wiped out. Jinryuk thought he needed to calm down, and if that was really happening, he couldn't waste time. He rushed to get an item that appeared at the very beginning of the game, and even though the world was about to end, he felt excited about the idea. Meanwhile, the central city was in chaos, with people trying to flee only to discover there was nowhere to go because towers had appeared in several countries. Even so, Jinryuk passed through everything, ignoring the turmoil, and headed straight to the subway, remembering that on the Korean server, that place was one of the 30 existing outer zones in the country, and it was the closest one he entered the central underground mall where the event zone was located, and other people who had also played the beginning of the game were there looking for the same limited item. While he was walking, someone approached him, recognizing Jinryuk and saying it was obvious he would be there since he was always locked inside playing. It was Lee Jong-soo, a streamer with 500,000 subscribers and CEO of the company Jinryuk was part of. He asked about the scheduled streams, but also said it would be impossible to broadcast at a moment like that. He then asked how far Jinryuk had reached in the game, which annoyed the player because that company deceived streamers with abusive contracts that made everyone lose money while being silenced by lawyers until they gave up their careers. Jong-soo even tried to propose a rewritten contract, but the world had changed and Jinryuk headbutted him, knocking out teeth and taking advantage of the moment before the items appeared. Soon the fountain at the center of the mall revealed a gigantic ancient-looking tree, and the system announced it was the mangrove of greed. The tree produced 4 red fruits that permanently increased strength, agility, vitality, and magic, and that triggered a frantic rush as everyone climbed the branches and pushed each other down. One player grabbed one of the fruits, gaining 3 fixed agility points. While Jinryuk noticed that few understood the importance of that item, then the tree grew and threw everyone off, because besides being a structure, it was also a creature that began attacking with branch-like whips. Chaos spread, and Jong-soo decided to give up, saying he didn't want to die like that. While Jinryuk insisted the reward was worth it because you could only obtain it by consuming all the fruits, Jong-soo was suspicious, but asked why Jinryuk stayed there if everything was a lie. Trying to squeeze out more information, he asked what he should do, and heard that they needed to attack from opposite sides or both would die. They ran toward the tree, dodging the strikes, but Jong-soo stayed behind on purpose, planning to use Jinryuk as bait. But Jinryuk was counting on that, and when he dodged a branch, he redirected the attack straight toward his rival, who was caught by the roots. pulled to the ground, and devoured by the tree. Jinryuk simply observed, mentally stating that if he had a problem he could file a lawsuit later with his lawyers. And the moment Jong-soo regretted everything, realizing he didn't want to die like that, the tree destroyed him mercilessly. Now it was Jinryuk's turn to act, and he knew exactly the attack pattern of the mangrove tree. At the right moment, he dodged with such precision that the creature's branches tangled together, opening an opening through which he could see the tree's core exactly as he had seen in the game. He armed himself with a sharper branch and tried to provoke the creature, as if asking it to hand over the core without causing more trouble, because he knew that event monster didn't even grant experience and had no reason to cooperate. The tree responded with vampiric vines, roots ready to drain all the blood from his body. But even wounded, he managed to avoid the attacks thanks to his deep knowledge of that attack pattern. After all, he was the only person to complete the entire game and knew every detail of that torturous process. When he was almost reaching the core, the tree released sleep butterflies that spread pollen used as defense, so he had to hold his breath while advancing, dodging the branches that whipped through the air. Even with all that, he managed to pierce the creature's core with the sharpened branch and held on with all his strength until he felt the power being drained. The mangrove weakened and withered like winter decay, and in the end, the tree died. Jinryuk realized that all those years of suffering in the game were finally serving a purpose, and for the first time, he felt he might not have wasted his life after all. The system registered the achievement in the Hall of Fame and asked for his name, but Jinryuk refused to give any information, saying only that he wanted to keep everything confidential because he didn't trust anything in that chaotic world. The system assured him that his face would be blurred and his voice distorted in the video recording, although he wasn't concerned about that at the moment. From the dried-out remains of the tree, he retrieved a glowing orb called the Tree Orb, and he knew that if each mangrove fruit granted 3 attribute points, that pearl was worth 12, the equivalent of 4 full levels. It was a broken item with no better cost-benefit in existence, and it made him the strongest level 1 player in the country after consuming the orb. An hour later, the video of him defeating the tree was published, and the chat exploded in shock, many saying he was lucky or cheated, but all doubts disappeared when they saw the censored video. Some said he was too strong or had hacked the system, while on his main account, he received huge offers from interested companies. Jinryuk didn't expect such commotion, because the mangrove wasn't even that powerful, but it made sense since no one besides him had finished the game, and only he understood that creature. He even received an offer of 1 billion, and remembered when he was late on rent and scraping money together for streams. But even so, he wouldn't give away his information, because it was worth more than any fortune, since his greatest advantage was total monopoly over knowledge of the game. He already knew where he would go next. When the game was released, mana leaked from the tower and spread across all of Seoul, transforming what used to be replicas of historical artifacts into sacred objects. Not the real ones, since the originals were inside the tower, but still powerful nonetheless. The place with the most replicas was the National Museum of Korea, which now functioned as a massive treasure chest filled with countless magically altered items. The problem was that people from all regions also wanted those relics, including extremely strong players. And unlike the mangrove of greed that appeared in multiple places throughout the city, there was only one museum. When he entered the building, he noticed an eerie silence, and as he advanced, he found a charred corpse, proof that someone had arrived before him. Jinryuk realized that people had become far more dangerous in just one day of the Tower of Trials, and he assumed everyone was running toward the Medivh. But what he wanted was the great map of the Eastern lands, now imbued with magical energy and showing labyrinths, ruins, and routes all the way to the 10th floor of the tower. It was a coveted item because information was more valuable than anything in that world, and inside the museum people were killing each other for every relic. In this chaos, a massive man threatened everyone, saying that anyone who moved would die. But he was challenged by another visitor who refused to be intimidated. A man with a hammer lunged at the giant, but the brute revealed a stone ability covering his fists and declared that the map would be his. Before anything could happen, an old man named Jong-il appeared, disagreeing, and introduced himself politely, but was immediately insulted by the giant, who threatened to crush his neck. Jong-il responded by invoking a fire spell that burned the aggressor to ashes in seconds, leaving behind only a smoking skeleton, stating that it was the man's sharp tongue that had brought him misfortune. Beside him stood Lee Yu-ri, who said it was good to work with someone so strong, and explained she would collect the items using her unique ability. She placed a small statue of Anubis on the floor, which materialized a large, fearsome creature, and warned that anyone who moved would die, forcing everyone to back away and give up on the map. But one person kept walking as if nothing was happening. Jinryuk crossed the hall without glancing to the sides, grabbed the map, and simply remarked that at least it wasn't torn before turning around to leave, while Lee Yu-ri asked asked the fearless man if he really thought this was a joke. The fight began when Lyuri ordered her little dog to attack. The large Anubis charged forward with the Khopesh spear, but Jinryuk diverted its trajectory using only his bare hands. The trail of destruction behind it was so shocking that even Lyuri wondered how he had done that. Everyone was stunned, because no one knew his current stats. Jinryuk understood the reason for their surprise, and wondered what she would do now that her puppy had lost its weapon. Even nervous, Lyuri summoned several other Anubis at once, creating replicas with different weapons and forming a small army. He found her ability interesting, and realized that only someone used to the Tower of Trials could control all of that, with so little mana. Just like the old man from earlier, Lyuri didn't like his reaction at all, and decided to stop playing around. And Jinryuk agreed. Jinryuk finally used the scroll he had picked up from the floor. He channeled mana into the Pine Tiger artifact, region of the mountains, and summoned a massive tiger wrapped in thunderous power. Each step of the creature made the space around it tremble, and even the Anubis beasts growled in intimidation. Jinryuk found it amusing to see jackals daring to face the mountain's regent, and ordered his tiger to devour them all. The Anubis creatures tried to fight, but were torn apart like paper, their necks ripped off with no chance of resistance. Yuri was completely desperate. She knew there were countless ways to use an artifact, but she had never heard of this specific method. Trembling in fear before the great beast, she fell to her knees with tears on her face and wondered who the hell that man was. Meanwhile, Jinryuk approached with light steps and demanded that she hand over the Dutang Kaman mask immediately. She tried to argue, saying the artifact was useless in Korea and that it didn't make sense for him to want it. But Jinryuk called his tiger, which approached her with bared teeth, ready to attack. Terrified, Yuri ended up giving him the mask. Jinryuk then realized he had obtained his second artifact. Still nervous, Yuri asked if he planned to take the map as well, but Jinhyuk replied that she didn't need to worry about that. Afterward, Jinryuk ordered the Pine Tiger to remain there, watching over the people in that area. The creature stood guard, and everyone around began to tremble in fear. With that resolved, Jinryuk finally had all the preparations necessary to seek the strongest ability in the Tower of Trials. Meanwhile, the old Jongwoo wondered what had happened to Yuri and why that boy was by her side. He wanted to understand how Jinryuk had passed by her. Soon after, the two faced a large barrier created by Hankyun, and the old man commented that he had never seen that barrier before, as no physical or magical attack would work against it. However, Jinryuk, confident as always, knew exactly what to do. To cross this type of barrier, it was necessary to find the point where the mana flow diverged and also discover the correct keyword. Using his skills, he identified the word Karpo and realized that was the way through. Even so, there was a condition. He explained to the old man that the barrier would need to be weakened with constant fire magic, and that only Youngwoo could do it. He would have to maintain the magic long enough for Jinryuk to enter, take the artifacts, and leave. Youngwoo questioned whether this meant he should spend all his own mana, while Jinryuk kept all the artifacts. However, it was the only option. Jinryuk knew he couldn't maintain a strong enough magic alone to weaken the barrier, so he had to rely on the old man's power and ensure he would bring back whatever was needed dawn was approaching. And leaving empty-handed would be the worst-case scenario. Thinking about this, Youngwoo asked if Jinryuk truly promised to give him the map. Afterward, Jinryuk affirmed he would, saying he didn't want to turn someone with such high abilities into an enemy. Reluctantly, the old man yielded and decided to trust him, at least this once. Thus, Youngwoo used his fire magic against the barrier, weakening the energy flow. When the exact point was reached, Jinryuk crossed using the keyword Karpo. The old man, already exhausted, warned him to be quick, and Jinryuk agreed, saying he would do everything his way. Inside the protected area, Jinryuk found various national treasures, all important Korean artifacts. None of them had been taken, except the Gyeonglong iron sword. He was certain of who had stolen it, as it was the same person who had probably raised the barrier. Still, it wasn't the time to worry about that. After all, that sword was just a second-tier relic. Jinryuk's true objective was the Yangpyeong necklace, an ancient necklace made of several gold coins from a distant era. That was the final piece of the puzzle, the last item needed to complete the most powerful ability in the entire tower. The materials required to complete the fusion were 3 specific relics: a Persian ceremonial mold, the right eye of the Tutankhamun mask, and the Yangpyeong necklace. As soon as Jinryuk combined the mold with the mask's eye, the system indicated that the 2 relics were reacting with each other. But something was still missing when he placed the gold coin necklace with the other 2 pieces. All of them merged at once, as if drawn by the same ancient energy. The 3 relics reacted powerfully, and after the fusion, Jinryuk obtained the new relic called the Eye of Truth. With this item, he became capable of seeing other people's status windows and determining whether they were lying or telling the truth, able to use this ability 3 times a day. For him, the Eye of Truth was the best among the 5 eyes in the Tower of Trials, and that was precisely why he had had gone to the museum that day. Upon completing the fusion, he finished a secret mission that required combining 3 replica relics of rank B or lower to create a higher ranked item. Once the requirements were fulfilled, a hologram surrounded his body. The Tower of Trials began registering various world abilities, absorbing patterns and powers to form a single new skill. This ability became his main weapon, called Fusion. With Fusion, whenever he completed specific missions, Jin Ryuk could copy and store the inherent abilities of others within the world's memories. However, if the condition needed to copy an ability was too difficult, the tower itself could partially adjust the requirement. Meanwhile, the old Jongwoo called from outside, worried because he couldn't maintain the fire magic much longer. Still, Jin Hyuk didn't care and activated the Eye of Truth to analyze the old man. He realized that Jungwoo's ability copy condition was extremely simple. The old man needed to reveal his true feelings. In other words, he just needed to irritate him a little. Then Jong-il, impatient, complained about the time the boy was taking, but Jin Hyuk simply said he could stop using magic, as there was no longer any reason the old man didn't understand why the boy had asked him to spend so much mana. At that moment, Jin Hyuk simply said, "Carpo," and the barrier instantly vanished. The truth was that the barrier only needed a Latin word to be broken, and all the old man's effort had been useless. He had been releasing fire magic just to exhaust his mana on purpose. Now, Jin Ryuk stood directly before the east map, and all he had to do was irritate the old man a little more. Since he already knew all the tower's details by heart, that map had no real use. Still, that didn't mean he would return it easily. Without hesitation, Jin Ryuk took a lighter from his pocket and set the map on fire. He knew his true advantage was the exclusive information he possessed. If he let any important information fall into other people's hands, he would end up falling behind again. That's why he needed to destroy it. The old man was furious upon seeing the map burn and asked what he was doing. At the same time, the system announced that Jin Ryuk had met the necessary conditions to copy Jong-il's ability, obtaining a rank B fire element and storing it in the world's memories. It was a great achievement for his first copy. Despite the old man's threat to make him pay for what he had done, Jin Hyuk calmly explained that the map had been burned for that very reason. He couldn't allow the same information to be shared among them. Then he used the newly acquired fire element, imbuing his own fists with intense flames. His body radiated heat and power, and even the old man realized that the boy was far from normal, feeling fear while trying to understand who he really was. Jin Hyuk then made it clear that if the old man wanted to ascend the tower safely, he would have to follow his instructions from then on. Later, he left the museum carrying everything he had come to retrieve. 4 veterans had appeared at the National Museum of Korea during that mission, including him, but only 2 managed to get ahead in that place, and Jin Ryuk was among them. After leaving the museum with so many valuable relics, Jin Ryuk knew it wasn't yet time to rest. On the contrary, he needed to continue gathering as many unique abilities as possible before other players gained an advantage. Before departing, he only told the old Jongwoo that he would be in touch soon and asked that he, Jongwoo, and Liuri level up by then, so they could become useful in the future. In Jin Ryuk's mind, it was like setting up a chessboard, assembling pieces that could later decide a battle, but he also knew there was still a long way to go. It was impossible for him to acquire all the tower's abilities. That's why he planned to obtain only the best and most important ones, those that would truly make a difference. Amid these reflections, he was interrupted by something much simpler: hunger. No matter how powerful he was still human, and he was hungry. When he arrived at a diner, he noticed that everyone was watching the television, following shocking news. The report spoke of 23 dead and 50 injured at the National Museum of Korea. According to the reporter, it was believed that players had attempted to steal the relics stored there because of the Tower of Trials. And this wasn't happening only in Korea, but also in the United States, France, and Japan. Jin Hyuk was not surprised. He had already expected players from around the world to start taking action. At that moment, the security camera footage from the museum began to play, showing the scenes in which he defeated all the intruders. His face was censored and his voice distorted, but the people in the diner could not believe what they were seeing. Many started commenting that this mysterious player seemed to be the same one who had defeated the Manguazal alone. As he listened, Jin Hyuk realized that he was starting to be recognized. He would need to find a way to hide his identity better before things got worse. The journalist explained that the government was launching a major investigation to understand the effects of the Tower of Trials and announced the creation of the Awakened Association, a group formed by veterans with various abilities. The speed of the government's response surprised Jin Ryuk, who concluded that they not only wanted to control the situation, but also gather treasures and prepare an official expedition into the tower. Soon after, the head of the association, Han Sung-jin, appeared in a public statement. He called for talented individuals to join the association, offering an annual salary of 60 million, in addition to government benefits. He also stated that, except for the mysterious player seen in the videos, everyone would receive this standard offer. If that anonymous player accepted to join the association, he would receive even greater advantages than any other member. For Jin Ryuk, it became clear that the entire speech had a direct objective: reaching him. They were treating his existence as a tool to eliminate criminals and stabilize the situation. He knew that in this world, the value of a well-trained individual was greater than that of 100 ordinary people. Han Sang-jin also seemed aware of this, and if he was chosen as president, it was certainly because he possessed exceptional skills and experience within the tower. This made everything even more interesting for Jin Ryuk, as it would be a perfect opportunity to copy a valuable ability from him. While watching the clock, Jin Ryuk thought about what really mattered. The Tower of Trials would open at 7 in the evening. When the time finally came, a crowd gathered on the tower's first floor, amazed by the extraordinary scenery that unfolded. The landscape consisted of an archipelago of floating islands over a sparkling ocean, with green plains and a majestic castle in the distance. It looked like a magnificent RPG game. Jin Hyuk, however, analyzed coldly and concluded that most people there were beginners. Then the system announced a special entry reward for the tower: 100 coins for each player. It also explained that everyone could send videos recording their achievements to earn extra coins, as if it were a monetization system. Each player's first 10 views would count, and the live broadcast function could only be used when facing the floor's boss to advance to the next level. The tower system made it clear that anyone caught manipulating the video view counter would face severe punishment. For Jin Ryuk, this kind of rule only made everything more interesting. The bridge connecting those who wanted to climb the tower and those who preferred to remain outside was precisely the streaming system. Among all the features offered by the tower, this one was the most fascinating. The more famous and powerful a player became, the more coins they could accumulate. As soon as they entered the first floor, everyone ran eagerly, anxious to make the most of the time and start farming as quickly as possible. Jin Ryuk also knew how to earn coins efficiently, but unlike the other players, he did not intend to post any videos for now. It would be a huge waste to share information that only he possessed. He already had his first objective in mind, something unique that no one else would think to do anytime soon. During the years when the original players had explored the tower, everyone reached a point where the 30 lower floors no longer allowed progress. To advance, they needed to find secret pieces hidden in the floors they had already completed. This forced everyone to retrace their steps. In the end, the answer to this impasse lay in an abandoned ruin. It was at this moment that they discovered a cruel mistake. The character that Jin Ryuk had spent years training was flawed from the start. He had dedicated time, effort, and patience. But even so, that version would never manage to surpass the barrier of the 30th floor. After reflecting on everything, he deleted the character and started over from scratch. 6 years had passed since that day, and now he was once again facing the same ruin, called labyrinths. The secret to surpassing the 30th floor was to build a base, and the key to this was precisely inside. Despite having unpleasant memories of that place, he also felt a strange nostalgia. Upon opening the monumental doors of the ruin, he noticed that everything was exactly as he remembered. The interior was a representation of Daedalus's labyrinth in the form of an ancient ruin, and the ceiling was full of luminescent moths, illuminating everything with a soft glow. This scenery pleased Jin Ryuk, but his attention was immediately diverted when he noticed a group of people inside the labyrinth. A girl approached and said it was a pleasure to meet him, explaining that the group had been looking for a place to farm when they accidentally entered before the door closed. Then, the narrative went back a few minutes, showing the moment when Jin Ryuk had just entered. The group had observed how he opened the door. He entered the labyrinths immediately upon reaching the tower. Without hesitation and without using a key, they concluded that he probably knew something important. The girl in the group, the same one now speaking to him, had suggested that everyone enter together, arguing that if a level 1 player with no reputation had entered without fear, they could do it too. Another member questioned whether he would share his items or not. The leader was clear: he wouldn't share anything. Therefore, they would just have to defeat him and take everything back in the present. The same girl asked Jin Ryuk if it wouldn't be better to complete the labyrinth together, suggesting they could split the risks. He immediately realized they were trying to deceive him. He then activated the Eye of Truth. The girl introduced herself as Park Hana, and this was indeed true. Her attributes were low, as is common for someone at level 1, but something caught his attention. She possessed a special skill called communion, which allowed her to get closer to people more easily, erasing feelings of discomfort and generating natural closeness. The system also revealed the condition to copy this skill. Jinryuk would have to cooperate with her for at least 240 hours, 10 full days, and after that, still need to be alone with her for the copy to be completed. He immediately recognized the value of this skill, as it could be extremely useful against a specific enemy he would face in the future. As the group continued introducing themselves, Jinryuk stayed alert. He knew that sooner or later everyone there would try to betray him, so he didn't bother memorizing anyone's names. To him, those people were unimportant. The only exception for now was Park Hana, precisely because of the rare ability she possessed. Hana approached, grabbing Jinryuk's arm, curious to know how far he had progressed in the game. She activated her communion skill and tried to use her charm to get closer. Jinryuk, however, quickly recognized the danger. He knew that if he didn't understand her ability, he could have fallen for it easily, so he simply grabbed her, pushed her away, and replied that he had advanced as far as he could. Hana was confused. Her ability wasn't working, and she didn't understand why. Still, she asked if he knew anything about the labyrinth and if he could explain something. Jinryuk said yes, and revealed the first important piece of information. The labyrinth changed at fixed time intervals. At first, no one took it seriously until the entire labyrinth began to shake. The walls and pillars moved chaotically. One of the pillars almost crushed Hana, who barely managed to dodge. The group panicked completely. One of the novices was crushed immediately. Everyone was horrified, except Jinryuk, who observed the scene calmly. One of the players complained incredulously, questioning why such a dangerous labyrinth existed on the very first floor. Jinryuk asked if none of them had ever seen a labyrinth with shifting terrain before Hana argued that it was far too dangerous for level 1 players. She then asked her friend to check for an exit, but the girl explained that her ability had been cancelled when the labyrinth changed, meaning they could no longer find the way out. Meanwhile, Jinryuk wondered why everyone had entered so confidently. They probably thought he was just another novice. They followed him as if entering a simple corner supermarket. He decided to stop worrying about those idiots, knowing that soon something far worse would appear. Hana was furious and asked why he hadn't warned them about the labyrinth's changes, saying they had nearly died because of him. The group agreed and accused Jinryuk of hiding important information, but he replied that he hadn't asked anyone to follow him, and that everyone was there by choice, since no one dragged anyone by force in that place. The people became even angrier and began drawing their weapons to intimidate him. The blonde boy who led the threat didn't even have time to react. His neck was severed by an axe blow. The group panicked when they saw the culprit, a massive minotaur of Daedalus's labyrinth, who reclaimed his axe and advanced toward them. Hana believed they would all die there. She had lost all hope, but Jinryuk took the lead. He ran toward the minotaur, approaching quickly to avoid being hit by the giant axe. Even so, he ended up taking a light grazing blow. That was enough for him to acquire the secret attribute evasion. Evasion was a special attribute that reduced the power gap between him and much stronger creatures, like the Minotaur. The attribute decreased the difference by 3 points per level when fighting superior enemies. With this advantage, Jinryuk grabbed the creature's horn and dodged the next attack. He knew that even at level 1, he could become much stronger if he was clever. It was the best strategy he had found after many trials and errors. When the Minotaur launched its destructive attack, Jinryuk dodged again, and the system increased his attributes even more since he was facing an extremely powerful enemy. He repeated this countless times, gradually closing the gap between them. He knew that no matter how strong the attack was, it would be useless if it didn't hit him. The group watched in absolute shock, finally realizing how absurd it was to think they could provoke him. Hana, terrified, realized how reckless it had been to imagine betraying someone like him. Jinryuk observed the Minotaur and taunted it, asking if that was all it had or if it was just a little bull. He dodged easily and shouted, while the monster roared, so enraged that its next blow seemed capable of destroying even the labyrinth itself. Jinryuk believed that getting very strong in a short time was simple. One just had to put their life at risk, so he allowed himself to be lightly grazed. The system notified that he had narrowly avoided a fatal attack, and as a result, the power gap decreased even further. He was gaining attribute points in exchange for a bit of blood, and to him, it was completely worth it. While skillfully dodging, he noticed that the group of bystanders was trying to flee. Hana desperately analyzed the labyrinth's walls, trying to find an exit for her group. Jinryuk calmly asked where they were going. Hana then realized his intention. He had positioned himself deliberately in front of the group, and the Minotaur was about to strike them all at once. Jinryuk explained that it was simple. If they managed to dodge those attacks, they would also grow stronger. According to him, it was easier than it seemed. The next attack, however, struck the other girl and the glasses-wearing boy, killing them instantly and destroying several labyrinth walls. After that fatal blow, only Hana and the last brown-haired man remained alive, and that was because Jin Ryuk had purposely protected Hana. He asked why she had stayed still, saying it would have been enough to duck. The provocation directed at the Horned One made the Minotaur even angrier, but luckily for the players, the labyrinth shifted again. The walls reorganized, creating a barrier that prevented the monster from reaching them. Jin Ryuk then stepped back, waving goodbye with a "see you later, idiot." The Minotaur, consumed by rage, began striking the wall, but its attacks were useless. Hana was terrified. Her friend remarked that they had almost died like the others, and Jin Ryuk explained that the Minotaur was drawn to the residue of the luminescent moths he had touched first. That was why the monster would continue pursuing only him. Hana asked why he was doing something so insane, and Jin Ryuk answered as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. It was to increase his attributes. He said they could rest and catch their breath, and when the little horn reappeared, they could play a little more with it. According to him, it was an efficient way to assess the situation. Hana wanted to know how long they would have to do this. Jin Ryuk explained that it would be until they left the labyrinth, which would happen in exactly 1 month. The 2 remaining bystanders were horrified to realize they would spend 30 days in that hell. Hana suggested that the group split up, because if they stayed away from Jin Ryuk, they wouldn't be attacked by the monster. Jin Ryuk agreed, but asked which route they would take. Walking blindly would be extremely dangerous. She then asked if he knew where the exit was, and he replied that he did. He knew that labyrinth better than anyone. Hana realized that if that was true, they would only get out if they stayed with him, so she agreed to cooperate. However, Jin Ryuk stated that nothing in the world was free. He pressed a knife against her neck and demanded all the coins she possessed. Meanwhile, another player was starting to gain fame for his impressive skills. He had been playing for 15 consecutive hours and had already reached over 1 million views, becoming the top veteran. At that moment, his group celebrated, saying that everyone was talking about him. It seemed like an absolute success, capable of earning more than 1,000 coins just from those views. They could already feel the money coming. But suddenly, someone appeared to completely surpass him. The veteran's video was at the top, but was brutally smashed and overtaken. The new video showed the first person in the world to obtain a +10 refined item. The situation was so absurd that everyone started commenting. The famous player couldn't understand how someone had surpassed him so quickly. Then it was explained what had happened 10 minutes earlier. Jin Ryuk had ordered the group to stop standing around like gas station mannequins. He said that everyone needed to do what had to be done. Gather moss for the beds, look for food, and make a fire. He himself began to organize, opening the market to buy strange and cheap items that no one else would be interested in. He bought enchanted tarot cards, a fragment of a bronze key, a piece of a cartwheel, and 10 refinement scrolls. Even though these items were considered useless, he combined them in the exact way he already knew. The combination of the key, the cards, and the wheel fragment resulted in the Wheel of Fortune of the Roman goddess of luck. It was a consumable item that maximized luck for 10 minutes. Still, it was an incomplete version, so the range of that luck was not very broad. Jin Ryuk already knew this. He had memorized everything. He activated the Wheel of Fortune, and a golden glow ran through his body, maximizing his luck. The success rate for refining an item with a rank F scroll was 0.00012%, practically impossible. But with luck maximized, the rate rose to 100%. He applied all the scrolls to his old dagger, reaching refinement +10, the maximum value. The system announced that he had become the first player on the Korean server to create a +10 refined item. With this, he received 5,000 coins and had his name recorded in the Hall of Fame. Finally, he possessed a weapon worth using. On the 10th day inside the labyrinth, the other 2 survivors were already on the brink of madness. They had managed to keep a fire going with the gathered wood and improvised beds with moss. Still, they were reduced to eating mushrooms and more moss. At that moment, they rested while Jin Ryuk slept peacefully. For them, it was almost impossible to understand how he could remain so calm after everything Hana thought about everything they had gone through. The Minotaur kept appearing several times. The labyrinth changed constantly. She had almost died several times. Meanwhile, Jin Ryuk fought as if it were ordinary. The 2 extras were convinced they would die if they continued at that pace. At that moment, Hana was doing an anonymous live stream. All the people in the chat were also anonymous. The comments said Jin Ryuk was a psychopath and that they shouldn't get involved with him. Hana asked if anyone knew anything about that man. The chat replied that no, he was completely unknown. She couldn't believe she was seeking support from complete idiots outside the tower. She then asked what the Raven Guild had discovered. The chat said that the guild was also investigating but hadn't found anything. They would need at least 3 more weeks. Hana panicked, imagining she really would have to stay in that hell for another 3 weeks. Her friend asked if there was any new information, and she said no. While thinking, she concluded that if they killed that bastard and took his stone chamber, maybe their veteran could reach them there. The problem was how to kill someone like Jin Ryuk. Her friend said that this was the perfect opportunity. As he was sleeping, he grabbed a stone to crush Jin Ryuk's head, but Hana quickly stopped him. whispering to halt. His reaction speed was absurd. If they tried something like that, they would be killed in the blink of an eye. The boy asked what they would do then. They couldn't continue suffering in that place. Hannah remembered who their veteran was, a member of the Raven Guild. She opened her bag and took out the stinger of a giant wasp, an item with lethal poison capable of melting a human from the inside out with a single drop. She decided that they would make that bastard pay for keeping them in that hell. The next day, Jinryuk woke up and observed what they had prepared for him to eat. The dish was literally a thick piece of tree trunk. The makeshift chopsticks were sticks taken from the bones of a rat. The food was just mushrooms and moss. Hannah warned them to accept it, as there was nothing else to eat. So everyone served themselves as if it were something ordinary. Jinryuk, however, asked them to get a specific mushroom for him and also some water. The two were so eager to eat that they complied immediately. Jinryuk took a small bite of the mushroom, and the chat of Hannah's secret livestream panicked, believing he would die instantly, but the one who fell, spitting blood and being melted from the inside, was her friend. Jinryuk sighed, impressed by their stupidity, and asked if they really thought he would eat that Hannah, desperate, wanted to know if he knew the food was poisoned. He replied, recalling the moment he had asked for water. When she turned her back, he had simply swapped the plates. Then he explained that secret broadcasts were considered cheating by the system. Hannah tried to defend herself, saying he had no proof, but the chat already realized what was happening. Jinryuk stated that the live streaming function was only allowed during combat against a boss. Any use outside of these rules received severe punishments. He said he was disappointed in her and reported her directly to the system. At that moment, huge warning enveloped Hannah. The system fully captured her violation, removing her anonymity as well as that of all the chat viewers. Panic set in. Many immediately fled to avoid worse consequences. The viewers received the punishment of 1 month without being able to watch videos or live streams. If caught again, they would be permanently banned. But Hannah's penalty would be much harsher. A minotaur appeared in the corridor, ready to destroy her. It roared and charged with devastating speed. Hannah, in panic, asked if Jinryuk was going to fight this time. He replied coldly, asking if she really had no shame. They had tried to poison him and now were asking for help? At that moment, the system announced that Jinryuk had finally met the necessary conditions. 10 days had passed. He successfully copied Hannah's communion skill and declared that he no longer needed her. Hannah, trembling, threatened that he would regret it because her veteran was a member of the Raven Guild. Soon after, the Minotaur struck the ground with such force that it destroyed part of the labyrinth. Jinryuk dodged at the last moment and turned his back to Hannah, moving directly toward the Minotaur. In a swift move, he stabbed his dagger into the creature's skull. The attack was shallow, almost harmless, but it already meant something. He knew he still couldn't defeat the monster, so he repeated his strategy, closing the power gap by dodging attacks. When the Minotaur charged again, Jinryuk countered with a fire element, launching a fiery breath that distracted the creature. With this opening, he struck the monster's legs, finally making it fall to its knees. He commented with cold humor for Hannah not to try so hard to kill it, because if it died that way, the meat would be too tough to eat afterward. Then the Minotaur used its final card. It activated Berserker State Level 10, entering a completely uncontrolled rage frenzy. Its muscles became much more defined, its body grew in size, and its axe began to glow with intense flames. Hannah had no idea how they would defeat that monstrosity. Even the Minotaur's horns grew. Its attack, movement speed, and attack speed increased by 30% for 5 minutes. It also gained an additional bonus, a significant intelligence boost. Now the Minotaur could speak. The monster declared that this human would be torn to pieces and his remains scattered throughout the labyrinth, ensuring no one else dared enter. Even so, Jinhyuk found it interesting. He almost felt fear but only provoked the creature, asking it to come at him, calling it a little bull and dodging with an ole. The Minotaur charged furiously, ready to crush him. Despite the monster's axe being heavier than before, Jinhyuk didn't face it head-on. He used his light dagger to redirect the blows and dodge, attacking quickly while exchanging intense strikes with the boss. Hannah could hardly believe he was confronting it so directly. The enemy had a level 10 skill activated, something absurd, yet Jinryuk fought as if it were nothing. She even smiled, knowing that all of this was only happening because he had prepared so well. Even so, there was a nagging feeling inside him. Jinryuki hated the sensation that reality seemed stagnant, as if nothing would ever change. On the other hand, he had always loved difficult games, this challenging world, and the idea of constantly evolving. While blocking and dodging the Minotaur's attacks, he gradually reduced the power gap between them. At a certain point, he was strong enough to scratch the boss's tough hide. The Minotaur sneered, saying that he was only using cheap tricks, and that, in the end, he barely managed to scratch its body. It claimed he would never be able to kill it. As it prepared to deliver the final blow to that pathetic player, its arm simply froze in mid-air. The system informed that the skill's duration had ended. The explanation was simple. Berserker State, allowed the user's attributes to exceed the maximum limit for 5 minutes, but caused exhaustion for hours afterward. Realizing this, Jinryuki simply turned his back on the monster. He noticed that his own evasion skill had already reached 57 points. He considered that excellent and calculated that, with 20 more days, he could achieve his goal of reaching 100 points. Hana asked if the creature was dead. He replied that it wasn't. It had merely stopped because the skill ended and would resume hunting them once it recovered. They had 20 days left before they could leave. 20 days later, he faced the Minotaur again, which seemed increasingly irritated with him. After dodging countless attacks, Jinryuki finally reached 100 points in his evasion skill. With a precise strike to the monster's chin, he made the Minotaur bite its own tongue. Then he climbed onto its head and declared that this would be its last farewell, calling it Little Horn. With that problem resolved, it was time to deal with Hana. He mentioned that he would hire an intern for the veteran player company. She, confused, asked what he meant by that. Jinryuki asked if she wasn't excited about the idea, and she replied that she was, begging to be hired. He said, of course, her resume was excellent, and she was a very passionate candidate. Then he made a joke, asking what kind of animal she would be. After that, he asked what she could do for the company at that moment. Hana claimed that her communion skill would be very useful. He thought to himself that he already possessed that skill. She said she would never betray him. He considered the answer weak and commented that the first intern selection might be yielding disappointing results. Desperate, Hana revealed that she possessed the Brahma ring. She begged not to be killed and clung to his legs. Jinryuki, surprised, mentally questioned whether the Brahma ring was really in the hands of the Raven Guild. The Brahma ring was considered one of the best items possible on the first floor. It increased movement speed, strengthened magical resistance, and could even suppress monster magic using the Eye of Truth. Jinryuki confirmed that Hana wasn't lying about having it. With that, he declared her hired. He then explained the conditions. She would receive no salary. No matter where she was, whenever he called, she had to appear. It didn't matter what time. If he summoned her at 3 in the morning, she had to answer. The most important point was the duration of the contract. Hana, confused, asked if there really would be a contract. Then, Jinryuki accessed the world's memories and combined 2 skills, Communion and Fire Element, creating the soul mark. When she asked if that would be the contract, he replied that she shouldn't expect a simple piece of paper. With his hand glowing, he marked her body. The soul mark compelled the marked target to obey all of the user's orders. Any action that could harm him was prohibited, and if the target attempted to disobey, their body would be incinerated. After that, they finally exited the labyrinth. Both Jinryuki and Hana were the first to complete the first floor, and therefore appeared in the Hall of Fame, receiving 5,000 coins each. Jinryuki called his new intern and asked her to hand over her coins. He took all 5,000 coins from her. Then he ordered her to deliver the Brahma ring within 3 days. Hana complained that 3 days wasn't enough. He reduced the deadline to 2 and made the mark on her face burn like fire. She hastily assured him she could manage it in 2 days. When they left the tower and returned to civilization, they saw news that the Dangoon Guild, ranked number 1, was already planning to face the boss of the 3rd floor. Jinryuki found it bold, but understood their urgency. They wanted to be first, but each floor had a 90-day limit. There was no need to advance so quickly to the 2nd or 3rd floor. He knew that if a player with a weak power base advanced too soon, they would not withstand the increasing pressure. In that world, there was no second chance after a game over. For now, Jinryuki, also called the Hyuk, would only gather publicly released information from the last month. It was a world full of gossip and lies, so he needed reliable sources. Later, Jinryuki met with his future team. The first was the big head of the game, whose real name was Lee Tae-min, and the second was the fiery puncher, Yoon Young-hwa. He found it amusing how different they were from their in-game personalities. They were veterans who had played with him in the Tower of Trials 2 years earlier, and this was the first time they met in person. Using the Eye of Truth on Lee Tae-min, he saw that he was level 11 and possessed the skill King of Machines, specialized in large-scale battles, extremely powerful but with high mana consumption. Yoon Young-hwa, in turn, was level 12 and had the skill Devoted to Taekwondo, granting her great strength in close combat and high physical resistance. Jinryuki wasn't surprised to see Lee Tae-min and Yoon Young-hwa hunting together. They had done this in their past lives as well. The copy condition related to them was clear. He would need to challenge the 20th floor alongside them. While they were talking, Tae-min asked what his nickname was in the game, and Jinryuki mentally regretted having chosen that name 11 years ago. He introduced himself as Poop Fart Fart, saying he was 26 and and had worked as a streamer on Paprika TV. Taimin immediately recognized the name. Saying he had watched some of his streams, Jin Ryuki admitted he had stopped a long time ago. Taimin, smiling, asked him to stop speaking so formally. Since they were now companions observing the two, Jin Ryuki noticed how friendly they were. In his past life, there had been people who tried to use him, others who tried to betray him, but these two had always been trustworthy. Even though it was their first real-life meeting, he felt comfortable. Everything he had discovered about the world, about the movements of major guilds, about streamers, and even about demon groups that kidnapped players and stole coins, had been thanks to them. During the conversation, Taimin asked if it was true that he had spent an entire month in the labyrinth, and if, because of that, he had already taken the test. Jin Ryuki asked what test that was. Later in a taxi, Taimin explained. After the tower appeared, an absurd number of people tried to enter it. However, the number of deaths on the second floor was so high that the Awakening Association decided to restrict entry. Only those who passed the test were allowed to continue climbing the tower. Taimin showed his shoulder and revealed an identification code. That code was only given to those approved. Seeing this, Jin Ryuki remembered Han Sunjin, who used the excuse of reducing deaths to secretly gather strong players. This could be useful for him. It was explained that, after entering the Awakening Association, players evaluated as rank F or below were prohibited from advancing to the second floor. But those with a high rank would attract the attention of the country's top guilds, receiving invitations and recruitment offers. For this reason, three types of people usually went to the test site: those who just wanted to qualify to climb the tower, those judging candidates' ranks, and those proudly announcing their ranks to the world. The environment was bustling. There were stars, powerful figures, famous people passing by as if it were a red carpet, reporters taking photos, and security guards clearing the way. Even so, Jin Ryuk didn't want to leave. He said he had already taken his number and was waiting his turn, with no reason to step out of line. When one of the celebrities complained, asking him to move aside, he stated that they didn't know who they were dealing with, but were certainly making a mistake. All they had to do was stay silent and get out of the way. People began whispering, asking if he was really facing Park Ha-jin. Jin Ryuk didn't even know who the guy was and wondered if he was the same person Hana had talked about so much. He then used the Eye of Truth to analyze the man. Park Ha-jin was level 8 and had skills in stealth attack, acceleration, and concealment. He was an assassin. The copy conditions were curious. If Jin Ryuk became friends with him, he could copy his innate skill. But if he became an enemy and increased hostility between them, he could copy any other non-innate skill. It was the first time a condition like that had appeared before him. Jin Ryuki found the idea of increasing hostility toward Park Ha-jin far more interesting for copying his skills. By coincidence, Hana was right next to the guy. When she tried to check what was happening, Jin Hyuk simply grabbed her hand and broke her finger as if it were nothing. Park Ha-jin reacted immediately, drawing his weapon, and the people around panicked. However, Jin Hyuk responded even faster, splashing a gulp of water into the man's eyes, and then delivering a precise sweep. Ha-jin fell screaming in pain, clutching his leg. The strike had been so fast that no one understood what had happened, thinking he had tripped on his own. At that moment, King Gitai, another famous person at the scene, appeared to control the situation. He was a member of the Fighting Dead's guild. When Jin Ryuk tried to use the Eye of Truth on him, the ability failed due to the level difference. Seeing this, Jin Hyuk commented that he didn't know Gitai went around acting as Ha-jin's babysitter. Gitai replied that the boy was problematic but useful in some ways. Jin Hyuk, provoking, asked if he meant the ginseng Ha-jin sent to China Gitai. Confused and suspicious, wanted to know how he knew about that. Hana, caught in the middle of everything, panicked because she had been the one to tell Jin Ryuk. Ignoring the tension, Jin Ryuk got straight to the point and asked specific questions about the side effects of the Goryu Ginseng. Gitai lost patience and activated the black screen barrier, isolating them both inside a cube of black matter. Inside, in complete silence, he asked if Jin Ryuk really wanted exclusive rights to 10 dungeons from his guild, and how he could trust that the information was true. It was explained that the Goryu Ginseng was an incredible medicinal item, capable of restoring health and mana, but the alchemalo crew present in it could cause severe poisoning. Jin Ryuki stated he was sure the guild was experiencing problems because of this, and explained that there were only 3 items capable of neutralizing the side effect: the Caracium bile, the Moonlight Stone, and the Mandrake Root. He assured that he could provide the location of each of these items. Gitai, analyzing everything, realized that the explanation perfectly matched the information his intelligence team had already gathered. He began to wonder who exactly this man was and said he would trust him. Even so, he drew his blade and pressed it against Jin Ryuki's neck, warning him not to try any tricks. He also stated that 10 days of exclusivity in the best dungeons was too high a price, and that a limit needed to be imposed. Before Before he could attempt anything, Jin Ryuki quickly deflected the blade and replied that he was the one offering an opportunity there. Outside, Yoon Younghwa and Lee Taimin tried to hold back the approaching crowd, being pushed and even taking some hits. The black barrier dissipated a few seconds later. Yoon Younghwa ran up to Jin Ryuki, still agitated, and he asked her to calm down. Taimin, surprised, wanted to know what had happened inside. Since he had been dragged in by force, Yoon Younghwa said she could take care of everyone if he wanted. But Jin Ryuki replied that everything was fine. He even commented that Gitai was surprisingly easy to negotiate with Park Ha-jin, however, did not accept this. He questioned whether Gitai would really let everything end so easily. Before he could continue, Gitai grabbed him by the neck, saying a weakling like him had no rights. He squeezed until the boy nearly passed out, then threw him to the ground. Humiliated and injured, Ha-jin wondered what had happened in that barrier and how anyone could dare treat him that way. As the fight progressed, it became clear that Jin Hyuk was about to kill Ha-jin. It was then that Jin Ryuk realized he had fulfilled all the necessary conditions for his objective. By provoking Ha-jin to the limit, he earned his enmity and managed to copy the skill, Light Breath, which allowed precise control over breathing and heartbeat. After that, he left Ha-jin completely furious and decided it was time to take his own test. When he analyzed the latest released results, he saw that Hana hadn't done poorly. She scored 1,755 points, an impressive feat for someone of her level. Upon arriving at the evaluation site, Jin Hyuk heard the inspector explain that the test was simple. The participant only needed to reach the magical crystal in front of them, as the crystal would directly measure the amount of magical potential Jin Hyuk intended to use only his dagger and his innate skill. Even so, instead of approaching the lower-level crystal, he walked directly to the medium-level crystal. The inspector tried to stop him, saying he should start with the weaker crystal, but his words lost all meaning the moment Jin Hyuk revealed his true power. He activated his evasion skill to the maximum, using all the points accumulated in the gap labyrinth, and struck the crystal. The medium-level object split in half as if it were melting butter. The inspector was completely stunned. Most people could barely scratch the lower-level crystal, yet Jin Hyuk had destroyed the strongest one with a single strike. Immediately, he was ranked as S, and the inspector began the process of notifying the superiors. However, Jin Ryuki requested that the report be delayed for a week for personal reasons. For him, a fist close at hand had always been more frightening than a distant law, and the inspector understood, agreeing without resistance. Later, Hana approached him holding the Brahma ring, which granted 10 more magic resistance, 5% movement speed, 20 points of innate skill control, and also suppressed part of the monster's magical power. Jin Hyuk commented that he had already given her enough time, as 2 days was more than enough. Hana, in turn, asked him to remove the mark he had left on her face, saying she had already done what he requested. He replied that it would depend on how she behaved from then on. Later, he informed his companions that he had received rank F, and everyone was shocked, as that seemed impossible. Jin Ryuki explained it was only a temporary rank, and that he could retake the test in a week. Yeonhwa asked what he intended to do besides moving on to the second floor. He simply asked them not to worry and to continue climbing the tower without him for now. In the taxi, Jin Hyuk reflected on the process. The first test measured magical power and determined the rank. Those who passed would advance to the second test, which consisted of completing a dungeon. Since there was no difficulty limit, most chose simple dungeons like goblin or orc ones. Even so, he had a different destination in mind. He decided to go to a ruin located on the first floor, a prohibited zone that had never been conquered since its appearance 11 years earlier. After a long time, he would return to the famous Chamber of the Fallen, but this time he was not alone. Since his temporary rank F prevented him from entering alone, and the guild responsible for the ruins would not allow him to advance without registration, he decided to sign up as a carrier. One of the men in the group asked what brought him there. Jin Hyuk replied that he needed the money, and the man explained that he was in the same situation, as he needed to support his wife and children. Jin Hyuk thought that men like that were usually the first to die and felt a slight weight from it. The man also mentioned that rank F needed to be extremely careful, but Jin Hyuk assured them they could rest easy, as at least everyone there would return home alive. Sometime later, the group officially began the raid in the Chamber of the Fallen. The team advanced through the ruins with the goal of defeating the final boss and claiming the throne hidden in the deepest parts of the area. When they reached the resting point, the carriers finally dropped their supplies, exhausted. Their leader commented that the work had been well done and that everyone could rest for a moment. At that moment, the system granted Jin Hyuk a special bonus for being the first to reach certain milestones in the tower. His luck and adaptability attributes increased by 10 points each, and he also received the Cold Heart skill, which allowed him to maintain composure even in the most stressful situations. Another passive skill, Monopolize, was activated, offering the chance to always receive the best reward if he accumulated the last available choice. He found all of this completely absurd. Normally, it was already incredible when someone managed to select an exceptional reward in the Tower of Trials. But now that probability no longer meant anything to him. From then on, he would always have access to the best options. While he reflected on this, the team inside the dungeon finally appeared at the exit. The first to emerge was a man wearing shining armor, commenting gloomily on how he could never get used to that place. Some carriers whispered that he must be the captain of the attack unit. Curious Jin Hyuk used the Eye of Truth and identified the man as Song Chun Hwa, level 14, whose innate ability was reduce item weight. To copy his skill, he would need to gain the captain's loyalty during the raid, which seemed extremely difficult. Even so, he wondered how someone so weak could lead an attack team of such a respected guild. In the end, he decided it was fine, as long as they did not interfere with his plans. Later, inside the ruins, the team's mage used magic to illuminate the path. The group advanced among countless monster corpses and destroyed weapons. The result of the attack unit's passage moments before the carriers were terrified, as they were weak and knew that even a single monster in this area would not be easy for them. Observing the scene, Jin Hyuk noticed something strange. Not a single member of the attack unit had died, even while facing powerful creatures. That should have been impossible, especially with such a weak leader in charge. While analyzing the situation, the leader of the carriers called his attention, asking why he was standing still and ordering him back to work. Jin Hyuk had momentarily forgotten that he was there as a carrier. The leader explained that he would put him to work with the foreigners group as he didn't like them much. Jin Hyuk found it curious and wondered which country they were from. When he looked more closely, he noticed that their armor had small crosses on the pauldrons, indicating that they belonged to the Zion Guild, an elite guild from some European country. That's when he noticed someone particularly short among them. He approached using his ice needle and activated the communion skill. The system indicated that the person had made a good impression on him. When she removed her helmet, she revealed a young woman with blonde hair. Jin Hyuk recognized her immediately. It was Teresa de Lohan, the youngest daughter of the famous Lohan aristocratic family, a versatile player with divine power, known for saving Amsterdam and considered one of Europe's most famous heroines, the Saint of Amsterdam. With that, Jin Hyuk understood why the attack unit had suffered no casualties. With someone like her by their side, dying would indeed be difficult. Many people wanted to climb the tower, but unexpectedly, she had chosen to raid the ruins instead of challenging the third-floor boss. When he tried to use the Eye of Truth again, the level difference was too great and the skill failed. This indicated that she was already above level 20. However, thanks to his luck and adaptability, the negative effect was neutralized, allowing the Eye of Truth to evolve to level 2. He finally managed to see her status. She was level 29. With attributes averaging 30 points, and her innate skill was Star Blessing. The condition to copy the skill required him to save a woman's life in a dangerous situation near her. Jin Hyuk found it understandable that everyone was amazed by her presence. He also realized that she was in the middle of her class mission. That was why she had given up advancing to the third floor and came to the ruins. In the end, Teresa sincerely thanked him for the water he had delivered. Jin Hyuk replied that it was nothing, and that, in fact, he should be the one thanking Teresa for being there. Deep down, he knew the real reason was different. She represented a rare opportunity to acquire an innate skill considered the strongest among paladins, Star Blessing. The problem was figuring out how to create a real danger situation for her and still have the chance to save her. That would definitely not be easy. Meanwhile, the attack unit advanced under Song Chun Hwa's command. When they reached a deeper area of the ruins, they encountered a sentinel guardian. The guardian detected the intruder's presence and started a countdown. In 10 minutes, the dormant bomb would awaken. Chun Hwa realized that nothing dangerous would happen if no one touched the guardian, but it was too late. He wondered who had tampered with it. With only 10 minutes left, facing the dungeon boss at that moment would be suicide. They would inevitably die. However, as captain, he had to take responsibility, or his reputation would be destroyed. He ordered everyone to continue advancing. The attack unit reacted in shock. Reinforcements had not arrived, and everyone knew the chances of survival were minimal. Even so, Chun Hwa insisted. He stated that if everything went wrong, he would bear the consequences. He ordered them to move forward and reminded them that they had Teresa, the saint, by their side, which should increase their chances. Many adventurers, seeing the guild's decision, felt less desperate. They trusted that if they were with such a strong team, maybe everything would indeed turn out well, but it didn't. The dungeon guardian activated the Phantom Knights, and these creatures began to massacre the adventurers. Chun Hwa ordered everyone to prepare for immediate combat. The carriers needed to flee as quickly as possible. He used a defense buff to withstand the attacks while the team's mage cast the warrior's song, increasing everyone's power. power. Even so, a single blow from a Phantom Knight was enough to make the captain tremble. On the other side, the secondary team could not hold without tanks. The healers were overwhelmed and couldn't keep anyone standing. Chunhua knew there would be deaths. Solo players rarely had efficient tactics against coordinated groups. That team was completely abandoned in the chaos. At the last moment, Teresa appeared. With the cross symbol and her divine power, she destroyed the Phantom Knights in a single strike. She had advanced alone upon realizing that at least 2 guardians had bypassed the attack team. She concluded that the carriers were probably in danger and ran to them. When she arrived at the supply station, she found almost everyone dead. The leader of the carriers was about to be struck, but the Phantom Knight was suddenly cut to pieces. Jin Hyuk arrived, declaring that everyone there would survive because he had promised it. Another knight tried to attack him from behind, but he dodged and countered with a burst of fire. He did not kill the creature, leaving it at the brink of death, because he was certain someone else would deliver the final blow. He needed to maintain his level 1 status, so he could not eliminate the monster and gain experience. Still trying to understand the situation, Jin Hyuk wondered who had awakened the Guardians. That brought no benefit to anyone. Before he could think further, Teresa appeared in the blink of an eye, removing the carrier from the combat zone and taking him to a safe area. Teresa commented that, given the situation, it looked like Jin Hyuk had threatened a good person with a knife. To her, this meant he was responsible for awakening the Guardians. In her view, he should even be stopped right there. Jin Hyuk barely had time to respond. He had to dodge the next attack, realizing that Teresa was genuinely angry. She insisted that he not resist, saying she did not want to hurt him. While evading, Jin Hyuk tried to explain that it was all a misunderstanding. When he realized the situation had escalated, he decided to act more directly. He used her momentum, sidestepped, and let Teresa lightly hit the wall. Then he placed his dagger near her face and stated that he had not awakened the Guardians. He said that if he had, he would have simply finished her off at that moment. The carrier who had been saved confirmed everything, explaining that Jin Hyuk had protected him. Teresa was surprised to hear that. Later, she repeatedly apologized, clearly embarrassed. Jin Hyuk responded that he understood the confusion and that anyone could have interpreted the situation the same way. She then asked why he had hidden his identity. He explained that he had done so for the same reason as her. He knew she was trying to obtain the Oath of St. Peter, and he was also seeking a secret item. Teresa was even more surprised, questioning how he knew all of that. Jin Hyuk said he knew the tactics of the ruins, and with her abilities, they could advance together. He asked if she would accept having him by her side. After a while, when they had defeated some monsters, Song Chunhua appeared completely desperate, saying they needed to regroup to continue. Teresa asked calmly if he didn't have a map of the 20 kilometers of ruins, reminding him that everyone should already be familiar with the strategy. With or without her, the raid structure remained the same. Each team moved independently toward the boss. Chunhua eventually admitted that it was fine and said they would regroup near the boss. Teresa thanked him and asked if she could take a carrier with her. Chunhua immediately authorized it. At that moment, she looked at the carriers, who were eagerly awaiting the chance to be chosen. The first to step forward was Jin Hyuk. The other carriers were indignant, but he stated that he was the most determined among them. He said that this was the moment to sacrifice for love, even if it cost his life. The others allowed him to go. To them, he had become the last romantic of his generation. They wished luck to the Ryuki carrier, while Jin Hyuk thought about how exhausting it was to maintain the entire act. Later, he and Teresa arrived at an area full of monsters. In the center of the hall was a sarcophagus protected by the creatures, and Teresa explained that the writings of St. Peter were inside. She knew how to remove the barrier protecting the site. Before she could act, the system alerted them that the owner of the Chamber of the Fallen was watching. Jin Hyuk recognized this as an indirect message from the dungeon boss. He found it curious because the boss had never shown direct interest in the players. Teresa also noticed the warning and asked if it might have come from the boss. She wanted to know what being observed meant and whether it implied that she had been recognized. Jin Hyuk replied that no. In fact, it was him who had been recognized. She was even more intrigued, not understanding where such confidence came from. Curious, she recalled that he had claimed to know all the strategies of the ruins and asked what they should do at that moment. After discussing a plan, or perhaps not very thoroughly, Teresa simply jumped into the middle of the horde of monsters. It seemed crazy, but she had a strategy in mind. She activated the warrior's song, boosting all her attributes for the next 10 minutes. The plan Jim Hulk had given Teresa was simple. She only needed to draw the attention of all the undead, and it worked because she possessed divine power. Undead creatures hated this kind of energy, so all advanced toward her. Teresa protected herself with the enhancement of divine power and radiated a light so bright that it carbonized all those evil evil creatures. Meanwhile, Jim Hulk moved across the field without drawing attention, as everyone was focused on Teresa. He advanced, stepping on the heads of monsters as if they were trampolines. However, at the last moment, he was struck by a hidden undead, an elite lich. Despite the impact, he was fine and realized that the true enemy had finally appeared. Soon after, he had to dodge an attack from a phantom knight, understanding that he would have to take the situation more seriously. He knew that the elite lich's main skill was Black Thunder, capable of destroying a headless knight and even killing a veteran with a single strike. The lich began firing multiple thunderbolts in his direction, but Jin Ryuk intentionally stayed right in front of the sarcophagus and dodged at the last instant, making the attacks hit the barrier instead. It was only a Class 3 barrier, and it shattered easily. The lich himself realized the mistake he had made. Without difficulty, Jin Ryuk cut all the knights with his dagger and asked what the lich would do. Now Teresa was clearing the undead, and he was completely alone. However, before Jin Ryuk could finish the lich, someone stole his victory by cutting the undead in half. Jin Ryuk identified the figure and commented that he had finally found that bastard, saying he knew he would appear there. The stranger said it had been a long time since the last encounter and hinted that Jin Ryuk should remember him, but Jin Ryuk had no idea who he was, which made the man furious. Jin Ryuk then used his Eye of Truth, now at level 2. The system revealed that it was Chan Yu Sung, level 29, possessor of the innate skill Sword Song. He believed himself stronger than any sword user, and the condition to copy his skill was to defeat him in a duel. Jin Ryuk also noticed that the sword he used was the legendary Qianlong, stolen from the National Museum. Back when the Tower of Trials was just a virtual game, there was a person who, after losing to Jin Ryuk several times, began to relentlessly stalk him. He kept challenging, losing, and following the path of the warrior to an almost unhealthy extreme. Jin Ryuk realized that Yu Sung was exactly that strange stalker who had annoyed him so much. Yu Sung believed that the protagonist would not recognize him just because the game had become reality, and Jin Ryuk said he did not want to accept that it was really him at the museum. But it was clear he was still the same old stalker. Yu Sung stated that this time would be different, as they had both returned to the start, and he would not be defeated again. Jin Ryuk said he would not stop him from fighting, but asked if he was sure he would be okay, because his companion would not stand by and watch. At that moment, Teresa launched forward like a rocket, but Yu Sung would not allow any interference. He activated the battlefield selection skill, level 5, and by planting his sword into the ground, created an isolated space that would trap only him and Jin Hyuk. At the last moment, Yu Sung grabbed the item inside the sarcophagus and warned that he would see Teresa later. Soon after, he and his opponent disappeared into the subspace. Inside the subspace, Yu Sung stated that now no one would bother them and challenged Jin Ryuk to a new duel. He activated the hand-to-hand level 5 skill. All his attributes increased by 10%, while Jin Ryuk's skills were reduced by the same proportion. Jin Ryuk immediately realized he was at a huge disadvantage, suffering both from the hand-to-hand skill and from being inside the battlefield created by his opponent. It was an extremely unfavorable situation. The system detected this absurd condition and activated a special characteristic of Jin Ryuk's fusion. Because of this, the copying conditions were altered to adapt to the critical moment, allowing him to copy Yu Sung's innate skill. Thus, Jin Ryuk obtained the Sword Song, rank S skill, which increased his understanding of swords by 200% and made his body naturally follow the path of the blade. Yu Sung, irritated, said that Jin Ryuk was ignoring everything and launched into an attack. However, Jin Ryuk blocked all the strikes with incredible speed. Using only his perfected dagger, Yu Sung, surprised by the fighting style, questioned why he was engaging at close range, and Jin Ryuk replied that it was sufficient for the moment and that fencing could even be fun. Determined not to underestimate his enemy any longer, Yu Sung activated his soul-catching energy sword, whose next strike would have cut Jin Ryuk in half. Had he not dodged, Jin Ryuk remarked that it was unfair against a beginner, but Yu Sung countered, saying he was no beginner at all. The real difficulty was that any direct clash between his dagger and the energy sword would shatter his weapon. So Jin Ryuk decided to create a skill capable of handling it. He used the item taken from the sarcophagus, the demonic soul pill, and fused it with Sword Song. The result was a new skill, Tomb of Swords, which increased his understanding by 500%, made his body instinctively follow the path of the blade, and represented one of the talents required to achieve the title of Sword Demon. With this, he was finally ready to fight on equal terms. Jin Ryuk also activated the Knight of the Black Moon skill. Even though he knew the power displayed, there was not even a tenth of his true strength. Even so, his muscles ached because his body could not fully handle such energy. Yu Sung noticed this and was shaken, wondering what incredible force this was, especially since, even inside his own battlefield, he felt immense pressure. He couldn't understand why he never managed to defeat Jin Ryuk, neither in the game nor in real life, and lamented always losing despite doing everything to surpass him. Desperate, Yu-sung unleashed multiple energy slashes with his sword, declaring he could not accept this reality. Jin Ryuk simply cut all the slashes with his new blade, and in the blink of an eye, was already behind the swordsman. A single strike from his dagger was enough to break Yu-sung's defense and disarm him as if it were the easiest thing in the world. Jin Ryuk said it seemed he had won again, and that he no longer even remembered how many times it had happened. Yu-sung replied that it would be his 138th defeat and asked to be killed at once. Jin Ryuk, however, said the next would be the 139th, and that he was not the type to kill someone off guard. He stated that they needed strong players and knew Yu-sung had that potential, so he offered his hand. Jin Ryuk extended his hand to Yu-sung because he wanted to copy another one of his skills, something that would require 60 days of interaction. As soon as Yu-sung accepted the help to stand, Jin Ryuk activated his communion skill, creating a mandatory bond. Yu-sung felt something strange, as if a forced friendship had formed between them, and promised that the outcome would be different next time. He then deactivated the battlefield and commented that he didn't even know Jin Ryuk's real name. The protagonist replied that they weren't close enough for that, and Yu-sung concluded that he would continue calling him by his game name. Meanwhile, outside, one of the mages from the attack unit asked the captain if they hadn't already dealt with the monsters ahead. As his detection was reacting to a strong magic, he was sure they had defeated all enemies, but now something powerful was approaching. The creature that appeared resembled the previous knights, but was made of iron, a full golem, and atop it was a vampire. The being bowed, introducing himself as Velos, a blood relative serving Jinzo, the master of these ruins. Captain Shungwa asked what his objective was, since he would never approach alone without a good reason. Velos explained that he had come to make a proposal, asking if they preferred to follow him silently or resist. When he touched the tip of the captain's sword, he activated the Feast of Blood, making his blood boil. Half of the unit's members were instantly captured by the blood magic, while the rest were dragged into the dungeon. Velos stated that half would be his feast, and the remainder would be offered as a tribute. Amid the chaos, Jin Ryuk was with Teresa, who used her divine purification skill on the item obtained from the sarcophagus. It was the Frozen Tear, a class 100 absorbable magic known for greatly enhancing magical power. Once purified, Jin Ryuk absorbed the item and gained 12 points of magical power, acquiring something extremely rare. Teresa then asked if they were done, and Jin Ryuk replied yes, satisfied with the gain. However, they soon received a system message. The Chambermaster had sent an invitation. If they wanted to save the attack unit, they had to go to the innermost hall. The reward would be meeting the Chambermaster himself. By accepting the mission, all monsters and traps along the way would be removed. Teresa suspected that the rest of the team had been captured. She said she had to go without hesitation, even if it was to save only one person. However, she feared she might not be strong enough to defeat Jinzo, as he seemed to have prepared everything precisely to face her. Perhaps not even the entire attack unit could change that fate. Still, as a paladin, she only wanted to protect people. At that moment, Ji-song announced that he had nothing more to do there and was leaving. He passed by Teresa and commented that Jin Ryuk didn't have the best sense of honor and was quite selfish, which was one of the reasons he wanted to challenge him. Still, Ji-song stated he was sure of one thing. In that world, the only person capable of defeating Jinzo was precisely that idiot. Teresa thanked him for the advice and then asked Jin Ryuk if he would accept being hired to form a group. He replied that his fee was not cheap. Teresa said she would give all the coins she had to help in the fight against Jinzo. Jin Ryuk agreed, and both accepted the mission. With that, all monsters fell into a deep sleep, and they advanced easily to the final room. When they arrived, Teresa was immediately pressured by the dark magic aura filling the place. Jin Ryuk told her not to be afraid, reminding her that she was already expecting to face a truly powerful opponent. Before entering the final room, Jin Ryuk reminded Teresa that in battles, the strongest does not always win. He had a plan, and whatever happened inside, she would need to trust him completely. As they crossed the entrance, they found a throne room illuminated by a cold, heavy atmosphere. Velos stood beside other vampiric servants, and at the center, seated like a bored queen, was Jinzo, also known as Alice von Ataraxia. She commented that she was tired of waiting, but before she could say anything else, Jin Ryuk demanded to know if the people were all right. Alice deactivated her dimensional break ability, revealing that the unit members had been on Jin Ryuk's side the entire time, just hidden by a barrier. Observing the group, Jin Ryuk recognized Park Ha-jin, realizing he was the one who had awakened the Guardians. Alice explained that she had invited the two of them because of their scent, the sweetest aroma she had ever smelled. It was evident that she was speaking of Jin Ryuk's blood, and that perfume was arousing her considerably. Jin Ryuk felt a chill run down his spine upon sensing the vampire's predatory interest. He said he was extremely uncomfortable being the target of someone like her. Alice responded coldly, stating that she liked to savor what she consumed and would allow him to live at least 60 more years. vampires. There was no reason for so much fear. Jinryuk then asked if he would spend his entire life next to her with a straw in his neck. The vampire reacted immediately, slashing his face with a blood attack so fast and precise that he barely saw it. He made it clear that he did not intend to live as a walking lunchbox, but Alice retorted that no one had asked for his opinion. Teresa was worried, but Jinryuk reassured her. He admitted that Alice was fierce, but that did not mean there was no way out. Then he bowed to the vampire and stated that he would give her something sweeter than her blood. Alice said any attempt would be useless, as nothing was more valuable to a vampire than blood. Jinryuk asked if she was sure of that, even if he offered his own freedom. The word echoed through the room like an insult. Alice's expression immediately changed to surprise, while the other vampires reacted with fury, outraged that he dared say that in that place. But Alice ordered them to calm down and warned that Jinryuk would have to take responsibility for what he had just said. He responded without hesitation that if he could not stand by his words, he would never have come there. At that moment, he summoned an item, a mask. Wearing it, he introduced himself as Kang Jinryuk, representative of the demon-human faction in the tower, declaring that he would free Alice from that place. It was explained that demon humans were individuals who had rejected their humanity for money, revenge, or personal beliefs. They blocked players, allied with monsters and labyrinths, and caused chaos within the tower. Alice asked if he claimed to be one of them. Jinryuk assured her that he had already contacted the temple on the 27th floor, and that everything, from her presence there to the method of bypassing the ruins barrier, had been provided by them. Teresa was completely confused by the situation. Out of nowhere, Jinryuk was pretending to be a demonic human, but she noticed that it genuinely frightened the vampires present. Jinryuk stated that if Alice knew where the temple was and understood her duties, she would realize that his words were not mere bluffs. However, Alice replied that she would not trust him so easily. It didn't matter whether he was a demonic human or not, because anyone could come there and claim they could handle everything. Summoning her blood weapons, she declared that Jinryuk was indeed skilled with words, which was precisely why she didn't trust him. Alice remarked that it was a pity he had to die now, because his blood was far too sweet to waste. She then attacked directly with her blood spears. However, Teresa stepped in front of him, protecting him with her shield reinforced by her sacred power. The divine barrier she created completely destroyed the blood spears. Teresa knew she had to resist as long as possible with her divine power, but Alice found the situation amusing. To her, the paladin was giving her all, yet it still seemed insufficient in the end. Hating all divine powers, she decided to use a blood explosion to try to blow them both away at once. Teresa didn't know how long she could withstand that pressure, but she still trusted Jinryuk. At that moment, she was literally pierced by his dagger, stabbed in the back. Jinryuk explained that this proved he wasn't bluffing. Alice found it amusing that he had the courage to betray the companion who was protecting him. However, Teresa was still alive and asked him to confirm if that had been the plan from the beginning. With no alternative, Jinryuk had to finish her off. Alice admitted that it had been truly impressive for a human, and satisfied, stated that she now understood he was on her side. She decided to give him a chance. Jinryuk then explained that he had prepared a 7-star spell to deceive the barrier that imprisoned Miss Alice, and that if he sealed her soul in the Bram Ring, that powerful barrier would be tricked. Alice commented that it was the first time she had heard of such a thing, and realized that the reason Jinryuk had stayed at level 1, foregoing all experience points, was precisely for the 7-star ability called Soul Transfer, which could only be used by someone at that level. When he activated the spell, a large magical seal formed around him. The cooldown was 365 days, and he could only carry one soul at a time. Moreover, he needed the target's consent. Jinryuk calmly explained the circle would disappear in a minute, and that the magic would activate as soon as she accepted the choice was hers. The other vampires watched in astonishment. Alice, speaking telepathically with Velos, warned that she didn't fully trust that human, and that if he tried anything strange, her servant should kill him. Even with these precautions, she still felt insecure, as it was a spell she had never seen before. After over 1,000 years exiled in that place, this might be her chance to escape the palace. Offering her finger, she asked if she could truly trust him. Jinryuk, touching her finger, assured her with his honor that she would not regret it. Upon establishing the connection, the communion ability transmitted a favorable impression to Alice, which finally convinced her. She allowed the soul transfer, and the Bram Ring absorbed the progenitor's essence. Once inside the ring, she remarked that it was more comfortable than she had imagined, and Jinryuk was pleased to know she liked her new home. At that moment, The unique ability known as Star's Blessing was activated. It allowed a paladin to revive once, as long as the death was not instantaneous, with a 10-day cooldown. Teresa rose thanks to this power, and Jinryuk welcomed her back. Alice, observing everything, was furious at his audacity for treating her that way, even after cooperating, and ordered Velos to kill him immediately. Teresa, still confused, said she had many questions but knew she needed to put them aside for now. And Jinryuk agreed, noting that there were still important matters to resolve. Velos, driven by loyalty to his mistress and anger, declared that they would not leave alive after betraying the progenitor. Velos activated the blood wave that completely surrounded the two, but Jinryuk prevented it from advancing using the fire element. He heated it until the blood began to boil and evaporate. Meanwhile, Teresa ran to save the hostages using her sign of the cross, which removed the seal trapping the vampires. Shunghua, observing the situation, asked how they would handle so many freed vampires, but Teresa explained that the human was already dealing with the problem alone. Velos, drawing his sword along with the other vampires, couldn't believe what he was seeing, and asked how a mere human could resist their powers. Jinryuk explained that his fire element was the direct opposite of blood magic, and that the moment their mistress was sealed, the battle was already lost. He activated the Tomb of Swords, and the pressure from this ability forced Velos to release his battle spirit. Soon, a full-scale war began inside the dungeon. Later, Shunghua was still in shock because Jinryuk had defeated all the vampires effortlessly, as if they were nothing. The captain wondered who that mysterious man was. Teresa, noticing he still wore a mask, knew he wouldn't reveal his identity and simply said she met him by chance, knowing little about him. When Jinryuk approached her, Teresa commented that it really hurt, as it was the first time she had died, and by the hands of an ally. He replied that the important thing was that they had won, and this simple remark moved her. Teresa thanked him, saying everyone survived only because of him. At that moment, the system notified that Jinryuk had met the conditions to copy her unique ability for saving her life. He received the Star's Blessing, and, curious, asked why she was crying. Teresa, trying to control herself, explained that she simply couldn't hold back her emotions, and asked if he knew she could revive. He didn't make it very clear, but changed the subject, asking if she would retrieve the divine artifacts from the place. Captain Shiongo interrupted, saying all the items found were under the jurisdiction of the Baohai Guild. Jinryuk complained, saying he had saved everyone's lives and yet they wanted to act so arrogantly. The captain insisted they could reward him in another way, offering plenty of money. Jinryuk, observing his audacity, thought it was too much for someone so incompetent. Even so, the captain eventually relented and authorized him to take as many artifacts as he wanted, saying he wouldn't regret it later. The first item the captain tried to take was the Merlin staff fragment. However, the moment he touched the artifact, a curse overtook him. Jinryuk had already anticipated this. The Merlin staff was a powerful combination material, but carried a curse that could only be neutralized by killing Alice. Since she was alive and hidden in his pocket, the curse immediately fell upon the captain, affecting his head. Teresa was shocked to see this, and Jinryuk merely suggested they leave quickly. Meanwhile, in Seoul, at the entrance of the Tower of Trials, the media had long awaited the exit of the Baohai Guild group. Reporters, members of the Awakened Association, and curious onlookers were all gathered. As soon as the system announced that the Hall of the Depraved had been completed, the group finally emerged. They were greeted with praise and applause for Hana and Hajin's achievements in completing the first floor of the ruin. However, everyone's attention shifted when they saw Captain Shunghua, now completely bald. The smooth head reflected the camera flashes due to the curse of the Merlin staff. One of the reporters, also bald, was even moved by the sight. Teresa went out to clarify the situation and explained that it was not the captain who had completed the ruins, but rather the mysterious man who still wore a mask. She explained that everyone there had only been spectators of his performance. Agent Jung from the association asked if they should contact headquarters immediately, and another agent agreed, stating that without the masked player, everyone would have been massacred. The situation would have been calm if the radio princess, still irritated with Jinryuk, hadn't been huffing in anger in the background. When he returned home, he noticed that the news was completely dominated by stories about the masked player. There were articles, theories, and comments everywhere. He had expected a strong reaction, but this exceeded all predictions. Teresa, although aware of his true identity, had promised to keep it a secret. Now that everything was resolved, Jinryuk finally decided to speak with the annoyed creature inside the ring. Alice, outraged, asked how he had dared to keep her trapped in that dark, foul-smelling pocket all day, reminding him of who she was and demanding respect. In response, Jinryuk began shaking the ring until she was disoriented, nauseous, and nearly sick. He asked if she felt better afterward, and she swore that he would pay dearly, claiming that that her children never forgot a grudge. He repeated the same motion, and after 3 hours she was begging him to stop before she died from the nausea. When he finally commanded her to stop crying and leave, he infused his magical power into the Bram ring, allowing her to manifest outside. Alice declared that the time for her revenge had come, but her triumphant entrance was ruined by the fact that she was in miniature form. Jinryuk explained that only part of her had materialized, leaving the other half inside the ring. She had become a mini Alice, unable to use even 1% of her original power. Still, he noticed that even limited, she remained stronger than any ordinary vampire. The small progenitor, however, cried, lamenting her depressed state. Jinryuk stated that he had fulfilled his promise and removed her from the ruins, but she replied that she did not want this kind of freedom. He assured her he would help her achieve true freedom and eliminate everyone responsible for her imprisonment there. He promised to help her reclaim her position as leader of the Ataraxia family, which she had lost. Meanwhile, a new video was uploaded to the Hall of Fame. The raid that everyone had believed would fail had been completed by a single person, and comments spread about the masked figure who defeated the Legion of Vampires. Later, Jinryuk was at a guild headquarters, observing how these organizations were swimming in money nowadays. None of it mattered because, whether big or corrupt, they still had the audacity to try to kill him. Therefore, he entered, bursting through the door without hesitation. In his mind, people like that only deserve destruction. On the rooftop of the Black Crow Guild headquarters, Park Harajin was being scolded by the guild leader Shin Jun-soo for failing to kill a single person and for embarrassing the whole group. After being kicked with disdain, the door exploded violently. Jinryuk appeared and asked if the man before him was the leader of the place. Harajin, seeing an opportunity to redeem himself, immediately stood up, thinking he could impress his boss. He advanced toward the intruder, but Jinryuk removed his mask, revealed his identity, and defeated him easily. Jansu immediately recognized the intruder and said that this was the bastard who had humiliated all of them. He wanted to know if he really believed everything would be fine after that. As he spoke, Jinryuk simply sat calmly in the comfortable office chair as if nothing was happening. Jansu, irritated, activated his fast sword skill, certain that the opponent could not react to a strike at the speed of sound. However, before he could complete the attack, his blade was split in half by a chess piece that Jinryuk had grabbed from the desk. Calmly, Jinryuk remarked that he had found something perfect to throw. He then asked if they were going to continue arguing or not. Jansu, surprised and furious, asked if he was there to seek revenge, simply because they had tried to kill him. He wanted to know if he was truly destroying the entire building just for that reason. Before he could finish the sentence, another piece struck his forehead with force, imbued with Jinryuk's power, who commented that the leader's words were highly inappropriate. With no options left, Jansu said that the masked man had already taken enough revenge. He asked him to think twice, explaining that 50 hunters were outside the tower and that if they killed anyone there, Jinryuk would be hunted. He added that blood always calls blood and that vengeance never ends while one side refuses to forgive. Jinryuk agreed, finding the saying sensible, but said that precisely because of that, they would finish things the right way. He would be the last to take revenge, and only then could they forgive him. With that decision made, he imbued the chess pieces with flames and threw them all at once toward the leader, sending Jiansu flying out the window. Approaching Hajin, Jinryuk explained that the only reason he was still alive was his sister. He warned that from that moment on, it would be best not to cross his path again. Hajin, terrified, nodded very slowly. Next, Jinryuk ordered one of the guards, who had been pretending to be dead, to stand up. The man immediately rose. Jinryuk explained that now he would have a chance to be useful and asked him to start by introducing himself. The guard said his name was Kim Hwang, 26 years old, and responsible for the general affairs of the Black Crow Guild, a graduate in computer science. He claimed he could handle any task. Jinryuk, even amid the destruction, admitted being impressed. He remarked that it would be a shame to destroy one of the largest guilds, so he decided to take over as leader from that moment on. Hwang, confused, asked if he had understood correctly. Jinryuk replied that he would only maintain appearances, but the secretary explained that no one would accept him as leader. Jinryuk agreed that there would be opposition. As a non-combatant, assuming the top position would cause outrage, but said that would not be a problem because he would lend someone to handle such resistance. Meanwhile, the Black Crow Guild's rank A players were returning hastily due to the emergency meeting, annoyed by the sudden call. However, as they approached the headquarters, they saw the leader's body thrown onto a car, completely dead. The first player to reach the office found Hwang sitting in the leader's chair and immediately tried to kill him, demanding to know what had happened. Hwang, maintaining composure, informed them that new consignees had arrived. Alice, now neat and impeccable, complained that she had asked for everything to be handled without her intervention, but no one seemed to listen. The player, shocked to see her there, asked if Hwang was saying that this child was responsible for all of it. Alice, offended, repeated the word child. Just before another explosion shook the floor, Jinryuk, disappointed by Alice's lack of control, noted that she should manage the guild, but clearly was not doing so. As Jin Ryuk prepared to leave, he received a message asking him to immediately submit the results of his strength tests. It had been 2 months since the emergence of the Tower of Trials, and since then the world order had changed drastically, although people were adapting surprisingly well to this new reality. Newspapers featured a special article about the mysterious masked player, an incident that naturally attracted worldwide attention. Only 2 people knew that Jin Ryuk was the player behind the mask: Mr. Kim, the leader of the porters, who happily agreed to keep the secret, and Teresa, who promised never to comment on it. Now he had 2 distinct identities and could act much more strategically. Later, at the Awakened Association, Jin Ryuk realized that he no longer had Marthas restricting him and concluded that it was the perfect time to monopolize everything around him. Afterwards, he received his rank certificate, which turned out to be much simpler than he expected, revealing that he was still classified as rank F. Upon leaving, he met his 2 companions, and Yanha mentioned that some people around claimed to know him while talking among themselves. Jin Hyuk stepped forward to introduce him and pointed to a girl, explaining that she was Alice, a player from Northern Europe. Jin Ryuk, however, knew that revealing she was a vampire would cause immediate chaos. Next to her was Kim Hae-wong, responsible for the administration of the Black Crow Guild, which Jin Ryuk had recently acquired. Hye-wong was emotional, feeling that for the first time he could present himself as an ordinary human. Jin Ryuk calmly stated that both could ask him for anything whenever they needed. Then Taemin asked if he had really become the master of the Black Crow Guild. Jin Ryuk replied that even if Hye-wong was master in name only, he was the true leader behind everything. The 2 reacted with excitement, already imagining themselves as part of that guild. Soon after, Jin Ryuk scolded Alice, and she became irritated, demanding to know why. He found it absurd that she had exploded a building just because someone called her a child. Alice justified herself by saying she had never been provoked that way before, which only made Jin Ryuk think she was very eccentric. The 2 were about to go hunting, and Jin Ryuk invited her to join Alice, asked if he couldn't hunt alone, but he explained that he planned to face a horde and needed her help, so he just said goodbye to the others. When she asked if there were still any free hunting grounds, it was explained that as long as the 3rd floor boss was not defeated and the 4th floor remained closed, the best dungeons were controlled by guilds and there were no unknown hunting fields. At least that was what everyone thought. Jin Ryuk knew of a special place. They arrived at the 1st floor of the Tower of Trials at the Moon Lake, famous for being the most beautiful setting in the entire tower. The place resembled a luminous beach, more than a lake, with crystal clear waters, pillars decorated with moon symbols, and a starry sky with multiple full moons. Jin Ryuk thought that despite being so stunning, no one had time to visit it while the world faced human extinction. Alice agreed it was elegant, but wanted to know what he intended to hunt there. Without answering, Jin Ryuk simply stepped into the lake fully dressed, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Jin Hyuk knew the secrets of Moon Lake well, and knew that 12 statues were scattered around the water, each controlling a part of the tide. All had an animal carved on top: a cat, a horse, a deer, but among them, the most important was the fish statue, responsible for controlling the entire lake flow. At the top of the fish's head was a secret opening, like a hidden button, something hundreds of players had discovered. This became a topic of debate in the community, but no one had discovered the key that fit into that space. Only Jin Hyuk knew that the answer was not a physical object. The true key was the moonlight. Adjusting the intensity of the light reflected on the crystal inside the statue, he activated the mechanism, and immediately a large secret passage opened in the center of the lake. He advanced without hesitation and entered the 1st underground floor of the Tower of Trials. Even Alice was unprepared for this, and the feeling of freedom mixed with surprise made her realize how different this place was from what she had imagined. Jin Hyuk mentally noted that she seemed pleased to have formed a contract with him, and Alice admitted that this time he wasn't lying. Taking advantage of being there, he absorbed a little more magical power from the frozen tear, although 70 points remained, and he could only continue absorption after 24 hours. He recognized that, after obtaining this power, controlling Alice had become much easier. While reflecting on the monsters of the tower and the fact that everyone seemed aware that this was a game turned real, Jin Hyuk wondered if Alice had really lived for thousands of years, or believed it simply because it was part of the original game files. At the exact moment he asked this question, something akin to a glitch occurred, startling Alice. As if something had directly interfered with her existence, Jin Hyuk concluded that information related to the essence of the tower was completely blocked, but knowing he could not speak about it was already an important revelation. Soon after, Alice noticed a creature approaching. Jin Ryuk, alert, invoked his fire magic while remembering why he called this place a spawn field. The reason was simple: monsters appeared there endlessly. Within seconds, dozens of black hard-shelled beetles emerged throughout the cave, monsters that respawned infinitely and filled the area with their heavy bodies. Facing a giant level 25 beetle, Alice felt disgusted by the creature, which she found ugly and repulsive. Jin Ryuk focused, activated Blessing of the Star, creating a pillar of light guided by the stars that reduced 30% of all surrounding monsters' defense. He wanted to see what Alice was capable of, and the memory of their contract prevented her from hesitating. Alice used her blood connection, enveloping the beetles in large red bubbles that left the monsters completely vulnerable to the next attack. Jin Ryuk finished them all with a single slash and, for the first time, managed to level up. For him, this was the true beginning of the monopoly he had been planning. He was tired of holding back for so long and now relied on these monsters to accelerate his evolution. With the power of his Tomb of Swords, he was more motivated than ever to advance. Meanwhile, an important meeting was taking place in the Olympus Guild Conference Hall, an assembly gathering major figures. Patrick, representative of the Titan Guild, explained that the 8th raid attempt to reach the 4th floor had failed again. Of the 15 forces, each with 100 people, only 9 returned. The 3rd floor boss was not particularly difficult, but the real problem was the 100,000 statues he commanded, and they had yet to find an efficient way to deal with them. Ten Wei, representative of the Zhonghua Guild, remarked that even using a divine artifact with great responsive power, they had still failed. He questioned how they intended to cross the sea of giant statues, blocking the path to the 4th floor. Maria, representative of the Olympus Guild, added that the raids on the 2nd and 3rd floors had been completed too quickly. Players had not had enough time to level up properly, and if there had been more fighters above level 15, the situation might have been different. Bai Jinro, captain of the 3rd raid of the Dangun Guild, fully agreed and suggested that all this confusion was related to the Zhonghua Guild, which regulated the dungeons to monopolize crystals. From there, the representatives began to argue and shout at each other. Patrick, representative of the Titan Guild, told everyone to calm down, reminding them that they were there to solve problems, not create more. Maria asked if he had any proposals. Patrick explained that the previous night, they had received news of so-called demon human beings who offered to help if certain conditions were met. Everyone immediately refused, as no leader wanted to ally with such a repulsive group. Teresa, observing the meeting, knew that everyone detested the idea of working with them and understood why. With so much visibility and influence, maintaining a noble and fair posture was more important than ever, especially for organizations dependent on public opinion. Then, a flame appeared in the fireplace and a force manifested, revealing a figure who asked who exactly they were calling a bastard. A demon human materialized before everyone. Bak Ji-ho reacted immediately, planting his hands on the table and throwing it at the intruder. Ten Wei, on his way, split the table in half with his own sword, commenting that he finally agreed with Ji-ho on something. The demon human, indifferent to the aggression, stated that they were temperamental but believed they would change their minds after hearing his proposal. He explained that they intended to join forces as they had enough power to defeat the 3rd floor guardian. Ji-ho retorted that it was a lie, as the Demon-Human Association didn't even have 100 people. He wanted to know how they intended to break through such a large army. The old Demon-Human replied that they didn't need living numbers and activated his unique skill, Gravedigger of the Black Tomb, summoning a huge army of undead around the room. He commented that, thanks to Europe's extensive war history, countless corpses were buried throughout the continent. Patrick concluded he was a necromancer and asked if the staff in his hands was what he thought. The Demon-Human confirmed and explained that the artifact had been crafted with 99 rare materials and was known as the Staff of Greed Wu-Tang Wei, stated that with that power, they might have a real chance of winning. Maria, shocked, asked if he was seriously considering accepting the Demon Human's proposal. Ji-ho replied that he knew he should be tearing the intruder in half at that moment, but also recognized that if they accepted the conditions, no outsider would ever know what was negotiated. For this reason, it might be worth trying. Maria, still incredulous, turned to Teresa, who already had her sword and shield in hand. Realizing that even she hadn't expected things to take this turn, Teresa thought that if Jin Hyuk had been present, the situation would not have escalated this far. At that moment, as if responding to her thoughts, the system announced the arrival of a video call request coming from outside the tower. The user's name was Kang Jin Hyuk. His appearance surprised her, almost as if he had been summoned by destiny itself, and she promptly accepted the call. Jin Hyuk asked if she was doing well and if she had been leveling up, but he quickly noticed the tense atmosphere in the room. The demonic human, upon noticing the transmission, asked why he wasn't showing up in person instead of hiding behind a screen. When Jin Hyuk finally revealed himself, still wearing his characteristic mask, everyone immediately recognized the stranger who had cleared the ruins of the 1st floor. He was the super rookie, the player all the guilds in the world were trying to find and recruit. The shock was universal. skeptical, but at the same time, everyone was excited to see him there, even the demonic human himself, who commented that he had heard of the man capable of conquering the ruins. He insisted that, despite that, the Maharajal boss was completely different, but claimed he had enough power to defeat him thanks to the number of summons he possessed. The guild representatives agreed that this could be true. Then, Jin Hyuk questioned the authenticity of that power. He stated that it was impossible to defeat the third floor with that fake staff. The demonic human didn't understand and asked what he meant by that. Jin Hyuk explained that the true Staff of Greed required extremely rare materials, such as a saint's heart and a prison uniform anointed with sacred oil. It was impossible to create the genuine item using only materials from the first 3 floors, and that staff was merely an incomplete version, lacking the red gem on the skull that identified the legitimate artifact. Moreover, the skeleton soldiers, despite their numbers, were of very poor quality. To him, it was clear that the demonic human intended to betray the great guilds at the right moment. The old demonic figure responded irritably, calling Jin Hyuk arrogant and claiming he would regret refusing his offer. Then he vanished amid flames, saying he would be watching him from that moment on. With his departure, the entire army of undead also disappeared. Patrick asked what they should do now. Jin Hyuk calmly replied that they should leave everything to him, assuring them they wouldn't need to ally with the demonic humans and that he himself would claim the rewards for clearing the tower. Patrick questioned whether he could really handle it alone and received an answer of absolute confidence. The representatives observed that, even if he failed, it would be an excellent opportunity to recruit him in the future, given his undeniable potential. Soon they began vying for his attention, offering guild memberships and numerous perks. Jin Hyuk, however, firmly declined everything and only requested that the entire area be blocked to prevent other hunters from entering, as he wouldn't receive any reward if he cleared the floor with company. Maria asked why he would do that, and Tenwei found it extremely suspicious. Unable to understand why someone would give up so much, Jin Hyuk explained that he was simply doing what was necessary for someone he considered a precious companion. Teresa was deeply moved, blushing in a way that revealed her feelings, while Jin Hyuk thought his own words were making him embarrassed. Patrick praised this determination and stated that, as a guild leader, he had nothing more to declare in front of such a stance. Jin Hyuk took advantage of the favorable mood, knowing that any ordinary person would have accepted rewards, but someone capable of giving up even 2 for their companions would certainly receive something greater in the future. With that, he ended the video call. At that moment, he was already at level 12 after farming in the spawn field. Things were even better than he had anticipated. His attributes were 8 strength, 8 agility, 8 vitality, 41 magic, and 33 points available. Meanwhile, Alice complained, asking if he would really leave all the work to her. Jin Hyuk replied that she wouldn't die, as she had more than enough power to handle the beetles. Alice, irritated, commented that this wasn't a partnership at all, but a slavery contract. He said he was hurting her feelings, but would compensate by buying her a mana supplement. Alice, however, explained that this wouldn't help, as common supplements couldn't restore such a large volume of energy. Since she wouldn't be able to support him properly with low mana, she requested what actually worked, just a drop of his blood. He asked her to calm down, trying to control the situation, but Alice still lunged and bit his neck, fully restoring his strength. After that, Jin Ryuki said they could take the opportunity to do some shopping, as he had many coins. He acquired a gigantification pill, an unknown cube, a skill catalyst, sticky grass, Kaltura's forest sand web, and 2-headed ogre snot. Unpleasant items, but useful. Then he warned that from that moment on, they would be extremely busy, as they still needed to reach the end of the first basement before the end of the day. Without hesitation, he told Alice to hold on tight, as he simply jumped off the cliff. She questioned why they were jumping without knowing the depth, but Jin Ryuki explained he knew the place perfectly, having jumped there over 100 times. At the right moment, he asked Alice to use reverse gravity, ensuring a smooth descent. She commented that he was far too daring, and asked whether it was skill or pure luck, but before she could get an answer, she noticed the presence of new enemies. Jin Ryuki had already noticed as well. He had lit the altar at the center of the basement, which attracted countless creatures. They were surrounded by insects, deformed monsters, and a titan sitting on a stone throne. This titan introduced himself as Anubis, the wandering dog of the desert. He said he intended to torture Jin Ryuki before killing him, and found it impressive that he had descended there of his own accord. Jin Ryuki showed no interest in talking and advanced, provoking the titan. Anubis asked if he really believed he was worthy of fighting a god. Alice warned that the enemy was extremely dangerous, but Jin Ryuki simply remarked to himself that she still cared for him and told her to keep watching. He advanced confidently, saying he would show who had truly made a contract with her. Anubis found the attitude bold and amusing. Then the titan activated his innate ability, the judgment of Anubis, and asked if it had been the vampire who revealed information about him. The system announced that the first question had been presented. The judgment was an absolute test with 3 questions, and Anubis Anubis always activated it when confronted. To copy that ability, it would be necessary to destroy the vessel containing his consciousness, which could only be done by irritating him to the point of losing patience. Jinryuki, following this strategy exactly, answered yes. It was the vampire who told him everything, because otherwise he would never have found the place Anubis asked the second question, wanting to know if he had come for the hive. He replied yes, since the hive was worth a fortune on the black market. With that, he completed the second answer, getting closer to freeing himself from the judgment. The third question came immediately after Anubis asked if he really believed he would leave alive after stepping into his territory. Jinryuki replied that if Anubis couldn't handle him, he should simply give up his items and his own life. When the third answer was completed, all conditions were met, and the judgment of Anubis was fully activated. Jinryuki's attributes were reduced by 50%, and his common and innate skills were sealed for a full minute. Then Anubis chose a champion to execute the judgment, a praying mantis that gained black armor and transformed into a giant, terrifying version. This would be the champion responsible for facing him. Anubis, satisfied, asked what he thought of his distinguished representative. Jinryuki observed the champion and calmly commented that he was indeed terrifying, but that would be more than enough to defeat him. Then he took a small gramophone from his inventory. The object played a specific piece of music and had a peculiar rule. It could not be destroyed while the music was playing. Anubis claimed he had gone completely mad, but Jinryuki disagreed. For him, music was something to be appreciated, even in combat. When the enemy advanced, Jinryuki began moving his feet in dance steps. The music was a classical composition, something he usually listened to while fighting. Each beat perfectly followed the attack pattern of the giant praying mantis. After numerous tests, he had found the perfect symphony for this duel. Following the rhythm, he dodged all the attacks with absurd precision, leaving even Anubis completely incredulous. When the penalty minute passed, his skills were released again. 1 second after activating Sword's Tomb, he had already cut off the giant praying mantis's legs. However, Anubis claimed that his champion could regenerate in seconds and would never die. Jinryuki agreed, saying that he truly couldn't kill the creature in its current state, but he could still make it wish it had never been born. He then proceeded to torture the mantis mercilessly. Alice noticed that he was toying with the monster and thought that if he was truly her contractor, perhaps she could finally achieve her revenge. Even after regenerating several times, the mantis eventually collapsed, exhausted and crying. Anubis ordered it to get up and fight, calling it useless. The proud champion chosen by the gods was emotionally defeated. Jinryuki's final strike was an absolute insult. He simply teabagged. Sitting on the mantis's head, humiliated, the champion got up and cut off its own head. Thus, the battle ended with the creature's definitive defeat. Anubis, incredulous, questioned whether his own champion had taken its life. Meanwhile, Jinryuki leveled up. He received the magical castle of the Duchy of Peltris, a book that allowed him to learn ice magic once analyzed. He commented that this was the effect of monopolizing rewards. Upon analyzing it, he gained the ability of ice folding, capable of creating spikes for his next attacks. Anubis acknowledged that Jinryuki was clearly no ordinary human, but said he would not be defeated by ice toys. Jinryuki retorted that Anubis could barely defend himself and did nothing but hinder progress on the 42nd floor. It was then that Anubis realized Jin Hyuk knew from the beginning that he was merely a consciousness and wanted to understand why the young man had come to face him. He replied that he had come just for fun, which made the god even angrier. At that moment, Anubis used the hive, capable of infinitely summoning giant insects. However, all of them were destroyed by the ice spikes. Moreover, Jinryuki also possessed firepower and combined the two abilities, creating daylight. The magic's glow was already enough to take down smaller creatures, and the energy explosion transformed into a laser that pierced everything in its path. It was a rank A skill, compressing and releasing magical power to produce a blinding beam of light. Realizing he needed to change strategy, Anubis chose a new target, and the hive summoned a reinforced entity, the queen bee. Even when struck by ice spikes, she regenerated and created multiple copies, like a worm split in half. Anubis stated that from that moment on, no matter how strong Jinryuki's ability was, it would all be useless. Jinryuki remarked that it took a while for the queen bee to appear, and then used the gigantification pill, an item capable of increasing the target's size up to 10 times. He then went from bee to bee, placing the pill in each of their mouths. The effect would activate in a minute, and he used that time to climb onto one of the bees and guide it directly toward Anubis. He knew that creatures that couldn't die and kept multiplying could drive anyone to despair, but that situation didn't intimidate him because he had faced that scenario hundreds of times. After gathering all the bees, Jinryuki compressed them inside the unknown cube. He then added all the items he had bought, along with a fireball. The compressed cube contained dozens of bees growing growing rapidly due to the pill, sticking together because of the slime and web, until they finally exploded simultaneously thanks to the firepower. He knew that to fight a boss commanding an army, the best strategy was to have the largest number of gigantification pills possible. Besides multiplying the experience gained, it also multiplied the dropped items. Thus, he not only exterminated the bees, but exponentially increased the rewards they provided. Anubis began to wonder what was happening. It was obvious that Jinryuki had bought all those items specifically to execute this absurd combination. He realized the boy had planned everything from the start and, irritated, destroyed the hive to prevent him from continuing to accumulate experience. Jinryuki complained that things were finally getting fun, and Anubis had ruined everything. The god, completely outraged, repeatedly declared that he would not tolerate being humiliated. In that way, he threw a tantrum, saying Jinryuki should survive and climb the tower soon to face him again. Jinryuki simply replied that this was already his plan. Without needing so many shouts, Anubis promised he would finish him when they met again. As soon as Anubis's vessel was destroyed, the combat conditions were completed, and Jinryuki acquired the skill Judgment of Anubis. It allowed him to ask 3 questions to a target, reducing the victim's attributes by 50% when activated. However, it could only be used once per target. If he tried to abuse the skill, the wrath of the Egyptian gods would fall upon him. Even so, many of these gods showed interest in him, some with open hostility. Jin Hyuk merely commented that they were all foolish. Alice, who had been watching from the start, couldn't understand what had just happened. Jin Hyuk replied that he had simply won, leaving her even more confused. At that moment, he was already at level 19, with 54 attribute points to distribute. It was the first time he had leveled up so many times at once, and not knowing what he would encounter next, he decided to distribute everything evenly. Soon after, he received another video call, this time from Yu Seung, who asked where he was and what he was doing. Jin Hyuk replied that it was none of his business. Ignoring the response, Yu Seung explained that he had a proposal. In 24 hours, the Awakened Association would hold a martial arts tournament. Rank A players or higher would participate, including him. Jinryuki questioned why they would hold a tournament right after failing to defeat the third-floor boss Yu Seung, then said he wanted the two of them to participate together to finally resolve their rivalry and determine the true winner. Jinryuki asked why he would waste his time on something so useless, but Yu Seung insisted he would not refuse. He then showed an entry ticket for the black market. Later, it was explained that the black market was not like a simple currency market familiar to players. It was something entirely different and valuable. The black market was a secret auction house, accessible only to special guests, who could buy rare items using real money. Jin Hyuk was present at the first auction of the night and thought that, thanks to it, he could obtain several items necessary to defeat the third-floor boss. At that moment, however, he received an unexpected system message. The only video posted on his newly created channel had been selected as the platform's highlight. In it, the masked unknown player could be seen alongside Teresa and the most famous rankers from the major guilds, because he had recorded the entire video call. Since the parts involving the demon were cut in editing, no one criticized the guilds, and global attention was now focused on him, the masked player, as each person could only watch one video per day. Reaching 50 million views was impressive. Even with the absurd 90% fee charged by the system, Jin Hyuk would still earn 50,000 coins. However, the auction hadn't started for him yet, because all of that was just a narrative-created expectation. The reality was that he was still sitting at the tournament, waiting for that chaos to end. In the arena were 24 competitors of the martial arts tournament, held to rank high-level players. After public criticism due to the failure on the third floor, the major guilds organized the tournament to calm the population, showing strength and competence, like a modern coliseum. Jinryuki admitted the strategy was very clever. Yu Seung explained that he would give him the black market invitation if he agreed to fight Jinryuki, however, stated he could not compete for not being rank A or higher. Yu Seung then clarified that the champion would receive 2 advantages: the ability to choose a divine relic from the National Museum and the right to nominate a player who did not participate in the tournament to fight against him in the final. Jinryuki realized he was completely ignoring what he had said before. Determined, Yu Seung declared that this time he would make sure to defeat him in front of everyone. While they argued, the arena filled with magic and chaos. Anubis's summoning was sweeping all the competitors, and the fire magic finished the job. It was the team of Liu and Zhang Yu, the old museum man, who impressed everyone. The audience realized that the duo was truly powerful. However, the Lord of the Black Cloud Guild, rank S Hong Dokpyo, was only observing Yu Seung, admiring his sword skill. He still remembered that Yu Seung had been the first first person to refuse joining his guild. Meanwhile, Jung Dorian, one of the hunters from the Black Cloud Guild, commented that if he had participated, he would have easily defeated that arrogant Yu Seung. Dokpyo told him to stop worrying about the fights and focus on the important interview he would have soon. He had invested heavily to get Dorian to that point and was confident that the young, talented hunter would reach rank S in a few years. If the world discovered that the guild had found a rookie with such potential, the prestige of the Black Cloud Guild would naturally rise. Still, the leader wished Dorian were a bit less arrogant. When all the competitors were already exhausted in the arena, Yu Seung ended the combat with a single slash, securing his victory. The champion had been decided, and thousands of spectators watched the broadcast in awe. He then chose his opponent, pointing his sword directly at Dokpyo and Do-hyun. Calling the competitor to step forward, Do-hyun commented that Yu Seung was smart, but Dokpyo told him to stay down, saying he wasn't being addressed. Yu Seung held his sword raised, and at that moment Jin Hyuk stood up, calmly commenting that he really knew how to irritate someone. When the champion announced he would choose Jin Hyuk as his opponent, the audience was impressed and confused, because the masked player was officially only a rank F. Dokpyo couldn't understand why Yu Seung would do that, as there was nothing to gain by facing someone so weak in front of everyone. In the arena, Jin Ryuk walked calmly and asked Yu Seung to promise that this would be the last time he challenged him, as he needed to learn to accept defeat with dignity. Surprised, Yu Seung questioned how he could speak like that. Even when facing the champion, Jin Ryuk merely agreed that he had indeed grown stronger, but wasn't sure if it would be enough. Determined, Yu Seung explained that he had trained tirelessly just to defeat him and declared that he would fight with everything if Jin Hyuk wanted to receive the black market invitation. He activated his energy sword skill, Flames of Souls, and prepared for a devastating strike. Jin Ryuk, already used to his exaggeration, sighed inwardly and decided he would finally put an end to this persistent pursuer, as he was tired of this story. In the next second, the arena exploded from the impact, and even Wilson wondered how many abilities Jin Hyuk had. Seeing him land face first on the ground after the attack, maintaining his composure, Jin Ryuk approached, picked up the black market invitation, and thanked him as if nothing had happened. The audience was shocked, trying to understand how a rank F could possess so many abilities. He then walked over to Li Yue and Zhang Wu, saying it had been a long time since their first meeting, which had been somewhat turbulent, but all of that was now in the past. They assured him that they truly did not wish to be his enemies. Jin Ryuk, with his usual intimidating calm, commented that since they were now friends, Li Yue could do him a favor and give him her contact number. She realized it was practically a veiled threat, but handed over the number without arguing. Soon after, Dorian, excited, entered the arena to meet this peculiar rank F. Jin Hyuk activated Truth Eye level 3 to check his stats and discovered he was level 21 with the innate ability Giant Power, whose copy condition was revealing the target's malicious plan. The sudden approach made it clear that Dorian indeed had some hidden intentions. Still, Jin Hyuk found it more intriguing that the system always knew exactly what people were thinking, something far beyond a simple program. Do-hyun stepped forward, saying not to look at him that way, as he didn't come to fight. Since they worked in the same field, they would inevitably meet many times, and he suggested it would be better to get along as colleagues. He extended his hand for a cordial handshake, but Jin Hyuk, using Truth Eye for the second time that day, saw that Do-hyun was lying and hiding his true intentions. Reporters were already approaching, anticipating that something would happen. The Black Cloud Guild representative, watching everything with expectation, made it clear that he wanted to use Dorian to surpass that strange rookie who had defeated the champion in front of everyone, thus attracting more attention to his guild. Understanding the obvious plan, Jin Hyuk managed to copy the Giant Power ability. With Giant Grip, a rank B skill, he could greatly increase his physical strength and use items up to 10 times heavier than his own body. He realized that in the game, he had rarely had opportunities to copy abilities, since he was the only active player. But now that the game had become reality, the possibilities to collect powers were practically unlimited. When Jin Ryuki asked if the handshake also represented the Black Cloud Guild, Dorian replied naturally that it did. He said the boy didn't seem affiliated with any guild, and could even receive special treatment, with the possibility of a hefty payment. Before accepting the handshake, Jin Ryuk asked if his opponent truly believed he could beat him in a simple strength competition. Do-hyun, trusting in his giant power, said he believed he could, but all his strength was useless. Nothing happened because Jin Ryuk used Judgment of Anubis, paralyzing the opponent, halving his strength, and bringing him to his knees, while he remained completely calm. Jin Ryuk commented that Do-hyun had a lot of confidence in his own strength but seemed to groan too much for someone of that size. When Ji-hyo shook his hand earlier, he had screamed even more. Taking advantage of the moment, Jin Ryuk punched Do-hyun in the stomach and said there was no reason to call him a colleague since they had never met before. Even so, the confusion was far from over. He soon saw the Black Cloud Guild representative approaching with his ability activated. The man wanted to know how the boy dared to hurt Do-hyun, saying he had worked hard to get there. Dokpyo, much stronger and at level 34, had a unique ability called Blood Demon Ki, whose copy condition required destroying his pride. Still, Jinryuki didn't want to provoke him and suggested they let the fight go. Dokpyo retorted, asking if he was scared. Jinryuki replied he wasn't. He just thought it rude to beat up an old man. The provocation made Dokpyo furious, causing him to unleash his full power. Jinryuki countered with Daylight level 2, drew his dagger, and managed to block the attack thanks to his evasion attribute. Using 99 points of gap to reduce the level difference, Dokpyo couldn't understand how the boy was defending his attacks, especially being someone who had fought on the front line against the Colossus, the second-floor boss. Before the confrontation escalated, someone intervened. Using the arbitration ability, a man stopped both attacks and calmly asked them to cease, reminding them that they were in a martial arts tournament in front of a full audience. It was President Han Sung-jin, accompanied by 2 agents. Jinryuk recognized that the scarred man was responsible for all the awakened players in Korea. Dokpyo immediately complained, saying the president arrived just as a member of his guild had been beaten. But Sang-jin explained that this was a battlefield where injuries were inevitable. Dokpyo got irritated, but the president simply ignored him and addressed Jinryuk, saying it was a pleasure to meet him. He confessed he didn't know who he was until 20 minutes ago, but had received an urgent call from Chief Park, responsible for the tournament. Something unbelievable was happening, so he rushed there. Investigating the boy, Sang-jin discovered that Jin-hyuk had hidden his ranking because he had threatened the examiner. Still, the president publicly congratulated him for becoming the 16th rank S in Korea and declared that the association would take responsibility for the evaluation error. The revelation caused a general shock. Agents, reporters, and journalists immediately rushed to the center of the arena. Everyone wanted to get close to Jin-hyuk, as if it were a birthday promotion at a supermarket. The crowd completely ignored the members of the Black Cloud, leaving Dokpyo desperate as he realized his stage was being stolen. He tried to hold back a reporter, but the man dropped his own coat just to run to Jin-hyuk and get his story. Dokpyo's pride was destroyed at that moment. And that was exactly why Jinryuk had managed to copy his ability too, a highly useful skill, but acquired in a painfully hard way for the original owner. Once again, Jinryuk appeared on the front page of every news channel, but this time with his real face exposed to the world. Meanwhile, he was heading to Las Vegas in full luxury, traveling on a plane commissioned by the association itself. He realized that high-ranking players really received completely different treatment, and even enjoyed a first-class meal when Alice drew his attention. She asked if he was seeing the blonde man talking to the flight attendant in front. She said that the man had a strange aroma, an unpleasant scent of blood. Jin-hyuk questioned if she was going crazy, but she insisted she wasn't, warning that the man was not an ordinary human. He reflected that if even Alice, who saw humans only as blood bags, was saying this, the matter had to be serious. So he activated the Eye of Truth and discovered that the man was a demon human, a necromancer with the unique ability of the Forgotten Ancient Tomb. To copy that ability, it would be necessary to create affinity with the target, which included officially registering with the Demon Human Association. Jinryuk could hardly believe it because the man was pretending very well to be an ordinary person. Shortly after, the man, Alex Gildor, approached him and asked if he was the famous Korean player, the latest great rookie from Korea. Jinryuk immediately concluded that it was no coincidence. Alex had clearly chosen that flight on purpose. It wasn't just major guilds that were interested in him. He confirmed that he had recently been re-evaluated as rank S. Alex then introduced himself with a business card, saying that their meeting was destiny, and invited him for a drink at the airplane bar. Jinryuk, in turn, decided to play along just to get what he needed. Later, while drinking a top-shelf cognac, Alex began telling all kinds of stories about his booming cosmetics business and the difficulties he faced since the tower appeared. He tried hard to act like an ordinary human, even though he was a demon human, and pretended so convincingly that an innocent person would easily believe him. But Jinryuk had known the truth from the beginning. At one point, Alex explained that the main reason he went to Korea wasn't just to expand cosmetics. He wanted to start businesses related to the Awakened and was considering diving fully into this new field. But there was a small problem. He asked if Jinryuk had heard of the masked player who had been drawing attention lately. Jinryuk said yes and remembered seeing him declare that he would kill the boss of the third floor. Curious, he asked if Alex had any connection with the masked man. The man replied that they would participate together in the third floor raid, but ended up in a complicated situation. Even though the masked man said it was to protect his teammates. He didn't want them to bother him because he needed to do something alone. Jin Ryuk commented that he spoke as if he knew the person personally, and Alex said it could almost be considered that. Jin Ryuk realized he was a talented liar. Inventing everything calmly, Alex explained that his point was simple. If Jin Ryuk participated in the third floor raid, it would be a huge help. But Jin Ryuk replied that the unknown masked man had promised to win alone, and he didn't intend to go against that. Alex explained to Jin Ryuk that as rank S, he could act on his own without anyone stopping him, and he even had the chance to obtain a secret item in the third floor boss hall. Jin Ryuk thought that, in a situation where major guilds had promised an exclusive raid for the masked man, it was obvious they would do everything to prevent anyone else from entering the boss hall. This meant that the demon humans would try to invade and already knew a method to do so. He commented that it seemed like an exaggerated request. Since he had just become rank S, Alex replied that, for a businessman, the more complex the task, the higher the payment. Then he took from his inventory the Potion of Legends, an elixir capable of curing any disease and even regenerating a destroyed heart. It was an extremely rare item. Jin Ryuk held the vial, wondering how the Demon-Human Association had obtained something so powerful. Alex explained that anyone would give everything for an item like that and offered the elixir as an advance, as long as the contract was signed. Then he activated the Dead Men's Contract ability. The document looked ordinary, but Jin Ryuk knew that if the conditions were broken, the user would die instantly. He was safe only because he had no intention of signing. Thus, he calmly refused. He was being cautious now and didn't want to make major guilds his enemies. Alex lamented that not even the elixir was enough to convince him. He tried to take the item back, but Jin Ryuk said that, as careful as he was still greedy. Before Alex could react, the plane was shaken by strong turbulence. The businessman wondered if that bastard was planning to bring down the plane. The flight attendant ordered everyone to fasten their seatbelts, and Jin Ryuk only told Alex to return to his seat. The businessman asked if he had known about the group from the start. Jin Ryuk only replied that Alex was a good actor. Alex, irritated, warned him not to exaggerate. He said the masked man would make him pay dearly for that. Jin Ryuk immediately claimed it was a lie, reminding him they weren't on the masked man's side. Having been humiliated during the Olympus meeting, Alex was shocked to realize he had that information and believed he could only be bluffing. Jin Ryuk then said he could even provide information about the masked man as long as Alex behaved. When the plane landed, he only said that they would meet again. Later in Las Vegas, Alice asked if that place was really a human city, and to her, it didn't seem too bad. Jin Ryuk only asked her not to cause trouble, or he would send her back inside the ring. He had allowed her to go out a bit, because she was the one who noticed that Alex was a demon human, though she still needed to maintain a minimum distance of 150 centimeters from him. At that moment, Jin Ryuk decided to combine two of his abilities, the Eye of Truth and the Bloody Demon Key. The fusion resulted in the Gluttonous Eye. With it, he gained immunity to any barrier while using this ability, along with the power to share vision and read minds. However, the last two functions only worked on people lower than his level. He even thought he would prefer to fuse the Eye of Truth with a more stable spiritual ability in the future, but he had no choice at that moment. While he organized his thoughts, Alice asked if they could visit a place like the one she was pointing at, a huge illuminated casino. Jin Ryuk told Alice they wouldn't enter that casino because using abilities wasn't allowed in common places. He thought that, although he could take money from anyone there by force, it was only small funds for the auction, and taking money from hardworking people would cross a line he didn't want to cross. If he needed to get money by questionable means, he would do it against those who deserved it. That's why he told Alice he would take her to an incomparable place, which excited the girl. Later, they arrived at the Tortuga Gambling House, a building far less flashy than the luxurious casino they had visited before. Alice commented that she preferred the other one because it sparkled. Jin Ryuk replied that they weren't there to play. As he spoke, he saw a desperate customer accusing someone else of cheating with abilities, until a walking wardrobe kicked him so hard that the poor man fainted on the sidewalk. Jin Hyuk ignored the scene and just murmured that he believed the man. When they entered, Alice admitted that the place seemed to have many fun things, and Jin Ryuk explained that this was a casino where magic could be used freely. He then placed her at the bar counter and told the bartender that she could order anything she wanted, leaving it all on his tab. Alice asked if he really expected her to just stand there after being trapped inside the ring for so long, and also asked what he would do by himself. He replied that he was going to make foreign money. Meanwhile, one of the croupiers activated the Source Seal ability, which would prevent the deck from being affected by any magic for 10 minutes, blocking any cheating attempts. This croupier, named Pedro, believed he had received a decent hand and thought about the more than $500,000 he had already lost to that Asian. Jin Hyuk, determined to end it, he raised the bet. Jin Hyuk responded with an all-in, putting $5 million on the table. He asked if that was acceptable, and Pedro confirmed, saying the house always trusted its own luck. Curious, Jin Hyuk wanted to know who managed the place. sales. Pedro explained that it was an investment of the scavenger guild and began to find the sudden interest of this silent customer strange. Jin Hyuk commented that he didn't know asking questions was forbidden, and Pedro replied that he would always serve his client gladly. However, he suddenly realized that Jin Hyuk was literally reading his mind. Still, when revealing the cards, Pedro thought none of it mattered because he could replace the cards as soon as they were turned. He activated his strange gestures ability to do so, but when the cards appeared on the table, Jin Hyuk received a pair of jacks. Pedro was confused. He was sure he had swapped the cards with his ability, but he didn't know he was under the judgment of Anubis. As Jin Ryuk had asked 3 questions earlier, Jin Ryuk commented that it had been close, but he had still won. He reflected that his new ability, the gluttonous eye, provided extremely useful mind reading. But when he tried to collect his chips, some guards approached, saying he needed to follow them. Jin Ryuk asked if that was how they treated clients, and the guards replied that someone who took so much money from the casino wasn't considered a client. At the exact moment the head of security tried to take him to a private room, one of the guards was thrown over them. Jin Ryuk commented that this only confirmed what he had heard when entering the place. Here, only fools were deceived. He then began beating the armed guards one by one, while the other gamblers cheered as if watching a show. At the same time, Alice looked at the drink the bartender had placed in front of her. The woman explained that it was called the Fire Kiss, a drink symbolizing passion between couples. Meanwhile, behind her, Jin Ryuk destroyed half the hall, and Alice, unfazed, commented that all of this was nonsense. The guards were completely desperate trying to deal with Jin Ryuk. He was too strong, and every attack of theirs seemed useless. The situation worsened when one of the guards ran to the boss, showing on his phone that Jin Ryuk was the newest rank S in Korea. Upon realizing this, the boss concluded that, if he wanted, this man could destroy the entire casino alone. Immediately, he ordered everyone to stop. He took off his suit, kneeled before Jin Ryuk, and apologized, saying he didn't know who he was. Jin Ryuk, however, realized exactly what was happening. To him, the boss only changed his attitude after discovering his rank, and he responded that it was absurd. He said he would take the money he had won and, as compensation for mental damages, would leave the total at 10 million. The boss didn't seem very confident about this decision, but Jin Ryuk made it clear that they either accepted the 10 million or could close the doors immediately. In the end, they chose the easier path. Later, Jin Ryuk checked the account and already had the 10 million available. Now, with the necessary money, he was ready to go to the auction. A car with fully darkened windows stopped in front of him, and the driver asked if he was the expected client. As soon as he entered, the vehicle departed, and due to the darkened windows, Jin Ryuk could see nothing outside. The location of the auction house was extremely secret. When they arrived, he realized that, despite all the secrecy, the place was a huge and flashy mansion. This surprised him a little. He also remembered the promise made to Alice, so he asked the driver to release her quickly. As soon as she stepped out, Alice took a deep breath and said the air outside was much better, commenting that the mansion was worthy of a noble like her. Then she asked if Jin Ryuk would really participate in the auction, and he confirmed, but asked her not to draw attention, as there were many watchful eyes inside. Upon entering the hall, they could already hear people's animated conversations about the items that might appear. Some mentioned the possibility of a ichthyosaur heart being auctioned that year. The Tower of Trials had caused the return of numerous ancient treasures thanks to the increase of mana in the world, and everyone was eager to see what would emerge. Suddenly, Alice felt the presence of someone with an extremely unpleasant scent. It was another demon human who introduced himself as Julius Cedric, commented that Jin Hyuk probably already had an idea of who he was, and said he was the master of the man coming right behind. Alex, who was badly hurt and had received a scolding before arriving. Using the gluttonous eye, Jin Ryuk assessed Julius Cedric. He discovered that the old man was level 30, possessed the unique ability Pyramid Guardian, had impressive attributes, advanced skills, and that to copy his ability, one would need to become his apprentice. This intrigued Jin Ryuk, convinced that the system was getting stranger every day. Even so, he decided to provoke the old man, saying he had received something very valuable from his disciple, and that the flight had been wonderful. Julius replied that he was there to ask about information requested earlier, as it was important to them. But Jin Ryuk said that being in the same place, they could discuss it later. The old man insisted, banging his staff on the floor, and saying they needed to resolve it as soon as possible. Jin Ryuk, however, casually removed the staff from his path and stated that the problem wasn't his. Alex became furious as he passed, but Julius told him to calm down, claiming there was still another way to resolve the situation. Alice, observing everything, asked herself if Jin Ryuk would finish off those two annoying and smelly men, but he replied that they wouldn't gain anything by creating trouble there. Their goal in that place was only to buy useful items. At that moment, the auctioneer announced the start of the 175 5th black market auction. The first item displayed was a meteorite that had fallen in Arizona, known for emitting a powerful concentration of mana. Bids started at $100,000, then rose to $150,000 and $200,000. Jin Hyuk knew very well that no craftsman could currently work with meteoric iron, so he believed this was his chance to buy something rare at a relatively low price. He bid $300,000. However, someone immediately outbid him with $1 million. It was Julius, doing it solely to provoke him. The next item was a sealed catalog. Jin Hyuk tried again with his humble bid of $300,000, but Julius once more took it for $1 million. At that moment, Jin Hyuk realized the old man was buying everything he wanted on purpose. He concluded that if this was how Julius wanted to play, then fine. When the next item appeared, Jin Hyuk didn't even bother listening to the description. He immediately bid $500,000. Alice, confused, wondered why he didn't even want to know what was being sold. But Jin Hyuk simply said he had a plan. Julius bid another million. Jin Hyuk increased to $1.5 million, and Julius raised it to $3 million, closing the purchase. The truth was that Jin Hyuk didn't want that item at all. He didn't even know what it was. He simply kept repeating this pattern, provoking increasingly higher bids until Julius began paying far more than he should for everything. Alex tried to warn his master to give up some items, but Julius insisted he wouldn't let that young kid go unpunished. He believed that even with a few losses, he would still obtain all the items he wanted. The auctioneer then announced the next item, meant for true fans, the very first chessboard in human history. The problem was that it had no pieces, so almost no one showed interest. Even so, Jin Hyuk bid $50,000. Julius responded with $100,000. The bidding war continued until Julius raised it to $8 million. Jin Hyuk then increased to $10 million, and Julius raised it to $30 million, completely determined to win. He declared that $10 million was all Jin Hyuk had, and that the boy would now have to beg on his knees to get the item. At that moment, Jin Hyuk pretended to be desperate, making an exaggeratedly dramatic face. Then Alice stood up and bid $100 million. Julius was incredulous at the absurd amount offered for a simple chessboard. Alice stated that this was how problems were solved. Irritated, Julius reminded himself that he had already earned over $700 million that night, and that this wouldn't stop him. He raised the bid to $110 million, and Alice immediately countered with $200 million. He asked her to stop, claiming he didn't believe she had that money. The auctioneer didn't doubt the young lady, but requested proof of her finances. Alice opened her subspace and pulled out vast quantities of gold coins and treasures. The appraiser declared it unbelievable, noting that just the crown on display was worth $500 million. Julius was shocked to realize that this young man, Jin Hyuk, was connected to a woman who was clearly not an ordinary human. The worst part was that Jin Hyuk seemed to treat her as a subordinate. He then admitted to Alex that his plan had failed and that they would move on to plan B. Alex stood up, saying he had been waiting for this. Soon after, the auctioneer handed the chessboard to Jin Hyuk, who thanked him but commented that all of this seemed a bit excessive. Alice replied that it didn't matter, as she was already planning to clean up her treasure room, which was far too full. Additionally, she didn't tolerate stupidity directed at her contractor. Jin Hyuk found it curious that she had learned to say things considered cute. But before the atmosphere could settle, the Demon Human's Plan B began. The auction was attacked. A massive explosion tore a hole in the ceiling of the auction house, and people panicked, desperately trying to escape for their lives. Alex began attacking, eliminating all the creatures that appeared, claiming they were precious sacrifices for the cause. He activated the mana furnace, literally turning the auction house into an oven that burned the minds and energy of everyone present. Jin Hyuk realized that Alex had crossed the line, observing that the life energy drained from everyone inside the furnace was being used as fuel to materialize a massive demon. He remarked that Alex was also a disgusting necromancer, but Alex, surrounded by his army of abominable monsters, retorted by asking how anyone could call such adorable creatures disgusting. Even standing still, Alex, expected of a rank S, clearly remembered the humiliation he suffered on the plane and decided to send all his monsters against Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk easily dodged the first attack, but Alex was more concerned about Alice, who had disappeared. Jin Hyuk explained that she wouldn't tolerate disgusting people like him and had fled alone, although he had also temporarily dismissed her body since he needed to focus his mana elsewhere. The mana furnace caused continuous damage, making a prolonged fight extremely dangerous. Therefore, he decided to finish it quickly. Using his Tomb of Swords and a dagger, he cut through the mana-created creatures, commenting that there was plenty of material to keep creating monsters. Each time the first monster fell, he revived an army using the bodies of innocents, draining mana to prolong his offense, as was typical of necromancers. Even so, Jin Ryuk dodged everything and taunted, asking if that was all Alex had. He decided to burn all the undead so they could not be resurrected, and activated daylight. Alex noticed the ability and tried to separate his summons to counterattack, but his monsters were paralyzed, receiving all the daylight, while their feet were frozen by Jin Ryuk's ice magic, which had gone unnoticed due to the intensity of the light. Jin Ryuk then declared that Alex could go straight to hell. The next burst incinerated all the undead, knocking down Alex, who watched in despair as his cute little ones turned to ashes. Jin Ryuk approached and threw a dagger, which pierced Alex, demonstrating his precise throwing technique. After causing all the chaos, Jin Ryuk slowly explained how he would kill him. For the next 30 minutes, blood would fill Alex's lungs, causing a slow and painful death, possibly the second most painful after being burned. However, he could shorten the suffering if Alex provided more information about the Demon Society. Then, Jin Ryuk offered the elixir, which would allow Alex to survive. He tried to use a blood symbol on the ground to buy time, but Jin Ryuk stepped on his hand, showing that there was no choice. He returned Alex's business card, wishing that he would die slowly and painfully. Before leaving the auction house, Jin Ryuk noticed that the other items were still there, as everyone had fled. Among them were the Michelangelo mineral and the dragon heart, which together could create a specific and extremely rare item, increasing his inventory by another 5,000 kilograms of space. At that moment, Jin Ryuk was surprised and almost had a heart attack. It was the auctioneer, who was not angry but thanked him for saving himself and the child beside him. Jin Ryuk realized that the auctioneer and the child were blonde, so he assumed they were father and son. He commented that he didn't intend to charge for helping them, but the auctioneer insisted that it was fine since he had been saved. He had no intention of accusing the person who protected his only child. Jin Ryuk found this curious. It was the first time he had seen someone show such kindness in that world, and concluded that it wasn't bad at all. Meanwhile, in the Cathedral of Aversion, located on the 3rd floor of the tower, 2 members of the Demon Association violently invaded the place. One of the members complained about always having to break everything open, and the other told her to stop complaining as he was already irritated by the death of the idiot Alex. She asked if he was angry and if he didn't care about her feelings as well. Before they could start fighting there, a cultist appeared, asking them to stop. He reminded them that they had been companions who survived together for more than 10 years, so it made no sense to try to kill each other all the time. The two were embarrassed by the scolding. The hooded man then explained why he had summoned them. A new player had appeared on the blacklist, named Kang Jin Hyuk. The woman commented that he had probably played some games before, but that didn't make him different from the other tower hunks. The hooded man asked them not to underestimate the boy, as he could have reached a much higher floor than they imagined. She asked if he really believed that even the leaders of the Demon Association had reached the 20th floor, and stated that it was impossible for that kid to have come so far. The other man agreed, saying his concerns were exaggerated. They remembered that they had chosen the Tower of Trials, an unknown VR game, precisely to avoid international police surveillance, so they knew the tower's workings very well. The woman questioned why anyone would continue playing that cursed game, as it had long since failed. The cultists merely thought that the two were underestimating Jin Ryuk, and stated that they needed to eliminate threats before they grew. He then determined that both would follow Kendrick, reinforcing that this time, the plan could not fail. The girl agreed, saying he was a worried old man, but they would obey. At another moment, Manhwa was training with Taemin, and the poor guy was getting beaten badly. Even with protective gear, she dominated him easily. Later, he called her over to show some important news. On the broadcast, the mysterious masked figure appeared again, and Taemin explained that he had been following this player for some time. Manhwa said he was probably just another flashy player, like so many others, but Taemin replied that he was different. He stated that this was the player who had promised to defeat the 3rd floor boss alone. He put the live stream on the TV. At that moment, the masked player was at the Temple of the Trees with Faces, located on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials. There was a tree there capable of granting an extremely powerful ability to anyone who could answer 3 very difficult questions. The tree greeted Jin Ryuk, commenting that it had been a long time since a human had appeared there, and asked if he truly wanted to try answering the questions. He asked for the best ones it had. The tree explained that if he answered all 3 correctly, he would receive one of its maroon leaves, but if he got any wrong, he would be attacked by all the stone statues around. Then it asked the first question, the perfect depth and temperature for the Kelgorn sea species to live. Taemin commented that the question was impossible, and Yanhua said no one would know something so specific, but the masked player answered confidently, a depth of 175 meters and a temperature of 1.5 degrees Celsius. The tree was surprised, and so were the two at home. Jinryuk asked for the next question, but the tree remarked that it hadn't even said whether he was right or wrong. He responded, saying he knew that was the correct answer. Then the tree announced that it would increase the difficulty and asked how he could obtain Philion's spongy body. Jinryuk explained that all that was needed was to slowly cook the salt from the sunlight desert in holy water from a priest who had completed their second-class mission over low heat for 5 hours. The tree, surprised, asked how that could be, as if it had been defeated. It was like an anime attack from Saint Seiya hitting its chest. Jinryuk said that would be the final question. The tree asked, the giant eagles of the Sky Plateau reproduce only once a year. When does this occur? Jinryuk, smiling, answered as if on a game show. It's when the first snow falls on the tower. The tree confirmed he was correct. Impressed. He was the first human to answer all its questions correctly. In fact, the tree with a face was genuinely happy. Jinryuk said he had also enjoyed it, and the audience watching the broadcast went into a frenzy. The chat went completely wild. The tree then asked which leaves he wanted as a reward, red, yellow, or green. Taemin explained to Yanhua that the red leaves increased firepower, the yellow increased defense, and the green increased movement speed. At least that was what he knew. Yanhua commented that he would surely choose movement speed, just as she would, but Jinryuk approached and asked for the secret black leaves. The tree was surprised and asked how he knew they existed. Both Yanhua and Taemin at home were shocked, as were everyone in the broadcast chat. The tree asked him to reconsider, offering the 3 normal colors, red, green, and yellow, but Jinryuk insisted. He said he was certain he had heard the great and honorable tree promise anything to anyone who answered correctly. There was no time to lose. If it didn't give him the black leaf, it could tarnish its reputation. The tree then had to unravel part of its body to reveal the black leaves. When used on weapons or armor, they activated a special corruption effect, dealing additional damage equal to the target's maximum health. Jinryuk said it was time to leave, but the surrounding statues turned against him, and he had to deal with them before exiting. Meanwhile, at the entrance, 2 guards were discussing the player who had started the raid against the 3rd boss alone. One said they would have to do extra shifts because of him and hoped he would at least win. The other, a bald man, said there was no need for protection. No one would be crazy enough to come there. He couldn't have been more wrong. Suddenly, all the guards were attacked by dark magic as cultists, led by Julius, invaded to take down Jinryuk once and for all. After passing the statues, Jinryuk headed toward the real boss. While the broadcast chat doubted his abilities, Jinryuk commented that if the audience didn't want to watch, it was just entertainment, and they could simply not watch. Normally, a streamer praises viewers to keep engagement high, but Jinryuk, by provoking and insulting them, created the opposite effect. The fandom became even more focused on his badass, defiant behavior. Suddenly, Jinryuk felt the presence of dark magic and ended the broadcast at that exact moment, even with 1 million people watching live. Meanwhile, the demonic humans summoned their undead armies to destroy the 3rd floor statues. Jinryuk, analyzing the situation, realized the cultists were very well organized. They were either extremely talented or guided by someone skilled. He knew he had to stop them. The first dark mages were hit by his ice shards, and the demonic humans stopped attacking the statues to turn on him. But Jinryuk would not be defeated so easily. After dodging the first blows, he activated the Blessing of the Stars, a divine power lethal to any undead. Even so, it didn't cause much damage to the undead, as his intention was to control them. Soon they turned against their own summoners. The battlefield was being devastated by Jinryuk alone, and Julius became extremely angry. To maintain control over so many undead, Julius had to split his forces into 4 teams. At that moment, Team 3 was completely destroyed. If Team 1 were eliminated as well, the entire connection maintaining control over the undead would collapse. Exactly what Jinryuk wanted. He ran across the field, activating traps and 3rd floor statues, turning them against the necromancers. With a precise move, he pulled a statue's tension, causing it to fall forcefully on the necromancers, destroying Team 1. Julius, furious, asked what was happening and why his plans were being ruined. He then used his innate ability, Pyramid Guardian, awakening his powerful mummies, the Pyramid Guardians, and declared he would kill Jinryuk using all his power. Using so much mana made Julius fall to his knees. One of his cultists approached to check on him, but Julius used the young ally's body to drain their life energy and restore mana. warning that resistance would be worse. Jin Ryuk thought it was insane, seeing Julius absorb his own companions. After literally reducing the cultist to dust, Julius moved to confront Jin Ryuk. Ready to show the true power of his mummy army, Julius's creatures were more powerful than any other undead on the field, easily defeating the statues. He had even planned to save them for the boss, but decided to use them to eliminate the masked player, believing it was worth it to finish him. Meanwhile, the two envoys following Julius commented that the masked player was even more impressive than they imagined. The man said Jin Ryuk had started very well but was now acting recklessly, underestimating the difference between him and the opponent. They assumed Julius would be impossible to face after seeing the skeletons and Death Knight, but they didn't expect his innate ability. Even so, they realized the battlefield was shifting in Jin Ryuk's favor. While dodging enemies, Jin Ryuk remembered a past experience. Someone had told him his blade was strong and piercing, but that he put too much force into it, dispersing its power. This gave him a new perspective to deal with Julius's attacks and his army. The man showed a rope and explained that a true expert could cut it as if it were a blade, also using it as an extremely powerful whip. He said that all Jin Ryuk needed at that moment was finesse, and that at the right instant, it would be necessary to unleash strength. With just a piece of rope, he could cut through the skies. Then he asked Jin Ryuk if he would like to learn the pendulum spirit sword arts from him, the very technique Jin Ryuk was using with his dagger. The young man's mastery of this art had increased tremendously thanks to the Tomb of Swords. Meanwhile, Julius realized that the mana vortex created by Jin Ryuk would be strong enough to absorb everything around it, and grew concerned for his own army. With concentric and pendulum-like movements, Jin Ryuk created a vortex of pure destruction, obliterating the mummies. He then executed the fifth movement of the pendulum spirit, called Nirvana, dispersing the vortex and destroying everything nearby. The burst of power hit Julius's shield with such force that his scepter exploded, and he was thrown far away. On the ground with a bleeding nose, Julius realized he needed to flee, and immediately ordered his servants to protect him. But Jin Ryuk calmly approached, commenting that the old man was flailing his disciples, and as soon as he realized he was going to lose after so much showing off, he tried to flee pathetically. He had probably learned that from Alex. Julius then asked if he was really facing Kang Jin Ryuk. The masked youth replied, telling him to say hi to Alex when he reached Hell, and delivered the most painful death to his master. Using his fire magic, he carbonized the old man. At the moment Julius turned to charcoal, the entire mana flow running through the demonic humans broke. The undead army fell, the demonic humans were left alone, and they were slaughtered by the statues. After leaving the place, Jin Ryuk commented that he had overdone it using the pendulum spirit Nirvana and had to buy some mana recovery potions, using all four at the same time. On the way to the forest, he found a conveniently fallen shield and said that now it was time to enter. In the next moment, while blocking the attacks of the statues with his shield, Jin Ryuk was enjoying the fact that they did not say a word. They were completely silent and efficient, which pleased him even more. With simple and precise cuts, he decapitated two of them and, already impatient, demanded the key, saying he was tired. The remaining statues panicked. They tried to flee but were also decapitated one by one. Only the last one managed to escape long enough to use the emergency key, activating the mechanism that led to the main hall. This key reacted to the released power, and the being beyond the portal answered the call. Jin Hyuk acknowledged that the last statue was more determined than he had expected. Soon, the true guardian of the place appeared. It was the monster known as Avalokitesvara, a creature with 1,000 arms and 1,000 eyes that now manifested in its full power. This being admitted that it had been a long time since the four heavenly kings last summoned him, and he would never have imagined that a mere human would pose enough of a threat for that Jin Hyuk. In turn, treated everything naturally. He said it was nothing special. He also intended to defeat the boss of that floor and move forward. Avalokitesvara considered him reckless, but acknowledged his bravery. Still, he stated there was no mutual intention to converse, even if he wished to talk longer. Jin Hyuk replied sarcastically, saying he did not like to talk with beings that should not speak. Like statues. Avalokitesvara then reflected that every second was a gift, called Jin Hyuk a foolish human, and ordered him to remember that moment, as he would miss it when facing death. Then, he drew several blades at once and launched his attack. The first blow delivered by Avalokitesvara was already enough to crack Jin Hyuk's shield. The power was immense, almost impossible to redirect. The impact was so brutal that the shield broke apart. Jin Hyuk knew he would have only one chance to land a truly effective attack. Avalokitesvara commented that he did not expect him to react to a sonic strike, admitting that things were getting interesting. When he advanced again, Jin Hyuk raised ice walls for defense, but the great creature's spear quickly destroyed them all with ease. As smoke spread across the battlefield, Jin Hyuk took the opportunity to hide. Avalokitesvara noticed that he was using Western magic and in the next instant grabbed the shield that had been thrown as bait, stating that cheap tricks would not work against him. However, one trick did work, as a poisonous item had been thrown along with the shield. Even so, the monster mocked the attempt, claiming that poison would have no effect on him. But what Jinhyuk used was something more specific: the Blood Demon Kid, a special poison that caused continuous damage. Avalokitesvara remained unfazed. He simply tore off his own infected arm, showing that it caused him no real concern. Jinhyuk had expected that reaction and admitted that, of course, it would not affect him a second time. But that was not the main plan. In fact, he had gotten exactly what he wanted. He took the opportunity to extract the crystal embedded in the enemy's severed arm. Then, he said that Avalokitesvara himself was to blame for considering that single arm as something insignificant. Jinhyuk then combined the Principality Grimoire with Avalokitesvara's Jewel. This combination gave rise to the Lemegeton of the Golden Dawn, an S-rank artifact. It was the written copy of the grimoire recorded by the Great Solomon, a divine artifact capable of reproducing the essence of the 72 demons. At that moment, Jinhyuk thought the next step would be to use the Eye of Gluttony on Avalokitesvara. But there was a special condition for the copy to work correctly. The Guardian deeply abhorred Western magic. Therefore, Jinhyuk would have to mock him for 5 consecutive minutes, using ice magic and even creating a statue in his honor, which would enrage him to the extreme. Jinhyuk thought the system was completely crazy, but accepted the challenge. He told himself he could pull it off. When he started fiddling with the system to execute the plan, Avalokitesvara noticed the movement and asked what he was doing. Jinhyuk, however, did not care about the question. He knew that, no matter how strange the requirement was, he could not give up. After all, that was the only place where he could obtain the mandala, the true objective of his journey. He simply put on his record player and mentally asked Avalokitesvara not to ask any more questions. He was starting to get annoyed with it. Then, he created an ice skating rink and placed a flashy golden wig on his head. For him, it was the perfect moment to skate. The provocative attitude caused an immediate reaction in Avalokitesvara, who could not understand how a human dared to make such a display in front of him. That was when the Guardian activated his mandala, summoning even more weapons in each of his arms and empowering all of them with divine energy. Jinhyuk, however, protected himself with an even more advanced glacial formation, while praising the power of that ice magic just to further provoke the creature, which already showed deep contempt for any spell of Western origin. From a distance, 2 other demonic humans watched the scene in disbelief. The masked man had put on music and was fighting Avalokitesvara as if it were a dance. The woman recognized the wig he was wearing as a consumable item from the system market. The man, on the other hand, considered Jinhyuk someone completely unpredictable. It was impressive that he had the courage to challenge the fearsome guardian of 1,000 arms right after defeating Julius. They knew that any fighter below the 10th floor would have serious difficulty withstanding the attacks of that legendary being, considered the second boss of the 3rd floor. And yet the masked man was facing him head-on, skating on ice as if he were having fun. The woman asked if, by joining forces, they would have a chance to defeat someone like him, but she soon acknowledged that they should give up, as that mission was beyond their capabilities. The man refused. If they backed down now, they would lose the position they had fought so hard to reach. He said it was time to use the special item he had. Between his fingers, a coin enveloped in dark magic appeared. The woman found it curious, but Jinhyuk immediately sensed the presence of dark magic approaching. That only confirmed that Julius was not the only envoy. The distraction was brief, but enough for Avalokitesvara to land a blow. The Guardian scolded him for having the audacity to look away in the middle of a fight. Jinhyuk ironically apologized while activating his firepower, explaining that he got distracted fixing his hair. Then he used ice again to further provoke the enemy. The exchange of blows intensified, with divine spears clashing against freezing barriers and attacks. Avalokitesvara claimed that Jinhyuk was naive and had fallen right into his trap. He then activated a special barrier known as the inescapable grid, which completely surrounded the enemy, making any escape impossible. Inside the prison, Avalokitesvara mocked Jinhyuk's confidence, saying that all he knew how to do was defend himself. Taking advantage of the confined space, he began creating a fusion of heaven and earth, a technique that channeled cosmic forces. Jinhyuk tried to resist by creating an ice dome around his body, but the Guardian easily destroyed it with his swastika-shaped spear. It is important to note that this symbol, although historically corrupted, is in fact an ancient spiritual symbol of Hindu and Buddhist origin, representing divinity, balance, and harmony. Its criminal appropriation in the last century does not erase its true meaning, which remains present in various cultures and works. Back to the fight. After completely destroying the ice dome, Avalokitesvara believed he had annihilated his opponent. He was satisfied and confident in his victory. However, Jinhyuk had used an evasion technique. He was hiding just beneath the large statue and, upon reappearing, told himself that this trick always worked. He then launched a powerful glacial prison directly at the enemy. While freezing Avalokitesvara, he mocked his aversion to ice magic. He questioned how someone who claimed to have reached nirvana through self-discipline could be so prejudiced. Then he touched the ice and sculpted an artistic figure, as the system required to fulfill the copy condition. The sculpture, however, was a provocative middle finger carved in ice. The provocation was so extreme that Avalokitesvara exploded in rage. But that meant the condition had been successfully fulfilled. Jinhyuk obtained the copied rank S mandala ability, a unique technique related to Dharma, capable of infusing spiritual power into weapons. With the copied ability, he removed the golden wig and advised the enemy not to waste his strength. He then activated his own version of the mandala. Avalokitesvara, shocked, asked how it was possible that he was using his personal technique. Jinhyuk replied that now he would taste his own poison and declared that he would send him straight to hell. He channeled the power of the mandala into the same ice middle finger, which shot toward the creature's chest. The impact was so brutal it pierced the guardian's body and destroyed all of his 1,000 arms. With the victory, Jinhyuk leveled up twice at once and obtained the stone statue key, an item needed to summon the true boss of the 3rd floor. As he passed by the destroyed body of the fallen giant creature, he muttered to himself that it was always exhausting having to deal with this type of being. This time, Jinhyuk truly went beyond what was necessary. He had defeated both Julius and Avalokitesvara, reaching level 21 and earning 6 points to distribute. Thinking it would be better to finish everything at once, he decided to increase his mana from 71 to 77, preparing himself better for the challenges ahead. However, he soon remembered that there were still a few pests left to deal with. The Tower of Trials had a special environment, and at night the temperature dropped drastically, greatly increasing the strength of the monsters. Because of that, most players preferred to leave the tower at nightfall or move to safer hunting grounds. Jinhyuk, however, chose to set up camp in the middle of a clearing. There, calmly, he was cooking a giant shrimp over a fire while enjoying the fresh night air. That was when 2 demonic humans approached, pretending to be surprised by the delicious smell of the food, acting as if they did not know Jinhyuk had already realized what they truly were. The cultist woman asked if he had also decided to stay out for the night and if they could join him for the lovely meal. Jinhyuk, with his usual ironic tone, stared at the two in their shamelessness. He said, "Of course, why not take a seat?" The pair introduced themselves. The woman was named Melina and the man Li Chao. Jinhyuk responded politely, saying it was great to have them there. After all, he had prepared too much food anyway. Melina, fascinated, could hardly hide her desire to devour the shrimp, but Li Chao interrupted. He thanked the hospitality, but said they preferred not to eat food offered by strangers, especially someone who hid their face. At that, Jinhyuk asked if the mask bothered them that much. Li Chao replied yes, very directly. Jinhyuk then said he could take it off, but it would be boring to do it just like that. So he proposed a simple game. Each side would ask 3 questions in turns, and as long as they answered his 3 questions, he would remove the mask as promised. Li Chao thought for a moment and concluded there would be no problem answering questions. He believed the masked man had no way of knowing if they were telling the truth or not. Even without knowing exactly what he was planning, he thought there was nothing to lose and accepted the proposal. Melina used a coin soaked in dark magic and said they would decide who would ask first with a simple heads or tails. She bet on heads, and when she flipped the coin, heads it was, so they would ask the first question. But Jinhyuk already knew that item. It was the coin of Caligula, an artifact that, when infused with mana for 5 minutes, allowed the user to control a target's mind for a short time. Knowing that, he just watched. Melina, in turn, started with a strategic question, saying it would be useless to ask his name or affiliation, so she asked if he was there with companions. Jinhyuk answered no, he was alone. Now it was his turn. He noted that the 2 of them were also after the 3rd floor boss and wanted to know why they had only been observing until now, since they had watched his battle. Melina replied that yes, they had seen it, but were waiting for the right moment to enter the temple, being cautious since the place was known to be dangerous. On her turn again, she asked why Jinhyuk was climbing the tower. Was it for money, glory? He wanted to know if the answer would make any difference. She said yes, because depending on what he said, they could offer him more than he imagined. Then came Jinhyuk's last question, the decisive one. He asked if the demonic association truly believed those 2 had the level required to face him. Melina understood immediately. He had known who they were from the very beginning. She commented that he must be exhausted after defeating the 2nd floor boss alone, and that it must have left him weakened. She believed that the 2 of them alone would be enough to take him down. Trying to activate the coin of Caligula, Melina realized nothing was happening. Confused, she asked what was wrong. Li Chao, surprised, asked what she was doing. That was when Jinhyuk explained that the coin was working perfectly, but Melina could not use use mana because he had placed upon her the Judgment of Anubis, a skill that prevented the use of any magical power for 1 minute. Li Chao, understanding the gravity of the situation, suggested they move to Plan B immediately, but Melina noticed that none of her abilities were working. At that moment, Jin Hyuk placed the giant shrimp on the table. What they did not know was that it was not just a meal, but an offering placed upon an altar. The divine spirits, touched by Jin Hyuk's sincerity, accepted the sacrifice and chose a warrior to lead the judgment. The totems positioned in that large clearing began to move. The great general of the heavens and the general of the underworld were summoned as the warriors of judgment. With that, Melina and Li Chao could no longer escape. The judgment of Anubis had begun, and they would only leave if they managed to defeat the summoned warriors. At that moment, Jin Hyuk, sitting sideways and lying down with his arms crossed behind his head, murmured that he was exhausted but now would have the pleasure of watching a good show. He suggested that if they were smart, they should start running. However, it was already too late. The general of the underworld had created a barrier around them, completely sealing the battlefield. Li Chao seized the first opportunity he had to try to attack Jin Hyuk directly, but before he could fully move, the general of the heavens intervened. With a stern gesture, he applied the exemplary punishment and paralyzed Li Chao, then crushed him with a powerful strike from one of the massive totem hands. Faced with this brutal scene, Melina immediately dropped the coin of Caligula, completely hopeless. She murmured with regret that they should have fled from the beginning. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk slowly approached, trying to activate the Eye of Gluttony, but the skill activation was cancelled due to the great level difference between him and his opponents. Thinking about what had happened, he realized that his luck attribute had not activated that time. He took a deep breath and said that now he expected honest answers. He already knew they were demonic humans, but still didn't fully understand their motivations. Given that, he asked why they were interfering with the players, even knowing that humanity would be extinct if the tower was not climbed. Li Chao, struggling, shouted for Melina not to say anything, but he barely finished the sentence before being crushed again by one of the totems, completely destroyed Melina. In despair, watched her partner's body being torn apart before her eyes, reduced to an unrecognizable mass. Jin Hyuk, still serious, commented that although her loyalty to the demonic cause was admirable, this was not the right time for it. He said that, in principle, he did not usually spare people who tried to kill him, but that he could make an exception if he received useful information. Melina, hesitant, asked if there was really a chance of getting out alive. Jin Hyuk replied that insider information was valuable, but not more than her life. Even so, he could keep his word. Faced with that possibility, Melina revealed everything she knew. She said she didn't know the true name of the person who gave the orders, but they called him Lancelot. She explained that there were 11 other executives besides him, but they didn't know much about all of them, as she herself was part of the Assassins Division. By activating his detection skill, Jin Hyuk confirmed that she was telling the truth. Melina continued, stating that the executives had been instructed to gather the 10 cursed divine artifacts in order to ensure their survival, even in the event of humanity's extinction. Once again, Jin Hyuk checked the truthfulness of the information and confirmed that it was all true. He thought with concern that this was more than he had imagined. Now there were names, artifacts, and crazier intentions than he expected. The final goal of the demonic association was to summon the Demon King himself. Until then, he hadn't even known it was possible to survive even if all of humanity disappeared, as long as they possessed that dark power. Grateful for the information, Jin Hyuk told Melina that she wouldn't be leaving. Surprised, she questioned him, reminding him that he had promised she would leave alive, and he confirmed, saying he would keep his promise. She would not die. She just wouldn't leave. Then he performed the same ritual he had used with Alice, marking Melina with the flaming brand. His goal was simple. He wanted to make a contract with her. Melina, thinking that it was definitely better than death, quickly accepted. She was marked and sealed with the contract. When morning came in the tower, Jin Hyuk was ready to begin his assault against the third boss. He used the main hall key, which summoned enormous stone doors that slowly opened, revealing the entrance to the boss chamber. A procession of stone statues came out first through the portal, marching solemnly to the center, clearing the path for the boss, who appeared with an arrogant voice, asking who dared to disturb his rest. When using the Eye of Gluttony, Jin Hyuk confirmed that this was the boss of the third floor. His name was Murin, a level 105 creature with skills above level 14. Copying his abilities was impossible due to the enormous level gap. Murin, surprised, commented that this was the first human to summon him using that key, and, curious, asked where the army that was supposed to accompany him was. Behind Murin, his own army of 100,000 stone soldiers revealed itself, including the great general, ready to march at any signal. Jin Hyuk, without hesitation, replied naturally. His army? Oh, right. Then he activated activated the first chessboard, summoning exactly 2,851 pieces infused with mana, strategically positioned across the battlefield. Muran, observing it, commented that it was an original idea, but questioned whether that army of actual toys would truly be strong. Jin Hyuk just smiled and said he was not finished yet. He used gigantification pills on all the chess pieces, turning the pawns into real soldiers, the knights into living mounts, and the remaining pieces into actual combatants. Now, facing the boss and his stone army, Jin Hyuk had 2,851 giant chess soldiers at his side. Now things were fair. The army had not been created in a normal way. Old Jungwoo, along with Yuri, had been forced to manually carve each chess piece. Park and Hana also participated in this work, while Yuri used her summoning powers to infuse mana into the pieces. In total, more than 2,000 pieces were produced. According to Yuri, that was still little compared to what would happen if they disobeyed Jin Hyuk. Furthermore, that army would serve as a proof of loyalty. Jin Hyuk then rose atop his horse, wielding his spear, making it clear that recognition from a low-floor boss meant nothing. For him, defeating weak enemies did not make anyone truly powerful. If that boss was still on the third floor, it was precisely because he did not have enough strength to go higher. In the Tower of Trials, bosses not only guarded their floors, but also influenced them and could climb higher floors in pursuit of more power. Muhan called him reckless and questioned if he really thought he was stuck on the fourth floor due to a lack of strength. Jin Hyuk replied yes. To him, Muhan was just a ghost who had gotten comfortable there. Muhan, who had been watching, realized that the provocation was part of a plan. Even so, he decided to demonstrate the difference in power between them. His war tactics, according to him, were insurmountable. The first squad advanced. They were the Spear Shielders, an initial force of thousands of soldiers. But Jin Hyuk knew Muhan was just testing his abilities, so he activated the ability of the first chessboard, increasing the attack and defense of all the pieces by 30%. He also repositioned the tower pawns 3 spaces forward, creating a defensive line. The pieces activated the Iron Perseverance skill, which made them much more resistant than the simple stone statues of the enemy army. The towers used the pawn's cover to launch a rain of arrows that easily pierced enemy shields. The bishops used flaming attacks, making the battlefield impassable. Muhan acknowledged that his entire front line had been annihilated. Then he sent the second and third squads. In response, Jin Hyuk ordered the 100 pieces representing knights to advance through the enemy flanks. They used a wedge formation, which increased impact damage by 200%. The knights then trampled the enemy army with brute force. Muhan was impressed by Jin Hyuk's strategic capability. He switched between attack and defense with perfection, giving precise commands. But he noticed a clear flaw. The chess pawn army had a weak point. Using his weakness detection ability, he discovered that if the crown was destroyed, all the pieces would stop. Only the king or queen could use it, and whoever did not wear it would have their attributes doubled. Muhan was surprised to realize that Jin Hyuk had entrusted the crown to Alice, who was the queen of the board. He considered that extremely audacious. He thought Jin Hyuk had made a mistake, but he was wrong. Then he ordered his scouts to advance toward the queen. Jin Hyuk, realizing that about 3,000 units were approaching within 15 meters, ordered his army to ignore them. He knew that this attack had already weakened the enemy's defense by 3,000 soldiers. Even knowing it was a trap, Muhan continued. The statues kept advancing, fighting off the few remaining chess pieces, but they did not need to do much, since Alice herself was defeating the enemies alone. However, when Muhan finally managed to surround her with his most powerful warriors, he announced that the end had come. From above, Muhan was surprised to see that Jin Hyuk had managed to get that far. But Jin Hyuk already knew that path had been opened on purpose. Muhan ignored this, stating that Jin Hyuk had entrusted the crown to a random girl and brought an insufficient army. Therefore, everything would end now. He then summoned 2 giant statues, David and Vajrayaksa, who mocked the humans, asking if there was no one decent among them. But even in the face of that, Jin Hyuk kept smiling like a lunatic. Earlier, Alice had wondered if it was really safe for him to go alone. He replied ironically, asking if she was worried, and she admitted she was. After all, that opponent was the guardian of the third floor. Not by chance, Jin Hyuk then commented that it was the first time anyone had shown that much concern for him. Alice asked if anyone there truly believed that guy was stronger than her, and she answered herself, wondering if they were seriously comparing a noble race of the night like her with that stone head. If she were not confined to that corridor, she would have taken care of everything herself. Even in her current state, she said she could bear the responsibility of the crown. For her, defeating 10,000 enemies would be as easy as a walk in the park. and indeed it was. When the enemy advance began, Jin Hyuk commented to himself that he was sure someone in particular would be very angry with what was about to happen. And soon after, Alice retaliated using her blood spears, destroying all the surrounding statues. The explosion of blood from her attack simply obliterated the advancing force. Muhan wondered how a girl like that could contain so much power. Jin Hyuk explained that Muhan's biggest mistake was letting him get so close with his cavalry spear. He activated two techniques at once, the Blood Demon Key and the Black Leaf, which together created a new attribute, Mental Collapse. This effect caused continuous damage and made the target unable to distinguish between allies and enemies. When he struck Muhan's own statues, they turned against their own army. Vajrayaksa, out of control, struck David with such force that he shattered completely. Muhan's entire army began to self-destruct. He could hardly believe that all his tactics were being destroyed by a single man. Jin Hyuk, in a tone of disdain, told Muhan to calm down. He said he didn't like beating up weak people. In the next moment, Muhan realized that his rear had been completely blocked by a wall of ice. He was defenseless. Jin Hyuk then flew toward him, using a bow made of ice. But before he could hit the target, Muhan's great general threw a punch so strong that it knocked down all the horses around, including allies, just to hit Jin Hyuk. However, Jin Hyuk dodged at the last moment and used the opening to activate his mandala. The glacial formation bow and the mandala resonated together. It was time for checkmate. The arrow fired was so powerful that it pierced the great general's hand, then his left eye, and finally struck Muhan directly in the chest. The impact of the arrow engulfed him in the power of the mandala, and thus the boss of the third floor was finally defeated. Right after, the system announced that the fourth floor of the tower was opening. Jin Hyuk's allies celebrated. The guild representatives, on the other hand, were in shock. Jin Hyuk, meanwhile, remained calm. It was not his first time doing that. After defeating the boss, he leveled up 5 times at once. He was already thinking about investing all the points in mana attribute. Before receiving his reward, he remembered that the treasures obtained from defeating a boss are classified by color. Up to the 10th floor, they are usually red, the lowest grade. However, something different happened. A rare orange treasure appeared before him. He figured it was probably due to the monopoly effect, since he had defeated the boss entirely alone. The reward was surprising. A pink diamond, a top priority ticket, a soft grain, natural water, a solar seed, and even a fire-spitting snail. All were valuable items. But what caught his attention the most was the Eclipse Stone. He concluded that this monopoly was simply absurd, and that, with it, he could obtain incredible things. Meanwhile, Alice watched and thought she would never get used to that man. But despite that, she liked him. In the guild representatives' meeting room, the reaction was intense. Patrick commented that Jin Hyuk had done it, and he did it alone. Jinho stated that this was the birth of a hero. Maria, relieved, said they would now have time to prepare for the next floor. But Ten Wei confronted them, asking if they really thought this was beneficial for them. From now on, all the views would go to Jin Hyuk's videos, and he would monopolize the coin market. Teresa pushed back, reminding them that they had almost sided with the demonic humans, and that thanks to Jin Hyuk, humanity had gained 90 more days. She said they were being selfish by thinking only of their own interests in the middle of a crisis, but none of the representatives responded. Silence fell. She asked directly if everyone shared Ten Wei's opinion, and upon receiving no answer, she said she had no choice. She announced she was withdrawing from the conference. Maria protested, saying she had worked too hard to get Teresa in there. Patrick added that the conference was not a group one could leave and return to as they pleased. It was a super elite organization. Once out, there was no coming back. Then he asked if Teresa really trusted that man called Jin Hyuk that much. At that moment, Teresa opened the doors and, with full conviction, declared that yes, she trusted him. She trusted him with her life. Later, Jin Hyuk had so much money in hand that he was even considering staying at a luxury hotel. However, before he could make any plans, he received a call from Yahello, desperately saying that her grandpa was not opening his eyes. Jin Hyuk immediately asked where she was. It was then explained that Yu Yahello, also known as Nuclear Fist, was the granddaughter of Yu Cheon-young, the legendary martial artist who had reached the top of the South Korean martial arts world. That was the first time Yahello, who had always been tough, cheerful, and full of energy, completely broke down. She was crying in despair. As soon as he arrived at the hospital, Jin Hyuk asked exactly what had happened. Yahello said it all started not long after the Tower of Trials appeared. An outbreak had occurred in Incheon. Jin Hyuk remembered that during that time, he had been trapped in the labyrinth with Hana, so he only learned about the situation through the news. Yunho then explained that Yeonhwa's grandfather had been present during the outbreak. Although he awakened amidst the chaos and managed to subdue the monsters, his body never fully recovered. His condition had worsened gradually since then. There lay Yu Cheon-young. Even with a sculpted body and still impressive strength, He clearly looked ill. Using the eye of truth, Jin Hyuk analyzed the old man and saw that despite being level 5 and 78 years old, he had an immortal energy stat of 103. His unique skill was Formless Taiji, and his ki had a special copy condition. The old man's death seemed almost certain. If Jin Hyuk managed to save him, he would have the chance to copy one of his abilities. He thought that old Xiong was terrifying even without ever setting foot in the tower. Suddenly, a medical team approached. Leading them was Dr. Hyo Jin-soo, a rank A healer. He said that not even a rank S healer could solve Yeonhwa's grandfather's case, and then asked why Jin Hyuk was there. Jin Hyuk simply replied that he had known Yeonhwa for a while and just wanted to see if he could help in any way. Dr. Hyo Jin-soo, visibly uncomfortable, admitted he had overreacted, as he got nervous seeing the famous Jin Hyuk present even in the medical field. Still, Yeonhwa remained frustrated. The best specialists were taking care of her grandfather, but he showed no signs of improvement. Hyo Jin-soo said they were doing the best they could, but with current medical knowledge, more time was needed. They had not yet been able to study all the diseases caused by the Tower of Trials. Eun-ho, sensing the tension, apologized for letting her emotions take over. She then asked everyone to leave so the doctors could focus. But Jin Hyuk was extremely irritated. He was reading the doctors' minds and knew they only wanted him gone so they could continue pretending to treat Cheon-young. When Hyo Jin-soo tried to justify it, saying it was all because of the old man's cultivation method, Jin Hyuk realized they were lying and covering things up. Then Ho intervened, saying they shouldn't worry about money. If necessary to save her grandfather, she would sell everything. Hyo Jin-soo replied that it was fine, but was interrupted by Jin Hyuk, who stepped forward and asked what they thought they were doing. He called them little thieves, accusing them of trying to scam him. The other doctors were outraged by the accusation and asked what kind of insult that was. Hyo Jin-soo insisted that such a statement was unacceptable to say to a doctor. However, Jin Hyuk, still reading his mind, began to say out loud everything he found. He mentioned accounts under 7 fake names, crypto wallets, and questioned what else they were hiding. Yeonhwa, shocked, asked what that meant. Hyo Jin-soo, in a panic, claimed Jin Hyuk was lying and had no proof. But Jin Hyuk continued accessing everyone's thoughts and discovered something even worse. They had made contracts with the Black Cloud and also with a resident. Jin Hyuk was stunned by the information. He wondered if a resident from the tower had really made a contract with a human. He couldn't believe that damn Deokpyo had crossed that line. To the tower's residents, humans had always been nothing more than intruders threatening the balance. At that moment, Cheon-young had another episode and began coughing up blood. Instead of helping, the doctor tried to flee. But Yeonhwa blocked his path with a single move of her foot and declared that if her grandfather died right there, he should give up his own life too. Jin Hyuk, staying focused, asked her to calm down because her grandfather's treatment was the priority. Hyo Jin-soo claimed he was just going to get medicine for seizures and asked why they were acting like that. But Jin Hyuk, furious that he was still lying after being exposed, ordered Yeonhwa to just kick him in the face. He barely had time to react. He took a clean hit without a chance to defend himself. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk analyzed Yeonhwa's grandfather's condition and realized it was a mana constriction illness. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died a long time ago. Jin Hyuk couldn't let the old man die like that, so he decided to use the miracle elixir he had stolen from Alex. He had promised himself to only use it in an extreme situation, but he couldn't ignore the friendship he had with Yeonhwa. Besides, he also couldn't miss the chance to copy Cheon-young's ability. As soon as Jin Hyuk used the elixir, the liquid was instantly absorbed by the old man's body. The improvement was immediate. Yeonhwa was moved to see her grandfather responding. The system's condition was met, and Jin Hyuk copied the ability called True Flower Cultivation Technique, which allowed mana absorption from the atmosphere and, when activated, drastically increased the mana recovery rate. With his face swollen from the kick, Hyo Jin-soo wondered if that had really been a healing. Not knowing what to do, he told the other doctors they should get out of there. But now it was Jin Hyuk himself who kicked the doctor back, saying they still needed to have a little chat. Without hesitation, he threw the doctor into the supply room and explained that he didn't kill people just for financial scams. But if he returned the money, that would be a pretty good deal to walk out alive, wouldn't it? When Hyo Jin-soo paused to think about the proposal, Jin Hyuk asked what he was thinking so much about. Did he want to die? Later, Yeonhwa was already receiving all the money back. Meanwhile, Hyo Jin-soo was running desperately out of the hospital with no intention of returning. Alice, watching from afar, asked if Jin Hyuk was really going to let him get away like that. It didn't seem like his style at all, but Jin Hyuk replied that of course he wouldn't. He told Alice to follow the man and find out what he planned to do. He had let him escape on purpose. After all, it was the best way to track down the Black Cloud's operational base. And so Alice flew off discreetly after Hyo Jin-soo like a small, fast bat. Later on, Jin Hyuk wanted to be alone with old Cheon-young. When everyone had left the room, he approached and said that now they were alone, he could wake up. Cheon-young, who had been pretending to be unconscious until then, finally opened his eyes. He wondered if Jin Hyuk had already figured figured everything out. He thought he had hidden the truth well. His breathing was still a bit off, but Jin Hyuk assured him that he hadn't noticed anything. He said everything seemed perfect. Cheon-young apologized. He hadn't meant to deceive him. He was just being cautious, since a stranger had suddenly appeared and cured a disease that even the best specialists couldn't treat. It was only natural to be suspicious. Jin Hyuk understood completely. He would have done the same in his place. Cheon-young burst into laughter, impressed by the boy's perception. He said it almost felt like Jin Hyuk was reading his mind. Jin Hyuk simply replied that he was happy to see him healthy. Yeonhwa had been extremely worried and even went as far as asking him for help, something she never did. That showed how serious the situation had been. Cheon-young then acknowledged that this was his granddaughter's friend, and Jin Hyuk had a question. He wanted to know exactly what had happened during the outbreak outside the tower. It was only natural to be curious. Especially after saving his life, Cheon-young didn't hesitate to tell him. It all happened while he was on his way to a conference. During the trip, still inside the car, a portal rupture blocked the highway. Monsters began to emerge and attack everyone nearby. Cheon-young, without a second thought, ordered the police officer to evacuate the civilians. He would stay behind to hold off the creatures. But then he encountered something far worse. One of the tower's residents was there, apparently just for fun. Even after defeating several creatures, Cheon-young realized it wouldn't be easy to deal with that man. Still, he tried to face him. He drew his blade and charged with everything he had, but was struck directly in the chest, the same blow that left the scar he now carried. When he fell to his knees, he lost consciousness. That was his last memory. He had never seen a sword move as fast as that enemy's. Based on Cheon-young's description, Jin Hyuk realized the man had long hair and oriental features. He then reached a troubling conclusion. That meant the Morim faction, which controlled the 21st floor, was already on the move. They were known for using any means necessary to achieve their goals within the Tower of Trials. Jin Hyuk had struggled a lot with those enemies back when he was still playing the game and started wondering what exactly they were planning, going so far as to leave the tower and enter the real world. He explained to Cheon-young that the person who attacked him was one of the tower's residents and admitted he hadn't expected someone from that place to come into reality. This meant things were becoming much more complicated than he had imagined. Cheon-young commented that Jin Hyuk had known Yeonhwa for a while, which he found comforting. He then said Jin Hyuk should just go ahead and marry his granddaughter already. Jin Hyuk replied that he and Yeonhwa didn't have that kind of relationship. Even so, Cheon-young said there was one thing he knew for sure. As he got older, even if he didn't want to, his perception of people had improved significantly. He mentioned a saying that claims it takes at least 10,000 hours to truly understand something, and said he believed in that. Jin Hyuk, hearing this, thought to himself that he had already accumulated 50,000 hours of gameplay in the Tower of Trials. Cheon-young said that ever since the tower appeared, the most overrated people were the awakened ones, or those who called themselves experts. However, he felt something different about Jin Hyuk, as if he truly knew the bitter taste of both victory and defeat. Jin Hyuk politely replied that the compliment was too much. Cheon-young then noted that on top of everything, he was also humble, though he couldn't hide the natural presence he gave off. That's why he wanted to repay Jin Hyuk for what he had done, and asked if there was anything he wished for. Realizing the opportunity, Jin Hyuk became excited at the thought of asking a favor from the most powerful martial artist on the continent. He asked if he could really request anything. Sometime later, he was already chatting with Yeonhwa, who asked if her grandfather was feeling better. He replied that yes, the elixir had been absorbed properly and he was fully recovered. Yeonhwa was relieved and asked how she could repay him. Jin Hyuk replied that there was no need. The old man had already expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, in the room, Cheon-young was crying, saying he couldn't believe what the young man had asked for. Later, Jin Hyuk was staying in a luxury hotel and reflecting on how wonderful money was. He was enjoying a gourmet meal with meat that melted in the mouth. Alice, lying on the sofa, commented that he was eating well, and he replied that back in the day, people even paid just to watch him eat. While they ate, they were watching a TV program called Beyond the Tower of Trials, which had invited a specialist in tower conquests, a representative of the Donjun Guild named Jang Yoon-sok, one of the top rankers from the strongest guild in Korea. The interviewer asked what he believed was necessary to climb the tower. Jang Yoon-sok replied that it was definitely essential to become stronger. According to him, there were two main ways to do that. The first was the most well-known, leveling up and improving one's skills. The second was through the use of coins, since purchasing power and access to better items was one of the most effective ways to become a top-tier ranker. He said that if the dollar used to be the world's primary currency, now the tower's gold coins were the new key to power. As the program continued, Jin Hyuk simply left his plate behind and went to his room to get some rest. Alice took advantage of the moment to grab a glass of wine and kept watching the show, commenting that perhaps that was the reason why the masked player had been able to clear the third floor alone. She explained that the fourth floor was a special dungeon made up of 100 large-scale attack waves. To complete the floor, players had to occupy a base in the field and defend it until the end. The problem was, if they failed the defense, the floor would be sealed for 20 days, and they had only 90 days in total to clear the challenge. Not even the most dangerous player would dare enter recklessly at that point. A major mistake could put all of humanity at risk of extinction. Later on, the host, clearly infatuated, accompanied Jang Yoon-sok to his car with her hair tied in a bun, asking if he could spare a month for her. He replied that yes, 1 month out of 90 days of preparation would be more than enough. He promised to take her to a special place. At that exact moment, he entered the car and saw a notification saying that the masked player had initiated the fourth floor conquest. The first wave would begin in 8 hours. Yoon-seok panicked upon seeing the message and rushed to the tower, driving his Lamborghini at high speed. While he drove, he thought about how they only had 8 hours left and hadn't prepared anything. He wondered what that masked man was planning. At the same time, Jin Hyuk woke up peacefully in bed next to Alice, saying he had slept like a baby. The time remaining until the first wave began was just 1 hour and 37 minutes. The fourth floor test of the tower consisted of 100 waves of attacks, made up of regular zombies and special zombies. Players had only 2 viable options to survive the challenge. The first was to plan thousands of optimized defense combinations. The second was to choose a single base and defend it efficiently. The latter was the more realistic strategy for regular players. Jin Hyuk received the title of first player to enter the fourth floor, which granted him certain advantages. The other players would only be able to access the floor 20 minutes later. Knowing this, he began moving quickly through the apocalyptic environment. The atmosphere was still grim. He knew 20 minutes wasn't enough time to get fully prepared, so he had to hurry. He went straight to the World Cup Stadium located in Sangam, South Korea. There, he used his high-priority ticket, which allowed him to select the stadium as his personal base, taking advantage of the resources he had obtained on the third floor. He spread soft grains, solar seeds, and natural water, making everything grow quickly thanks to the special properties of the items. 20 minutes later, at the starting point of the fourth floor, players began to gather. Jin Hyuk noticed that several guilds were already present. His companions also began to approach, including Teresa, which surprised some of the others. Some wondered why she was there. Jin Hyuk explained that he was the one who had called her and apologized for summoning everyone so suddenly. Things had progressed faster than expected, but no one seemed truly bothered. Teresa commented that, in fact, she preferred being with him. The people around them were impressed to see the group assembled. It was an absurdly powerful formation. Jin Hyuk asked if everyone was ready. Yeonhwa said yes, but questioned whether just them would be enough. The number of zombies was far too great. She explained that her summoning control skill still wasn't very advanced. Jin Hyuk replied that the difficulty was what made everything more fun. That was exactly why he had chosen the stadium as a base. Lee Tae-min reacted by saying he had to be crazy, since it would take at least 100 people to defend a place that big. She said there was nothing fun about it. This wasn't a game. If they died there, it would be the end. Jin Hyuk commented that her old habits were still alive. Teresa called him a perverted masochist. He just asked everyone not to be so stressed. A place like the stadium was perfect for the so-called order hunt. Then Teresa made an observation. According to her, at least 5 people were needed to defend a base, but there were only 4 of them. Jin Hyuk reassured the group by saying that the 5th member was on the way. At that moment, Yoo-sung appeared extremely irritated, saying that he would kill that bastard now. While training, he had received a message from Jin Hyuk asking him to come to the location. At first, Yoo-sung ignored it, thinking he didn't need to go just because the other told him to. However, he received another provoking message saying that if he came, Jin Hyuk would fight him without using his left arm or right leg. Even then, he resisted. But soon after, he received another message saying that Jin Hyuk would face him with his eyes closed and asked whether he was a man or a mouse. Yoo-sung thought to himself that it was a childish provocation, but he couldn't ignore it. Angry, he swore to kill that bastard and went to the place. As challenged, Jin Hyuk asked if Yoo-sung had finally arrived and angrily told him to hurry up. As soon as he saw him, he noticed that he was using an attribute sword, a type of weapon that compensates for swordsman's weakness in ranged combat. With it, it was possible to infuse elemental magic directly into the blade. Yoo-sung stated that now he would show whether Jin Hyuk was really a man or just a mouse. Jin Hyuk, however, commented that he actually intended to fight with that incomplete sword. Although the attribute sword wasn't bad, it needed to be completed to reach its full potential. He knew that one of the random boxes that appeared on that floor could contain the item necessary to complete the weapon, and he said that what Yoo-sung clearly wanted was the fire attribute. Yoo-sung replied that the name said it all. It was a random box. There was no way to know what would come out. Even so, so, Jin Hyuk proposed an alternative. He said that if Yu Sung helped defend the base, he would personally hand over the fire attribute when the item appeared. After that, they could fight as much as they wanted. Yu Sung thought for a moment, put his sword away, and replied that he hoped the item really came in the box. Thus, the 5-member group was finally complete, reaching the minimum number required to defend a base. As they walked together, Teresa still seemed a bit suspicious and asked if it was really safe to have Yu Sung around. Jin Hyuk explained that he wouldn't betray them, at least not until he got what he wanted. Despite his intimidating appearance, deep down, he was soft-hearted. At that moment, Manhwa approached and gave Jin Hyuk an important gift, the twin dragon swords. Jin Hyuk already knew that many artifacts from the past had been enhanced by the Tower of Trials, but he still found it amazing to be able to touch something so powerful. Manhwa explained that it was her grandfather who asked her to give him those swords because he valued them greatly. When asked how she managed to get that gift, Manhwa replied that the old man had probably taken a liking to him. While observing the swords, Jin Hyuk noticed that one of them had a note that said dot. He remembered that in some Asian cultures, a dot is the gift given by the bride's family to the groom as a sign of acceptance of the marriage. Realizing this, Jin Hyuk concluded that the old man was joking. Right after that, Jin Hyuk officially presented the base they had chosen. The gigantic World Cup Stadium Manhwa asked if he had gone crazy since it was impossible to protect such a large place with just 5 people. Lee Taemin commented that he was still full of those crazy ideas, until another group leader approached, saying he was curious to know who had chosen the stadium as a base. Now he knew it was them. Jin Hyuk looked at the symbol on the man's sword and immediately recognized it. That man disguised as a player was actually one of the members of Murim from the 21st floor. Along with him, there were also members of the Black Cloud Guild and the Triad. It was clear that the tower's residents were starting to expand their influence outside of it. In his usual provocative way, Jin Hyuk replied that yes, he himself was responsible. The man introduced himself as Namgung Hyung, but Jin Hyuk completely ignored him and said he didn't care. He stated that he already knew how arrogant and idiotic the Namgung family members were and didn't need to hear anything else. Teresa, confused, asked who this Namgung family was and whether they knew each other. Jin Hyuk explained that yes, they did. The Namgung family was one of the noble families from the 21st floor of the Murim world. Although they were elite warriors, their arrogance was unbearable. Namgung Hyung was immediately offended, but Jin Hyuk, with no patience for theatrics, said he would wipe out the entire family for insulting his friends. He told them to stop wasting time and talking nonsense, as he was tired of third-rate villains. He also remarked that the Namgung family was a master at destroying itself with its own pride. Namgung Hyung shouted, asking how Jin Hyuk dared to insult his family like that. Using his eye of truth, Jin Hyuk analyzed the opponent. He discovered that Hyung was level 68 and had a unique skill called One with the Sword. In order to copy this ability, Jin Hyuk would need to find out who all the other Murim world infiltrators disguised as players were. Sensing the tension, Teresa asked Jin Hyuk what they would do next. He thought for a moment, but deep down he already knew. He wanted to copy that man's skill, so he announced that they would get ready for a brawl. Namgung stepped forward and ordered them to cut off that bastard's limbs. As the others charged in, Lee Taemin also got ready, activating King of Machines, a skill that summoned his technological weapons. At the same time, Manhwa activated Refusal to Retreat, which increased her damage by 15% as long as she didn't hesitate in battle. Teresa, in turn, summoned her shield armor, taking responsibility for guarding the group's rear. Meanwhile, Yu Sung observed Jin Hyuk and thought about how he always balanced the pros and cons of each situation. At that moment, Jin Hyuk asked Yu Sung if he could buy him 3 minutes to prepare, but Yu Sung replied that it wouldn't be necessary. With his attribute sword, he charged forward and took down most of the enemies by himself. Teresa took advantage of the opening and cast her Holy Reinforcement and Battle Song abilities, increasing all allies' stats by 5 points for 10 minutes, including Lee Taemin's summons, who began a heavy bombardment on the enemies. The opponents were being completely overwhelmed. The impact was so intense that many were paralyzed, unable to react. At that moment, Yu Sung finally reached Hyung in the rear, and the two clashed swords. Yu Sung was hit in the chest, but Hyung acknowledged his good reflexes. It seemed he already had some experience with swords, but even so, his technique was empty and lacked foundation. Hyung then decided to show what real swordsmanship looked like, and began his special technique, the King's Sword form. While defending, Yu Sung realized his opponent was on another level. His guard was broken by another powerful attack, and he was nearly struck, but Teresa intervened just in time, blocking the blow with her shield. Right after that, Jin Hyuk appeared and said that 3 minutes had passed, so now he would take over. He activated his fire element, creating a flaming tornado around Hyung, opening an opportunity for Jin Hyuk to strike downward with a vertical slash. However, Hyung had already predicted the move, knowing that in midair his opponent couldn't dodge. That was when he noticed his foot was frozen. Jin Hyuk remarked that most people don't look twice at where they step. At the same time, he activated the daylight ability, completely blinding Hyung. However, at that very moment, a new opponent appeared and sliced through the light. They were reinforcements from the Namgung family who had come along with Hyung. One of the warriors, armed with a spear, said he didn't expect to find someone from outside the tower with such strength and so much internal energy. Jin Hyuk then realized that all the enemies had finally arrived. The system confirmed that he had located all the residents of the Triad. With that, he successfully copied the skill Infinite Steps and combined it with his Sword Grave, acquiring the Demon Sword King Steps, a technique that increased his movement speed by 70%. When activating this ability, he could also use it offensively by concentrating mana in his feet. The warrior with the halberd asked if Hyung was alright, but the others began to mock him, saying he was clearly not in his best shape. Annoyed, Hyung told them all to shut up. He insisted he was handling the situation even if he was alone. The oldest among them reminded him that no one doubted Hyung's skills, but emphasized that they could not forget the Lord's orders. The woman in the group agreed with him, saying Hwangbo was right. If Hyung truly intended to remain by their side, then there was no reason for him to fight alone. Even so, Hyung said he knew that, but explained that the enemy had already realized they were from the tower. Everyone was shocked by the revelation. No one could understand how he had found out. To Hyung, if that opponent really belonged to the conciliation, then he had to kill him. There was something about that guy that just bothered him. However, before he could do anything, Hwangbo stopped him with his halberd. He said he understood Hyung's anger, but now was the time to retreat. Meanwhile, one of the subordinates warned that a zombie horde had been approaching for the past 3 minutes. Jin Hyuk responded sarcastically, saying that the stadium belonged to them and told the zombies to go find another place. He dismissed them with disdain, telling them to go away already. Hwangbo then ordered his team to hold the line for now, because they would return later to deal with the zombies. Then he commanded the rest of his group, who had been defeated by Jin Hyuk and the others, to start building and securing a defensive base. Hyung commented that everyone could consider themselves lucky this time, but that he would not lower his guard again. Yeonhwa also complained, saying those idiots had made her waste energy before the real fight even started. Lee Taemin was worried and said they needed to prepare better. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was reflecting on the best place to endure a prolonged siege. He thought of a supermarket because of its high walls and large food supply. However, he knew there was a fatal flaw in that location, something the others hadn't noticed yet. Later, he was using his drones to track the horde's location. He questioned whether they could really handle it all alone. Yeonhwa, irritated, accused him of choosing that place on impulse, driven by the thrill of the moment. But he replied that she didn't need to worry because he had his solar plant, which had grown quite a bit. That huge flower was now ready to melt any zombie that came close. Jin Hyuk then gathered everyone and explained the plan. The main objective of the defense was to prevent the zombies from capturing the flag placed right in the center of the stadium. The place had 4 large entrances, north, south, east, and west, and he had already placed combat plants around each one. As long as those plants remained intact, they would be able to defend the base and still have the chance to rack up more points. With each kill, Lee Taemin asked if those plant towers were really that strong, and what exactly they did. Jin Hyuk explained that the plants were capable of eliminating most of the zombies, but every now and then, they needed 1 minute to recharge. Yu Sung understood that during that interval, they would have to hold the enemies off manually and volunteered to defend the west gate. Jin Hyuk simply warned him not to get bitten. Yu Sung replied that he would never be defeated by mere zombies, but Jin Hyuk reminded him that he got beaten up by an enemy just minutes after saying something similar. Lee Taemin was tasked with monitoring everything from the center of the stadium and providing support with his drones. Teresa was assigned to the south gate, Yeonhwa to the north gate, and Jin Hyuk ordered everyone to take their positions. He was now ready to test his twin swords. Lee Taemin's team also deployed their mechanical towers and soon reported that the horde was approaching. The moment the first zombie stepped into the stadium, a repulsive wave of undead charged in. That was when the plant towers activated, unleashing their sunlight. They looked like giant sunflowers firing flaming orbs, effortlessly destroying the zombies. Yeonhwa was impressed by the firepower of those towers. They couldn't even be compared to standard defense systems. However, after a few shots, the towers needed 1 minute to recharge. That was when the team had to really step in. Jin Hyuk drew his twin swords and told them to hold the line for 1 minute. He even gave Teresa a confident look, which made her blush when she noticed. She remembered how Jin Hyuk had always stood by her during the most dangerous moments, and every time they had overcome the odds together. She was simply doing what was necessary for someone she considered a precious companion. She would put all her faith in him for that battle. Meanwhile, at the supermarket, another group had just finished dealing with the first wave. The second was expected to begin in 3 hours, but people were already starting to feel the strain. Captain Cheon-hwa, the imposing bald man, announced that everyone could rest for a while and that they would soon receive more rewards. Later, the group was reviewing highlight footage recorded by the system. Cheonhua was stunned by what he saw. The footage showed the power of Jin Hyuk's team, with solar plants destroying zombies effortlessly and each team member eliminating hordes like it was nothing. They commented among themselves that it was truly an impressive team. Cheonhua asked if Teresa was also part of that team. As soon as he saw her image in the video, he recalled the moment they had shared in the previous dungeon. He asked them to rewind to that part and declared, enchanted, that Teresa was perfect, the strongest in the world. It was clear he had fallen for her. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was busy collecting Solar Energy 100, a vital resource used to strengthen the defense plants. He took the opportunity to make some upgrades. He enhanced the bombardier plants, created a freezing plant, a rock plant, and even a running plant. After that, he distributed one seed of each type to the team members. He placed bombardier plants at the east and south gates, the freezing plant at the center, and the rock plant at the west side. Jin Hyuk explained that it wasn't necessary to plant the seeds manually, as they would grow on their own. The secret was using a special fertilizer that accelerated their growth. To make it, he combined dung with a dung beetle, a gray worm, and some dry leaves. The system announced that the plants needed to be satisfied with a sweetness never before experienced. That was the ideal fertilizer. Right after, he placed the running plant right in front of him and began feeding it like a pet. He made playful airplane motions while feeding it, which made the group look at him as if he had lost his mind. Yoosung said he was weird. Teresa called him crazy. But Jin Hyuk insisted that with that fertilizer, the plants would grow healthy and aggressive on their own. He asked them to guard the base well until the next wave. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk went out alone on a cleanup mission. On the way, he passed by several groups busy collecting supplies, but he thought they were just wasting time. He went straight to an old storage facility, a place he hadn't visited in about 8 years. It was covered in cobwebs, but the view was just like he remembered. Inside the storage room, he found a large mirror and, upon touching it, passed through as if it were a portal. Elsewhere, Hyung of the Namgung family was furious. He said they needed to kill Jin Hyuk as soon as possible. His ally, who normally disagreed with him, agreed this time. To her, it made no sense to try recruiting someone so unpredictable and hard to control, no matter how strong he was. Huangbo, however, was deep in thought. He had already made contact with several people from outside the tower, but none had ever been able to identify them. Jin Hyuk, on the other hand, had. That made him reconsider the situation. Maybe Hyung was right. Maybe it really was better to get rid of Jin Hyuk once and for all. But at that moment, their base, the supermarket, began to be attacked by runner plants. Jin Hyuk had arrived bringing the welcome gift. The plants had such an enormous appetite that they devoured all the food from the enemy base. Huangbo questioned what he intended to do with those creatures. He said Jin Hyuk could act tough all he wanted, but he had no idea who he was dealing with. Jin Hyuk then asked if he was talking about the queen. The others were shocked. How did he know about the queen's existence? Those who weren't from the tower were completely confused. Jin Hyuk explained that the queen, also known as the ruler of the fourth floor or mother of the dead, appeared when a base protected by 200 or more people was destroyed before the third wave. Jin Hyuk had been thinking about how to gather the necessary number of people to force the queen's appearance. One of the girls in the group warned that the queen was not an entity that could be defeated, even if everyone joined forces. She thought the idea was complete madness. But Jin Hyuk, too lazy to deal with 100 waves of zombies, said he wasn't willing to waste time. He ordered everyone to relax and be crushed. Then he launched his runner plants against the enemy base. Amidst the chaos, Jin Hyuk took the opportunity to slip away. Leaving the plants to completely destroy the supermarket base, Lee Taemin was watching everything through drones and cameras. He clearly saw the supermarket being completely destroyed. Yeonhwa commented that Jin Hyuk had definitely gotten involved in that mess, while Yoosung said he had a really bad feeling. And he was right, because when the supermarket base was destroyed, the zombies became even stronger under the command of their queen. The voice of an entity echoed, claiming that all weak humans deserved to be punished. It was Queen Fendariel herself who had finally started moving. Someone questioned what Guardian of the Fourth Floor meant, and the group was already overwhelmed with too many problems to handle. Yoosung, confused, wondered what kind of disaster Jin Hyuk had caused this time. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a building, Jin Hyuk watched everything he liked what he saw and reflected that the items obtained from the third floor boss would now be useful. Then he used the Solar Eclipse Stone, an item capable of blocking sunlight and summoning shadows. With this, all light-type abilities had their effectiveness reduced by 50%, while shadow-type abilities were strengthened. He caused a solar eclipse on the fourth floor, boosting the zombies by another 100%. Teresa was was directly affected, as she lost half of her power since her strength came from light. Queen Fendriel, noticing this, called Jin Hyuk an insolent human. She then declared a full attack on the base located at Samgon World Cup Stadium. Jin Hyuk got excited, saying this was exactly what he wanted. Now it was time to record a good video. Meanwhile, Cheonhwa's group was in despair, as they had no information about the voice of the fourth floor. The Triad base had also been destroyed, leaving everyone even more lost. Soon after, all players received a system notification. It was about the appearance of a secret boss, and the one responsible for the broadcast was Kengjin Hyuk Lee Taemin commented that he was pushing all the limits. After uploading the video, Jin Hyuk returned to the stadium, where he was met with screams and questions from everyone. Teresa asked if the supermarket base had really been destroyed. Jin Hyuk replied ambiguously, saying maybe yes, maybe no, as if he wasn't sure Yu Sung directly accused him, saying it could only have been him. But Jin Hyuk didn't care about that. He just wanted to know how they planned to face the queen now. He said he already had a plan, and that Young's role would be the most important from that moment on. Young was clearly nervous about this responsibility. Meanwhile, Queen Fendriel advanced with her gigantic zombie army towards Samgon Stadium. She declared that man was hers alone and ordered all other humans to be eliminated. The zombies were much stronger and faster, attacking like wild beasts. Even when hit by plant towers, many of them remained alive. The queen declared that the weak would be punished because that place was her home. But then she noticed something strange. All the humans were frozen. In truth, Jin Hyuk had frozen his own allies. The queen, upon observing the magical ice power, became confused. Sometime earlier, Young had complained that Jin Hyuk was a complete idiot, but even so, he transferred 100,000 coins to him. He said that Jin Hyuk's task would be the most important because no one else had that much money to invest. The plan was to buy the necessary item to face the queen, and the others would serve as bait. Yu Sung was outraged by this. He said it was absurd. First, Jin Hyuk stole his money, and now he wanted him to be bait. But Jin Hyuk corrected him, saying the right term wasn't bait, but rather a trap. The item was an extremely powerful magic crystal. When the queen touched it, she felt its immense power. It was a prison of compressed ice. She was struck by the Ice Inferno ability, being frozen along with all nearby zombies. Even so, Queen Fendriel broke free using the power of the Black Plague. Her first attack was directed at Teresa, but before she could hit her, Jin Hyuk appeared with his Demon King swordsmanship, charging directly toward the queen's base. When she noticed, she ran to intercept him. Fendriel was the queen of the zombies. Her levels, abilities, and especially her deadly poisonous attacks were devastating in every way. However, she had one clear weakness. As powerful as she was not the smartest. Jin Hyuk already knew that the main objective of the fourth floor was base defense, something that applied not only to the players but also to the zombies. When he realized the queen was at the stadium, he concluded that her base must be completely unprotected. However, the situation got complicated when the queen started moving toward him at an absurd speed, like a rocket. Even so, Jin Hyuk remained confident, since with the current distance between them, he could still arrive first. At the queen's base, although there were still a few zombies left, Jin Hyuk used two powerful techniques to deal with them quickly. On one group, he summoned the Grave of Swords, and on the other, he applied the Blessing of the Star. With the sacred power of the blessing, he cut the zombies in a way that prevented regeneration, while impaling them with the deadly force of the grave. The place remained as disgusting as ever, and he just wanted to finish everything as soon as possible. That was when he finally found the queen's zombie flag. Already anticipating an ambush, Jin Hyuk managed to dodge an attack even with his eyes closed, as he had already expected the arrival of the Butcher, the guardian responsible for protecting the flag. Knowing how difficult it would be to face this creature, he wondered what would be the best way to defeat it this time. The Butcher, a grotesque fat creature with two heads and a giant meat-cutting scissor, tried to attack Jin Hyuk, but was surprised to see that his blades couldn't cut the opponent's swords. Strategically, Jin Hyuk deliberately dropped his twin swords to trap the enemy's scissors, taking the opening to attack one of the heads with fire elemental magic, burning it from the inside. The stench of burnt and rotten flesh filled the air. Even knowing the Butcher's regeneration was legendary, Jin Hyuk was aware that the creature's burned eyes limited its vision. Taking advantage of this, he started striking the huge and repugnant body from different angles. Even so, the Butcher claimed he wouldn't die from such simple attacks. But Jin Hyuk never intended to stop there. In a decisive move, he appeared behind the creature using the power of the mandala and unleashed a concentrated explosion of divine energy so intense that it could be seen from afar. With this strike, he finally defeated the Butcher, leveled up, and obtained as a reward the Scissors of the Vengeful Spirit, the weapon used by the monster. With the path clear, Jin Hyuk approached the queen's flag, ready to end it all. However, he was surprised by the appearance of the Black Dog, who emerged through the system to make him an offer on behalf of Egyptian mythology. The Black Dog was none other than Anubis, someone he had encountered before. Jin Hyuk, curious, wanted to know what Anubis had to say. The god, through the system, appeared to be displeased. It was clear that he did not want the flag to be removed in such a way. In the eyes of the Egyptian gods, the fourth floor could not be completed without a true battle, or perhaps they simply did not want a bold human like Jin Hyuk to win so directly. Even in the face of Anubis's discomfort, Jin Hyuk questioned whether it was really worth accepting the divine offer. He had full freedom to simply pull the flag and clear the stage. But, as expected, Anubis offered a contract. When the system window opened with the terms, Jin Hyuk recognized that the offer was quite generous. Later, the zombie queen finally arrived, but to her surprise, she found the flag still intact. Jin Hyuk knew she must be confused that he hadn't yet taken the flag to win, but he had a reason. A certain someone had insisted that he fight the queen directly. In fact, Jin Hyuk had already received an advance payment for it, a generous deposit, and because of that agreement, he couldn't simply win without defeating her first. The queen, not understanding clearly, asked what he meant by deposit. At that moment, Jin Hyuk raised the butcher's scissors and explained that not only had he been paid, but the payment was made in advance. Upon realizing the insult, the queen drew her sword and declared he would regret it. Jin Hyuk then activated his blessing of the stars, but because of the solar eclipse, his power was weakened by 50%. Even with the blessing at full level, he acknowledged that his stats still weren't strong enough to beat the queen directly. When she charged at him at high speed, ready to slice him in half, she was shocked to see him block her strike with the butcher's scissors, activating his mandala formation at the same time. Irritated by his resistance, the queen asked why he didn't just disappear. She then used her own hair as living tentacles, trying to restrain him, but Jin Hyuk blocked all her attacks and even used the scissors to make precise cuts like a barber. He then activated the glacial formation, which bound her body and allowed him to land a direct hit. However, even striking the queen's neck with the scissors didn't leave a scratch. She declared that such a move would never be enough to kill her Jin Hyuk. As always, already knew that. Even so, he had a plan. When the queen used the power of all the dead to strike him, he applied the glacial formation directly to her eyes, creating an opening. He took advantage of that moment and tried to pierce her eyes with the scissors, but still got no result. The queen then declared he was making a mistake and struck him with full force. The impact was so violent that it sent him flying. While still in the air, at a point where he had no way to dodge, she activated the hacking of the dead, a direct necromantic attack. Anubis, watching from afar, had already expected that this would be Jin Hyuk's end. But in that moment, Jin Hyuk remembered the deal he made with Anubis himself. In that negotiation, Anubis had offered the Jackal's Fang, an item that increased his movement speed by 10% and his attack power by 30%. Jin Hyuk even acknowledged it was a generous offer, but said he would only accept it under one more condition. He didn't want anything special, just the white branch, a common medicinal item easily found from the 10th floor of the tower onward. Since it was something simple, Anubis accepted without hesitation. There was only one clause. Jin Hyuk could not touch the zombie flag until he defeated the queen. He agreed, and thus received the Jackal's Fang and the White Branch. It was then that, to Anubis' surprise, he summoned both at the same time. By combining these two items, Jin Hyuk created the legendary Scythe of Casualty, a divine artifact that contained the absolute judgment of Anubis. This weapon had the power to kill what could not be killed and cut what could not be cut. The tower's system itself had to intervene in the presence of an item that was not supposed to exist on that floor. Because of that, the scythe could only be used once. For Jin Hyuk, that was enough. For the first time, the zombie queen felt fear. She realized she wouldn't be able to dodge that blow. She tried to block it, but was struck directly by the blade of the Scythe of Casualty. The weapon not only shattered her sword, but also hit her shoulder in the exact same spot he had targeted before Anubis. Surprised, did not expect that outcome. The moment she was struck, the queen had a vision of her past, and in that final moment, was freed from her own inner demons. Jin Hyuk commented that Muhan always hit on the 3rd floor, saying she would go up to the 4th whenever she felt like it. But in reality, she was nothing but a weakling. She was far from the queen's level. And now, the time had come to say goodbye. With the queen's defeat and the release of Find Ariel, Jin Hyuk officially completed the 4th floor challenge. As a reward, he leveled up 3 times at once. The base he was defending was successfully protected, and all members of the group received the random box item. At the stadium, Teresa commented that Jin Hyuk had succeeded once again. She was soaked, just like everyone else around. In truth, the reason was that they were trapped inside a massive block of ice later. This made the news headlines. It had already been 24 hours since the completion completion of the 4th floor of the tower. Many still could not believe it had been cleared in such a short time. Jin Hyuk and his team had completed everything in just one day. Afterward, Jin Hyuk met with Lee Taemin and Yeonhwa to celebrate. They went out for some beer and food. This time he brought an extra guest, Alice. She entered the banquet hall and immediately complained that the place looked far too plain for her taste. But Jin Hyuk explained that she was there because she was also part of the old company. Hyuk asked where Teresa was, and Yan replied that she had said she would be an hour late and they could go ahead and start eating. He also noticed that Yu-sung had shown up and remarked that he didn't think he would come. Yu-sung answered that he was only there for the promised reward. Jin Hyuk then said it was fine, that he could relax a bit and enjoy the mood. Soon the other team members arrived. The so-called inferiors, like Jungyu, Liuri, Hana, and Rong Hana and Rong, congratulated Jin Hyuk on conquering the 4th floor, and he told everyone to enjoy the celebration and eat as much as they wanted. After all, Alice would be paying for everything. With just 2 gold coins from her wallet, Alice covered all the expenses for the entire bar. After many mugs of beer and loads of fried chicken, Jin Hyuk said he was about to explode from eating so much. Alice, on the other hand, could not believe how much good food 2 coins could buy. She was amazed by the fried chicken and, even after eating a lot, could not stop. When Jin Hyuk tried to grab a piece of chicken for himself, Alice argued with him. He accepted the situation and said he understood. It was all hers. Without hesitation, she stuffed 3 large pieces into her mouth at once and told him to never forget that Jin Hyuk simply thought it was funny how someone so powerful in the tower could act so silly in a simple situation like that. Meanwhile, Lee Taemin was chatting with Yu-sung, asking what he did before the tower. Yu-sung replied that he studied medicine, which impressed everyone with his intelligence. Then Teresa finally arrived, apologizing for being late. Luri was so moved to see her that she even took a photo and posted it on social media, saying she couldn't believe she was seeing the real Teresa up close. Jin Hyuk reflected for a moment. When he had faced the tower's trials before, he did everything alone. But now, he had a full team by his side. When Alice noticed his smile, she asked why he looked so happy. He simply answered that he was happy for no reason. Later, back at home, Jin Hyuk confirmed that he had leveled up 3 times and had 9 points to allocate. He thought that the last time he leveled up, his progress had been more calculated. But now, he was progressing so quickly that it couldn't even be compared. In the end, despite all the variables, he felt that he had gained far more than he had lost. Then he began checking his reward from the 4th floor. He had obtained an advanced skill enhancement book and decided to use it on the glacial formation. The result was so powerful that the skill reached level 80. This made the entire hotel he was staying at noticeably colder, to the point where even the staff complained about the sudden drop in temperature. After clearing the 4th floor, Jin Hyuk decided to use a special item, the A-class item Draw Roulette, a type of box that allows the user to obtain a rare item by spinning the wheel. As the name suggests, the result was random. When he spun the roulette, he noticed a red button right in the center. As time was running out, the system warned him that if he didn't press the button, he would lose the reward. Jin Hyuk knew that if he let the roulette spin by itself, the system would activate visual and sound effects as if something grand were about to happen. When the time limit expired, the system informed him that he would need to spin again. Most people, in that situation, would have pressed the button, but he was not like most. He had discovered that someone had deliberately placed a bug in the system. By exploring every corner of this little game, as he called it, he had come across this trick several times. So he spun the roulette and didn't press the button, again and again. By the 37th time, the rotation speed of the roulette would be reduced by 99%, which would allow him to manually select the desired item. Upon seeing this, Yu-sung was shocked and asked if it was really possible to choose the item that way. Jin Hyuk then let Yu-sung choose whatever he wanted. He picked the fire attribute and declared that with it, he would finally be able to defeat Jin Hyuk. However, there was one detail he didn't mention. By using that method, a penalty would be activated. The obtained item would disappear after 1 week, but Yu-sung didn't know that. Jin Hyuk, in turn, chose the Rankar's tricolor pills. Considering the time limit to use them, it was the best possible choice to help him advance to the next floor. There was just one last step before starting the 5th floor. He used the entry ticket to the Great Magic Library and was immediately transported to that place through a subspace. There, he commented to himself, that he would finally meet that old man after so long. In the center of the library, there was an elderly man sitting at a table, surrounded by ancient books. When Jin Hyuk approached, the man remarked that he had already heard the 4th floor had been cleared, but did not expect to receive a visitor so soon, he introduced himself as Rick Hennessy, the administrator of the Magic Library. Jin Hyuk then realized he was in front of one of the true administrators of the tower. Rick commented that it was rare for someone to reach that library so quickly. He said the most impressive thing wasn't even the fact that Jin Hyuk was there, but the path he had taken to reach that labyrinth of books. Jin Hyuk replied that he must have been very lucky. Rick allowed him to choose any book, but warned that there was nothing there compatible with his current level. At a minimum, it would be necessary to master the fundamentals of the runic language. Jin Hyuk then picked up one of the books and asked if that was the entry solution to the Sixth Circle, written by a former Imperial court mage. Surprised, Rick asked if he understood the unique language. Jin Hyuk answered casually, saying that he knew a lot of people and had picked up a bit here and there. Rick found it odd. He thought Jin Hyuk was just an ordinary player who had recently arrived at the 5th floor, but he already had mastery of the unique language. He then realized that this boy was different from the other players. His past must be unusual. Jin Hyuk, without hesitation, explained that the Egyptian gods were helping him, and it was thanks to them that he was able to arrive there ahead of time, in addition to having activated the judgment of Anubis. Rick was shocked to sense the real presence of divine energy. It was truly power from a god he could barely believe that Anubis was already that interested in Jin Hyuk. Rick remarked that if the gods were granting him that kind of power, they must see great value in him. He also said it was fortunate that he himself was not chosen as the target of the judgment. As a sign of respect, he apologized to Jin Hyuk for having treated him lightly until that moment. He even bowed before him. Jin Hyuk thought to himself that Anubis would die laughing if he saw that scene. Then, Rick, wanting to make up for his mistake, offered the most valuable books in the library as a gift. Jin Hyuk could choose whichever he wanted. He then picked a special grimoire, written in an ancient runic language so complex that even Rick admitted it was difficult to decipher. Jin Hyuk looked at the grimoire and commented that it was the Black Dragon's book, a book written by a lizard otaku. He said he would take that one. Upon hearing that, Rick couldn't hold back his laughter. He apologized while laughing, but said it was something expected from someone who had received the blessing of the gods. Soon after, Rick clapped his hands and officially handed over the book, dissolving the subspace of the magic library. Before disappearing, he warned that he would be keeping an eye on Jin Hyuk from that moment on, and said he was looking forward to the day they would meet again. A few days passed. In a video that began to circulate, a player shared his experience on the 5th floor of the tower. He said the place was extremely depressing, like a forgotten and ruined world, a civilization that had collapsed a long time ago. He described the existence of cults obsessed with human sacrifices, a scenario so extreme that it resembled a massive psychiatric ward full of deranged psychopaths. During the interview, the host commented that fanatics did not seem all that threatening and asked why the player had fled. The player replied that on the 5th floor, no abilities could be used. Since he was unable to activate his subspace, he only managed to escape thanks to a return stone he had in his pocket. That was why return stones were being sold at a discount. Many people did not want to take the same risk. Teresa, watching the video, paused just before the ending and asked Jin Hyuk to take her with him to the 5th floor. She stated with conviction that he would challenge that floor soon and that she could not let him go alone to such a dangerous place. Jin Hyuk explained that she could not go. Even if she really wanted to, he could only enter in secret. But Teresa, determined, held his arm and asked him to at least promise that he would not push himself too far. Later, Jin Hyuk stood in deep thought, touching the place on his arm where she had grabbed him, reflecting on what it truly meant to not go beyond one's limits. That was when the system announced that he had received a gift from a sponsor of the Kingdom of Caladium. Jin Hyuk knew that this kingdom was known for its hostility toward the Murim forces. The gift was an F-rank ability called Faint Scent, which completely erased his scent, breathing, and presence, but lasted only 3 seconds. After 3 uses, the cooldown was 24 hours. The system explained that because he had been sponsored by someone from a superior faction, Jin Hyuk had broken one of the restrictions of the 5th floor. The ability had been delivered specifically for that purpose. He understood the message. Just like the Murim, other factions were also moving and searching for players with high potential. Soon after, Jin Hyuk was transported to the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. He started in a random area, as required. All his abilities were blocked, and he received only one random F-rank item. The only rule of that place was very clear: get out alive. But Jin Hyuk had come prepared. He had the ancient grimoire of Messedrian, which he had chosen at the Magic Library precisely for this situation. Through it, he was able to release one of his abilities from the restriction, choosing the Eye of Gluttony from the start. That had been his plan. Shortly after, other people began to appear in the same location. Everyone was complaining about the damp, dark, filthy, and strange environment. Jin Hyuk, watching the group, thought he would leave the newcomers right there. But suddenly, Suddenly, he felt the pursuit scroll activating. When he looked ahead, he saw Teresa appearing in front of him. He thought she really was stubborn. She explained that she did not believe he would keep the promise, so she decided to follow him there. Jin Hyuk, frustrated, wondered what she was thinking. He had clearly asked her not to follow him. That was when he realized what had happened. When she grabbed his arm earlier, she had used it as the trigger to activate the pursuit scroll. Now, he would have to completely change his plans. At that moment, all the newcomers realized there was something in their pockets. Each one of them had a different object. Teresa had a flashlight, while Jin Hyuk had received a pen. She commented that it might not be very useful, but he said a pen was actually excellent in certain situations. Other people had picked more obvious items, like lighters, and were trying to use them. When Teresa tried to turn on her flashlight, Jin Hyuk stopped her just in time. The person who lit a lighter ended up attracting the attention of a group of fanatics, who immediately started running toward the supposed sacrifices. Meanwhile, Teresa and Jin Hyuk remained hidden, and she understood why she should not have used the flashlight. She asked if they should not help the people who were being chased, but Jin Hyuk replied that from that moment on, she would have to follow his orders without question. They were not prepared for a direct confrontation, and exposing themselves now would be suicide. Teresa felt she was being underestimated because she had prepared on her own as well. She had bought 2 return stones, one for herself and one for him, Jin Hyuk. Upon realizing this, reacted with frustration. While the fanatics chased the other players, some tried to use their return stones to escape. One woman, certain she would get away, broke her stone and mocked the others. But nothing happened. The item failed, and soon the fanatics invaded the area, led by a massive warrior. Everyone there was captured. Teresa asked if the return stone was fake, and Jin Hyuk answered that she should not have trusted it blindly. Just because it appeared in a broadcast, Teresa, discouraged, remembered that she had bought 2. The situation was critical. One of the fanatics lunged and tried to strangle Teresa, but she reacted quickly, grabbed the enemy by the neck and slammed him to the ground with force. Even so, other fanatics were nearby. Teresa and Jin Hyuk were surrounded. One of them declared that their god demanded a sacrifice of sacred blood in exchange for eternal happiness, but Jin Hyuk acted before they could do anything. Using only his pen, he stabbed it into the enemy's throats, taking them down unexpectedly. The fanatics were not prepared for such a response. At that moment, the massive warrior known as the Wanted Lord approached the group. The cultists tried to calm him down, saying everything was under control, but he crushed one of his own allies' heads without hesitation. Then he began walking with heavy steps toward Jin Hyuk and Teresa. Jin Hyuk recognized the danger and warned Teresa not to let that enemy grab her under any circumstances. The Wanted Lord began swinging his warhammer, hitting everything around him as the two ran to escape. Meanwhile, the cult leader watched from a distance, eager for more sacrifices. According to him, the promised moment had arrived for the glorious one to be revived. One of the cultists reported to the leader that 2 sacrifices were managing to escape. He found it strange that the Wanted Lord was having so much trouble, and commented that the boy was surprisingly fast for a mere offering. At that moment, someone beside the leader recognized the fleeing youth. It was Jin Hyuk, identified as the most dangerous obstacle to the cult's plans. This man was part of the Demon Humans, a faction that had allied itself with the cultists of that sinister 5th floor. While still running from the Wanted Lord, Teresa looked at the enemy and wondered how someone so large, carrying such a massive hammer, could run so fast. While dodging the attacks, Jin Hyuk remarked that there was no way to fight that big head right now. They had to focus on escaping first. He then asked if she could lend him what she was carrying, just for a moment. Later, the two managed to set up an ambush. They used Teresa's flashlight as bait, leaving it out in the open as if they were still running. The Wanted Lord, distracted, struck only the flashlight, giving them enough time to hide and rest a little. Jin Hyuk asked Teresa to pay attention. He would draw the big head away by himself. If they wanted to complete that floor, they would have to face him sooner or later. While he bought them time, she was to get the others out of there. The original plan was to clear the 5th floor as quickly as possible, but now everything had changed. Teresa thought that things had only gotten more complicated because she decided to follow him for no real reason. But Jin Hyuk, who had already read her mind, smiled. He asked her to remember something important for him, just in case. Right after, he appeared, provoking the Wanted Lord, throwing a stone at his head and saying he was better than him at a game of tag. The enemy, furious, ran up an escalator with his warhammer, looking like a cartoon character. Meanwhile, Teresa focused on the plan. She knew she had to use that item at the exact moment, and when that moment came, she would know. To prepare, she picked up a hockey stick and held it as if it were a sword. But before executing the plan, she realized she needed to save the others first. While running from the enemy, Jin Hyuk realized that Teresa was already far enough away. At that moment, he activated the Eye of Gluttony, a skill that allowed him to analyze the enemy's attributes. However, the system detected that he had performed an act that defied the causality of the 5th floor. This drew the attention of a powerful entity known as the Rotten Heart. The system then announced that a secondary advancement condition had been triggered. The Rotten Heart wished for Jin Hyuk to become the new Apostle of Darkness. This entity was one of the absolute beings of the tower, just like Alice, who resided on the upper floors. He was also known as the Demon King. On a floor like that, where abilities were sealed, doing something so unexpected was the same as calling attention to oneself from the entire system. The title of Apostle of Darkness was powerful, but accepting it would mean living the rest of his life as a pawn of the Demon King. The demon humans had accepted this offer out of greed, but Jin Hyuk refused. He said there was no way a tiger would become a subordinate of a dog. The rejection enraged the Demon King to such an extent that even the wanted lord, who stood before Jin Hyuk, lowered his head and began to cry in fear. As punishment for refusing the offer, Jin Hyuk received a curse. From that moment on, he would become the target of all demons in the tower, and that curse would only end with his death. Jin Hyuk spat a bit of blood and acknowledged that the curse hurt, but he quickly realized that the fanatics would not simply watch him suffer. As expected, they charged at him while he was weakened. Meanwhile, the other players, who had been captured by the cultists, were in despair. Some were crying, begging for mercy. The cultists had already begun the sacrificial rituals for their god. That was when Teresa appeared, launching a surprise attack with a hockey stick straight to the head of one of the fanatics. She ordered the only person who was still free to take care of the others. However, this survivor was already overwhelmed by panic and said there was no way to escape that place. She believed that everyone would die there. Teresa realized that the girl had been consumed by fear, so she had no choice but to fight the fanatics alone. After taking down another enemy, she shouted for no one to give up. She told them to grab their weapons and stand up. They could still win. Her companion, Jin Hyuk, was fighting to complete the 5th floor. That meant there was still hope, but reality was different. At that moment, Jin Hyuk was being carried by the wanted lord. He had been defeated and was now being dragged like a sack of potatoes over the enemy's shoulder. Meanwhile, inside the cell, the atmosphere was one of pure desperation. Several of the prisoners murmured that everyone was going to die. They said they should never have trusted that guy and should not have come to this floor. One of the cultists told everyone to shut up. He said that if they did not stay quiet, they would be tortured even more. After that, he turned to the cult leader and reported that the prisoners had been properly silenced. The cult leader looked into the cell and asked if that prisoner was really who they claimed he was. One of the demon humans confirmed firmly. It was the first time they were meeting in person. His name was Kang Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk, already awake, brushed the dust off his body and immediately sensed that the man in front of him had mana similar to that of a regular human. That confirmed his suspicion that the man was a demon human, someone allied with the boss of the 5th floor. He tried to use the Eye of Gluttony, but it was blocked by a powerful mental barrier. To overcome it, he had to rely on one of his special items, a white pill that doubled one of his attributes for 10 minutes. He chose to boost his adaptability. With that, the Eye of Gluttony was able to pierce through the protection. That was when he discovered the enemy's name, Hosenfeld level 38, of the class Knight of the Round Table, and his innate skill was an extremely high-level mental barrier. Jin Hyuk thought that for someone to be a Knight of the Round Table, he had to be very skilled, far more than he expected to encounter there. Then the system revealed the conditions for him to copy that skill. There were 2 requirements. The first was that the enemy had to say his knight title out loud. The second was that Jin Hyuk had to act like a true Chunibyu until he obtained that information. Jin Hyuk mentally lamented that the system forced him to play such a ridiculous role. Hosenfeld asked why he was silent. Jin Hyuk replied that he was busy trying to suppress the darkness within him. The silence that followed was awkward. The cult leader asked again if that was really the right person, and Hosenfeld confirmed with conviction. The leader then remarked that even he could not be that ridiculous. He said he would leave the 2 to talk and exited the room. Meanwhile, Alice, an observer from the upper floors, was laughing uncontrollably at the scene. Jin Hyuk, on the other hand, felt deeply embarrassed and tried to pretend she was not there. Hosenfeld returned to the topic and asked if he was aware that he had been captured and would be used as a sacrifice. He said he knew how powerful Jin Hyuk was, but at that moment, all of his abilities were sealed. Jin Hyuk, continuing his act, spoke dramatically about his repressed insanity and destruction that made Hosenfeld suspicious. He assumed Jin Hyuk must be hiding some secret technique. Just then, another prisoner was sacrificed to the cultist's god, the sound of the ritual echoing through the area. Hosenfeld explained that everyone would eventually meet the same fate, but he offered a chance. He said he had the key to the cell and would hand it over. Yet if Jin Hyuk revealed everything he knew, Jin Hyuk said he would only answer if the knight revealed his full name. Without hesitation, the knight introduced himself as Hosenfeld, also also known as Lancelot. With that, the system's conditions were fulfilled, and Jin Hyuk acquired the S-rank skill, Mental Barrier. It was a technique that strengthened his mind, protected his status window, and defended him against mental attacks, illusions, and other forms of psychological manipulation. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jin Hyuk asked what the true identity of the masked man was. He whispered this so no one else could hear. Hosenfeld promised to keep his word and handed over the key to the cell, saying he at least hoped Jin Hyuk would have a quick death. One of the prisoners took the key but immediately noticed something strange. The cell had no visible lock. Jin Hyuk, having anticipated this trap, thought it was obvious they would do something like that on this floor. Somehow, Teresa seemed to be doing fine at that moment. She had been thrown into one of the sacrifice cells, and the cultists commented that they were impressed by her strength. She was the first prisoner to react with such power and resist the effects of the place. Even so, Teresa was worried about the others and tried to find out where they were. Meanwhile, a short-haired woman was violently kicking another prisoner, blaming her for everything that had happened. Teresa, seeing the scene, rushed to protect the imprisoned girl and tried to understand why the woman was attacking her. The answer came harshly. The girl she was defending was actually a resident of the tower. Teresa, surprised, looked at the girl seeking confirmation, but the girl only lowered her gaze in shame. Other prisoners commented that, in their opinion, the tower would never have existed if it were not for inhabitants like her. The woman who was kicking the girl insisted that it was all her fault, but Teresa remained firm. Even knowing the girl was a tower inhabitant, she chose to protect her. She said that did not matter, because the girl had also been captured by the cultists, and for that reason, she deserved to be protected just like any other prisoner. After driving the attackers away, Teresa asked for the girl's name. She introduced herself as Andrea, and Teresa kindly said it was a beautiful name, and introduced herself as well. Andrea shared a bit of her story. She had lived in a nomadic village, traveling as a pilgrim until the cultists arrived in her village. They promised to save everyone if someone was handed over as a sacrifice. In the end, Andrea herself was left behind by the very people she trusted. She was captured and taken by the cultists, betrayed by those she considered her family. Teresa comforted her, saying it must have been very hard, and thought to herself that even though Andrea was a tower inhabitant, she was no different from any ordinary human being. Suddenly, one of the cultists appeared with clear orders. It was time to prepare the next sacrifices. They had to choose one prisoner from each cell. One of the fanatics entered and announced that if no one was selected, the entire cell would be taken together. The prisoners were in shock, collapsing to the floor, crying and panicking. Amid the chaos, they began pointing at Andrea, saying she should be sacrificed. Once again, Teresa stepped in front of the girl, firmly protecting her. The cultist watched everything with amusement, encouraging the discord. He commented that their lord enjoyed it even more when the victims turned against each other. As he passed Jin Hyuk's cell, the young man offered himself as a voluntary sacrifice. No one protested. He was tied up and taken along with the other chosen ones. However, on the way, Jin Hyuk secretly activated a skill. He materialized a system pill inside his mouth and spit it into the stream that ran near the path. The cultist heard the sound of the spitting, found it strange for a moment, but ended up ignoring it. For Jin Hyuk, that was part of the plan. He knew all the preparations were in place. As he walked among the other prisoners toward the sacrifice, he thought that Teresa had probably also been captured and, due to her personality, might have even volunteered. Even in that critical situation, Jin Hyuk felt that he was advancing more than ever in his secret mission. The mission was to eliminate the fanatics, who were considered villains for mercilessly taking lives. For each one defeated, his adaptability attribute increased by 0.1%. If he could defeat the cult leader, he would gain a 30-point boost. That was exactly the power he desired. Finally, they were all taken to a structure resembling a coliseum. The fanatics crowded the stands, shouting and chanting for the glorious Lord. The first sacrifices were so nervous that they started vomiting. But Jin Hyuk remained calm. The prisoners, still under the cultists' aim, had their ropes cut. They would be forced into the arena. One of the fanatics began narrating the ceremony with enthusiasm, loudly asking what kind of sacrifice pleased the Lord the most. The crowd, in ecstasy, replied in unison that the best ones were noble sacrifices. The narrator then asked everyone to take a good look at the next victim. It was a woman who had surrendered herself to protect a child. It was Teresa, chained and placed as the main attraction of that dark ritual. He announced that the blood of that noble woman would be used to complete the ritual, emphasizing the moment with theatrical flair. At that moment, Jin Hyuk, among the prisoners, completely changed his original plan. He had thought of clearing the 5th floor only after maximizing his attributes, but upon witnessing what he did, he realized the cultists had crossed every line. Without hesitation, he activated the Grimoire of Makidran, unlocking access to all of his skills. Now he had only 10 minutes to use them before the power wore off. The first skill activated was the fire element. He directed his flames toward the stream where he had previously thrown a special pill. As soon as the fire reached it, the flaming pill was triggered, generating an underground explosion. The impact erupted throughout the arena in the form of pillars of pure fire, surprising everyone. The narrator, not understanding what was happening, questioned how someone could use abilities inside, since they were supposed to be sealed, taking advantage of the chaos. Jin Hyuk threw one of his daggers with precision and broke the chains that bound Teresa. He held her in his arms, checked if she was still alive, and upon noticing her pulse was steady, gently placed her on the ground. At that moment, he decided he no longer cared about attributes. Now, he would exterminate all the fanatics. To do that, he swallowed his last card, the Pill of Darkness. Once activated, a thick black mist engulfed the area, completely blinding the cultists. Within that darkness, no one could see their own death. Jin Hyuk was ready to summon the Grave of Swords, his ultimate ability. One cultist, in despair, threw his weapon on the ground and began praying for mercy. Soon, others followed his example, begging their god for salvation. But when Jin Hyuk approached, carrying the dark energy of the Demon King, they thought they were being blessed, until their throats were slit one by one. For each cultist defeated, Jin Hyuk's adaptability increased by 0.1%. He did not stop until he eliminated all the enemies present in the arena. Meanwhile, Teresa remained unconscious, exhausted from what she had done earlier, when the other players, also held as sacrifices, tried to capture Andrea. The defenseless girl, Teresa, had stood up and placed herself between them, saying that it was not fair, as the girl was still just a child. Even with the players insisting that Andrea was just an NPC and should be handed over, Teresa fought with all her strength. She faced the other women alone, saying that even without skills, she could still defeat them. She declared that she would be the one to choose the sacrifice if necessary. One of the players commented that, in the end, she was just like everyone else. But Teresa, smiling at Andrea, offered herself as a sacrifice, revealing the strength of her heart. The same cultist who had praised Teresa's noble sacrifice was now dead, along with all the others. After the massacre, Jin Hyuk approached her and, seeing that she was waking up, acknowledged that she had once again given her all. Teresa responded with a calm look, saying she knew he would come. He cut the chains still binding her arms and, when checking the battle results, noticed that his adaptability had increased by 23 points. Now, all that remained was to defeat the cult leader and escape that floor. But Teresa said there was a place she needed to visit first, so they retraced their steps and freed all the remaining prisoners. Teresa, however, was looking for one person in particular, Andrea. When she finally found her, she ran to hug her tightly, and with relief, she said she was happy she was alive. Jin Hyuk, watching the scene, was confused and wanted to understand what was going on. Teresa explained that this was Andrea, a resident of the tower, who had been dragged along with the others to be sacrificed by the cult's followers. Upon hearing this, Jin Hyuk remembered that there were only 2 minutes left before the grimoire's abilities expired. He thought he had wasted precious time, but when he looked at Andrea, he noticed something curious. He approached and asked why she had not become a follower. After all, everyone on the 5th floor was insane and blindly followed that so-called god of the tower. With her eyes lowered, Andrea answered simply. She said she didn't believe something like that god really existed. Even among the residents of her hometown, Andrea had been betrayed. She was sold as a sacrifice because she could not find peace. To her, if a god truly existed, she would not be living in that hell. And if all of it was part of some divine plan, then that god was nothing but a cruel coward. Jin Hyuk, hearing this, replied sincerely. He said he didn't know if it would bring her comfort, but he understood how she felt. Since birth, he had been abandoned in an orphanage and had to fight to survive on his own. Growing up without parents is painful, and he knew that very well. Teresa was surprised to realize that Jin Hyuk was sharing something from his past. It was the first time he had spoken about it. He explained that he had to move on alone. Holding on to resentment and despair wouldn't change his reality. That's why he was forced to swallow his pride and humiliate himself on live streams just to earn money and survive. Meanwhile, Andrea warned that as long as the cult leader was alive, everyone would remain in danger. But Jin Hyuk said he could handle that. He said he would defeat the cult leader to give her a chance to live freely, without the chains of a false god. In exchange, he would take her soul. Then he summoned the Mark of the Flames of Affliction, sealing a pact. With care, he marked a small burning point in the center of Andrea's chest, saying he hoped they could get along from now on. It was then that Teresa noticed something strange. Jin Hyuk had never made that kind of contract with her, and she wondered why. Why hadn't he marked her soul? He simply changed the subject, saying that now it was time to defeat the cult leader. But unfortunately, the grimoire's effect had come to an end. All of Jin Hyuk's abilities were sealed again. Meanwhile, the cult leader continued with his plans, praising glory to his lord. The group walked through a dark, damp, sorrowful, and foul-smelling place until Jin Hyuk explained that the cult leader was completely different from the other fanatics. He also couldn't use abilities, but he was as strong as a prosecutor. Teresa asked if he could still beat him with the powers he had used in the arena, but Jin Hyuk explained that the time limit had run out. Now he would have to rely only on his physical strength. However, there was another problem. The cult leader possessed a dangerous divine artifact, the trash-eating urn. That urn held a deadly spell capable of killing any chosen target with absolute certainty. Jin Hyuk believed he could withstand the spell once. After that, the artifact would enter a cooldown period. That was why Teresa's role in that fight would be crucial. She needed to subdue the leader before the spell could be cast again. Finally, when they arrived at the large door to the cult leader's hall, Jin Hyuk asked if the two were ready. Both agreed. He then pushed open the heavy door, reminding them of what he had warned earlier. On the other side, the cult leader was waiting, holding his urn with reverence. Upon seeing the intruders, he remarked that they were the same ones who had ruined the ritual, but now they had come to him of their own free will. Jin Hyuk asked about the knight he had seen earlier with the leader. The man replied that the knight had just left, saying he had already gotten what he wanted. At that moment, Jin Hyuk understood. That knight, Lancelot, was smarter than he looked. He had used the situation to his advantage to eliminate a rival. The leader then said he didn't know how Jin Hyuk had broken the restriction of the gods and managed to use skills, but now he would pay for what he had done. He threw his cloak to the ground and raised the urn, declaring that he would offer Jin Hyuk as a sacrifice for his offense. Teresa immediately recognized the artifact he held. It was the deadly object Jin Hyuk had warned her about. Wasting no time, Jin Hyuk charged at the leader with determination. Followed by Teresa, together they launched synchronized attacks, but the enemy was experienced and blocked them all with precision. Then Teresa, noticing an opening, tore a piece of cloth, shoved it forcefully into the leader's mouth, and pulled him back with all her strength. Even after being pulled back by Teresa, the cult leader showed incredible strength. He easily broke free, spun his body violently, and nearly struck Jin Hyuk with a fatal blow. At the last second, Jin Hyuk counterattacked, and although he hit the enemy, the impact wasn't enough to take the urn from his hands. The opponent was still fully capable. Trying to regain control of the fight, Jin Hyuk declared that he had already defeated enemies 10 times his size using only his fists. He wouldn't lose now in a direct battle. The cult leader, noticing his resolve, smiled and praised his endurance. He said he was looking at the finest sacrifice so far, which was why he would be the first to die. Then the cult leader activated the urn's power, aiming it directly at Jin Hyuk. The absolute death spell was released, and the curse came with full force. In that critical moment, Jin Hyuk shouted to Teresa to remember what he had explained earlier. That technique had a cooldown time. The enemy had to be taken down before he could use it again. He added that she only had to look into the eyes of the urn, as it showed how much time was left until the next cast. He told her to take care of the rest. Moments later, Jin Hyuk was hit squarely by the spell. His body was thrown back and he collapsed to the ground, spitting blood. The system of the floor confirmed it. Jin Hyuk had died. As an immediate consequence, the curse of the Demon King vanished along with him. The cult leader, seeing the result, was filled with satisfaction. He believed it had been a magnificent sacrifice, worthy of praise. He even remarked, ironically, that the Demon King himself would be pleased with the gift. Teresa, seeing Jin Hyuk's fallen body, was in shock. She asked herself if he had truly died, but deep down, she felt that something was still there. The cult leader, meanwhile, was only beginning his cruelty. With a wicked smile, he asked if she was already in pain and declared that this was just the beginning. Overcome by pain and rage, Teresa tried to fight back, but was brutally kicked in the face, thrown violently to the ground. In that moment of complete despair, Andrea, who had been hiding until then, accidentally revealed her position. She gave herself away with a cry of concern, and the cult leader immediately noticed where she was. He rushed toward her, ready to capture her, but Teresa locked her legs around his neck and threw him to the ground with all her strength. After falling, the cult leader said that if she wanted to fight, then they would fight for real. After taking quite a beating, Teresa realized that fighting the cult leader directly without using any abilities was impossible. She endured a considerable amount of damage before she started dodging more precisely and finding opportunities to counterattack. In a strategic moment, she managed to hit the hall's lamps, turning off the lights and plunging the place into darkness. In the shadows, Teresa gained an advantage, but the cult leader did not consider it a very smart move. Although she believed his visibility had been impaired, he nearly struck her head on, forcing her to dodge at the last second. The enemy remained confident, saying that she was easy to find because of her bright blonde hair that stood out even in the darkness. He stated that after defeating her, he would look for the hidden child, and upon waking the child, make sure they witnessed the sacrifice. He then landed another blow with the magical urn, acknowledging that even without abilities, Teresa was surprisingly resilient. He added that she could hide all she wanted, but it was only a matter of time before he found her again. Hiding once more among the corridors, Teresa thought she couldn't waste the precious time Jin Hyuk had earned for her. Using the shards of a broken jar, she picked up a particularly sharp piece. As the cult leader walked through the dark corridors, he once again saw the glow of blonde hair and offered Teresa another chance. He said she could become a devotee and hand over the cursed child. However, as he approached the golden shine, he discovered that it wasn't Teresa. It was just a lock of her hair. Cut and tied to a shelf in the storage room, Teresa had decided that, compared to Jin Hyuk's sacrifice, cutting her hair was nothing. Even so, the cult leader reacted quickly. Before he could do anything, Andrea appeared and threw a jar at his head, creating an opening for Teresa to steal the magical urn. The leader, enraged, asked what she intended to do. Now that she had the urn in her hands, he questioned whether she would offer herself as a sacrifice. But at that moment, Teresa remembered Jin Hyuk's instructions. He had asked her to memorize a runic phrase, Pteria de Amerios Teopaveritio, a spell in an ancient language meant to be used at the right moment. And now, she knew this was that moment. As soon as she recited the spell, the cult leader was shocked that she knew the ancient tongue. The moment the last word was spoken, the urn activated and cast its spell against the cult leader himself. Despite being a loyal servant of the Demon King, he was killed like any other human. The boss of the 5th floor had been defeated. Teresa's first reaction was to check if Andrea was all right. The girl replied that she was, but pointed out that the boy was still unconscious, and Jin Hyuk remained collapsed on the floor. Teresa, desperate, pleaded for him to wake up because they had won. That was when, with the boss's death, the ability restrictions disappeared. Jin Hyuk activated his Star Blessing, a skill that allowed him to revive once, as long as the death was not instantaneous. This was clearly a typical protagonist feature, because to any observer, the death had seemed immediate, but the author had decided to go down that path. When Jin Hyuk opened his eyes and stood up, he commented that dying really hurt. Seeing Teresa crying again, he asked why. She responded by punching him in the chest, saying it wasn't her fault. He coughed up blood, saying he was still in pain, and asked why she had cut her hair. He joked that she must have gone to the barber. Soon after, Teresa noticed something strange. Even after they defeated the boss, the next floor had not been unlocked. Jin Hyuk explained that the 5th floor mission wasn't just about eliminating the boss, but escaping the place. Only when they left would the conquest be complete. Still, he mentioned something curious about that place. The position of boss on the 5th floor could be inherited by someone else. Whoever possessed the urn would become its new master. Jin Hyuk said he intended to pass that title of ruler to Andrea. He asked what she thought of the idea. The girl was completely shocked by the proposal, but Jin Hyuk reminded her that he had promised to let her live in a world where the cult leader no longer existed. With that, he handed her the urn and said she could now live however she wanted. The system announced that the position of 5th floor master had been inherited by Andrea. At that moment, an extraordinary transformation took place. The regent's power altered her body and restored the years of life she had lost inside that place. Now, Andrea looked like an adult. With a confident posture, she bowed before Jin Hyuk, introducing herself as the new master of that desolate land and declaring that everyone would obey Jin Hyuk through her. The system announced that Jin Hyuk had unlocked a new achievement in the Hall of Fame. He became the first person to earn the loyalty of a boss. Upon seeing this, he said that now Andrea could try living with a smile on her face. Overcome with emotion, Andrea ran to hug Teresa, and the 6th floor of the tower opened as soon as everyone crossed through the exit door. The aftermath was immediate. The victory on the 5th floor and the confusion involving the return stones made headlines. In all the news outlets, the owner of the stones was kicked out and beaten, while the other survivors celebrated with drinks, happy to have made it back alive. Not everyone was pleased. Yusong was still bothered by the power gap between him and Jin Hyuk. His frustration grew even more when someone knocked on his door and then destroyed the entrance with swift and precise slashes. A blonde swordsman entered and introduced himself as Garwain. He remarked that the place was too small for someone like the Masked Man and said he had expected a much more luxurious home. Yusong, confused, asked about the nickname and, realizing that it was all because of Jin Hyuk, began to hate him even more. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk felt his ear itching, as if he knew someone was talking about him. Alice, on the other hand, was practically buying out an entire jewelry store. With her subspace full of gold, she could buy anything she wanted. Jin Hyuk joked that, at this rate, she would cause inflation in the country. It was explained that, as payment for regularly teaching Andrea, Alice could now live a normal life. She was teaching everything about how to live as a ruler, from posture to the daily routine of a leader. She was preparing Andrea to truly command that floor. According to Jin Hyuk, this knowledge would be useful sooner or later. He realized he was at level 32, with 78 points in adaptability. army, much stronger than he had expected. The other guild players, called Hunkers, were probably around level 30, but due to his unique stats, Jin Hyuk believed that no one had a better character sheet than his. In addition, he could hardly believe the item he received for completing the 5th floor, the barrier-breaking mirror. This item allowed connection to any location below the 10th floor for 30 minutes and had a cooldown of 90 days. Depending on the player's growth, it could also be used in places above the 10th floor. It was possible to bring one person along when using it. Knowing he would have many responsibilities from now on, Jin Hyuk began organizing everything. He called Hee Wong directly, saying he had a to-do list. Hee Wong responded that everything was going great. He was in such high demand, there were television crews waiting outside, and the office almost had to close early because of the workload. Even so, he made himself available. Jin Hyuk asked him to book everything according to the list he would send, and also requested a meeting with the guild fighting dads. Later, in a cafe, Jin Hyuk met with Kim Gi-tae, the leader of the Fighting Dads Guild. It was the first time they had seen each other since the previous trial. At that moment, Jin Hyuk realized how good it felt to have authority, and Kim Gi-tae, known for his short temper, was now treating him with total respect and politeness. Jin Hyuk started the conversation by apologizing for the mandrake situation. He said he had been very busy clearing the tower, and that was why it took him a while. Kim Gi-tae replied that he understood. Then Jin Hyuk mentioned that he was thinking of changing the terms of their contract, as he had been feeling bad about the situation. He noted that he had heard the Fighting Dads Guild possessed 10 dangas and suggested they hand over one from the 3rd floor, a higher-ranked one. Kim Gi-tae reacted with suspicion, asking if he was suggesting exchanging 10 common dangas from the 1st floor for a rare one from the 3rd, and on top of that, without delivering the antidote recipe he had promised. He asked if Jin Hyuk really expected to receive even more without fulfilling his end of the deal. Jin Hyuk calmly confirmed, saying yes. When Kim Gi-tae asked on what basis he thought that was fair, Jin Hyuk cynically replied that he was merely adjusting the terms according to inflation, material costs, and labor. Kim Gi-tae stood up angrily, saying he was not a charity group and was not there to listen to such a ridiculous proposal. He said he had wasted his time and would consider the meeting as if it had never happened. That was when Jin Hyuk interrupted him, mentioning that he had failed several times in the raids on the Grey Temple, the labyrinth on the 3rd floor. That made Kim Gi-tae stop and ask how he knew that. Jin Hyuk explained that, as a guild master, he had access to many sources of information. He said he knew that the guild had been monopolizing the temple, but that the Fighting Dad's reputation was in ruins because of constant failures. He then offered to clear the labyrinth for them. Later, in Vienna, Alice was attending an orchestral performance wearing an elegant dress. After the show, she commented that it had been a wonderful presentation and that she was speechless. The system then granted Jin Hyuk a new mission for having appreciated a masterpiece. The mission was to attend 7 concerts, and he also managed to copy a special ability called Perfect Pitch. After the concert, they went to dine at an upscale restaurant. Alice was drinking 2 bottles of wine by herself, while Jin Hyuk was thinking that he needed to finish everything that day so he could return to Korea. He had a cooking-related mission that involved eating at 3 Michelin-starred restaurants, observing the chef prepare the dishes, and then recreating his own versions of the food. Alice, already slightly tipsy, remarked that she was not complaining, but asked why they were enjoying the day so much. Jin Hyuk replied that there was a reason behind it all, and that she should enjoy it while she could. She agreed. He knew that the 6th floor of the Tower of Trials was the Elven Forest, a place where elves ignored the presence of outsiders and only protected the forest. The curious thing was that the next floor would only open after 90 days of inactivity. Players did not have to do anything. For that reason, most simply registered their presence and leveled up elsewhere. Even so, Jin Hyuk knew that each floor had hidden objectives and opportunities, so he would prepare well. At that moment, Kim Gi-tae appeared, saying that everything Jin Hyuk had requested was ready. After a teleportation spell, Jin Hyuk was taken directly to the 3rd floor. He thought the spell was quite useful and was already standing before the Advancement Temple, one of the most frequented areas by players seeking a class change. Most passed by just to see the priestesses, unaware that a terrifying labyrinth lay just below. On that special occasion, Kim Gi-tae introduced the members who would participate in the labyrinth raid. The first to introduce himself was Lee Yongwon, captain of the guild's 2nd team. He said he was a big fan and had watched all of Jin Hyuk's videos. Jin Hyuk immediately recognized the name and remembered that Lee Yongwon was a well-known captain within the Fighting Dads. The other guild members also introduced themselves, themselves, took pictures, and asked for autographs. That meeting ended up becoming a full-on fan gathering. Even the elite members of the Fighting Dads were excited to be around Jin Hyuk, but he did not seem to mind the attention. Kim Gi-tae announced that Captain Lee Youngwon would lead the raid in name only, but that the true authority would be with Kang Jin Hyuk. He also stated that Jin Hyuk could keep any item found in the labyrinth, with just one condition: success in the mission. Jin Hyuk replied that he could guarantee that. It was agreed that everyone would meet again in half an hour to finalize preparations. During that break, Jin Hyuk went to the first-class advancement priestess, who revealed all the available options. Since he had already tested the most popular classes on secondary accounts back when he played, he asked for them to be sorted by popularity. After analyzing the list, he decided to choose an unpopular and hard-to-master class: Barrier Master. He remembered the guy from the museum and also Yu Song, who were always bragging about their barriers, and thought he would now surpass them once and for all. With that, he received the class advancement mission as a Barrier Master. As he exited, he saw members of the Samurai Guild approaching, ready to speak with the Fighting Dads. Kim Gi-tae informed them that he had already said they could not join the Grey Temple raid, but the samurai leader insisted. He mentioned how disappointed people were with the continued failures of the Fighting Dads, and suggested that instead of being limited by individual shortcomings, they could conquer the dungeon together. The audience present was impressed by the Samurai Guild, as their growth in recent weeks had been surreal. The result of excellent teamwork, Kim Gi-tae felt that he was losing ground in public opinion, which was bad for his guild's image. That was when Jin Hyuk appeared, drawing even more attention. The samurai leader asked if Jin Hyuk had any connection to the Fighting Dads. He replied that if they were doubting the guild's strength, maybe it was because they lacked what was necessary to complete the dungeon. But when he looked at the samurai, he said they did not seem that strong either. One of the samurai became irritated and asked how he dared, but the leader stopped him and acknowledged that Jin Hyuk was an S rank. He then asked if Jin Hyuk was saying the samurai were not strong enough. Jin Hyuk confirmed that, yes, in his opinion, they were not even worthy of challenging that dungeon. The statement surprised everyone present. Members of the Farad Guild who were nearby also began to question whether they were worthy or not, since even the samurais were being belittled. The samurai leader insisted that, regardless of what was said, his guild was superior. He revealed that they had a veteran who had already climbed to the 30th floor of the Tower of Trials. Jin Hyuk was shocked by this revelation. The audience also reacted with admiration. That explained the absurd growth of the Samurai Guild. The leader went on to say that they already had information about the areas of the tower that no one imagined existed. With this knowledge, they planned to be the first heroes to save humanity, and if they got rich in the process, even better. Jin Hyuk activated the Eyes of Gluttony and confirmed that everything the samurai said was true. He began to examine the guild members in search of the veteran until he found Yamamoto Takeshi, a level 27 player with a unique ability called Semi-Foresight. This ability allowed him to partially see the upper floors of the tower, based on mastery. Although it was an incomplete vision, it was still extremely useful. Jin Hyuk understood the value of that player. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Takeshi remembered the first time his ability worked accurately. Thanks to him, the samurais had found several hidden treasures, and that was why he was so respected among his companions. Yamamoto believed that no one knew how weak his ability really was. That was why he thought he would be treated with more respect if everyone believed it was perfect. He thought that if no one knew the truth, the lie would never be discovered. However, he soon realized that Jin Hyuk was staring directly into his soul, which made him uncomfortable. Although he didn't know exactly who that man was, he sensed that he must be someone impressive. After all, he had managed to climb up to the 30th floor of the tower. The information about the floors above the 10th had not even been publicly revealed yet, which showed that Jin Hyuk knew more than he let on. At that moment, the samurai leader acknowledged that Jin Hyuk was a well-informed individual. He said that in that era, information was the most powerful weapon of all. Even so, Gi-tae doubted it, questioning whether they would really believe such a lie. Before the discussion could escalate, Jin Hyuk interrupted them, saying they should have warned him beforehand, and suggested continuing the conversation inside the temple. Kim Gi-tae, surprised by the proposal, reacted unexpectedly, and even the other samurai showed signs of surprise. The samurai said that he had finally managed to communicate with someone there. As he passed by Kim Gi-tae, who was visibly irritated, he heard the samurai protesting about what that was supposed to mean. Kim Gi-tae, even more outraged, said he would never have accepted those outsiders. Jin Hyuk then remarked that this wasn't good, since he could see that they were all obsessed with becoming heroes. But in order for that to truly happen, they would need to go through something terrible. That was the only way to become real heroes. Kim Gi-tae was apprehensive about what he was planning. Next, Lee Young-woon followed Jin Hyuk into the Grey Temple, along with the samurais. Inside the temple, they came across several statues. They were players who had been petrified by the Medusa of that floor. The samurais knew there was no way to reverse the process. Those who were there were considered dead. However, the samurai leader had already prepared for this possibility and brought with him the legendary shield of Perseus Jin Hyuk, reflected that they had probably invested a lot of money to obtain that item, even though they weren't entirely sure how it worked. That's when a notification appeared in his system. A new condition had been fulfilled, activating the second privilege, reserved for the one who conquered the tower. Jin Hyuk hadn't expected this privilege to appear so suddenly. He had acquired the lunar imprint, an ability that reduced the activation time of all his barriers by 25% and increased their effects by 30%. In addition, the system revealed that if he managed to find all the lost languages, he would be able to learn the nameless barriers. The location where this would be possible would only be revealed after his first-class advancement. Jin Hyuk then remembered that he had already seen some of these lost languages during his climb up the tower. This excited him because it meant there were still mysteries within the tower that even he did not know. Meanwhile, Yamamoto was using his semi-foresight ability to try to predict the next battle. He discovered that the next enemy would be a giant snake. The samurais, confident in their strength and combat techniques, were excited for the fight. When the creature finally appeared, the samurai leader, wielding the shield of Perseus, defeated it with a single blow to the head. The members of Fighting Dads felt cornered, realizing how superior the others were. This demoralized everyone, leaving them no room to act. While the Batinas were left with only insignificant scraps, Jin Hyuk thought that they still had a long way to go, and that, after witnessing such a display of power, they would be easily discouraged. They would not last even a minute against Alice. Meanwhile, Alice was with Andrea, teaching her how to speak like a true leader, commanding submission with authority. Andrea acknowledged Alice's skill, but admitted that she was not sure if she could replicate it. Alice explained that they had different abilities, but if Andrea could understand the concept, she might be able to imitate it. Later on, the group reached a crossroads without knowing which path to take. The leader looked at Yamamoto, who was nervous because his prediction showed nothing. Yamamoto suggested taking the path to the right, which Jin Hyuk interpreted as a veteran's decision. Most people would pick the dangerous right path, thinking it was reverse psychology, but they could trusted Yamamoto's decisions without fully knowing him. However, Yamamoto signaled to the samurai leader, and they followed the path to the left. Jin Hyuk walked right behind them, observing Yamamoto closely and realizing that his foresight was worse than he had imagined. Still, either path would be a nightmare, and in this case, it was a nightmare filled with lasers. Yamamoto said it was just a simple trap, something that did not require foresight. However, several lasers activated simultaneously, forming a nearly impossible-to-cross grid. The frontline samurais tried to use mana infusion with shielding, but the lasers pierced through the defenses, hitting everyone. While the samurais dealt with this dangerous situation, Jin Hyuk began his barrier master quest. Using runic language, he summoned the inadequate physical barrier, a spell in the form of Ezekiel's wheel, called Ophanim, or Armillary Sphere. This magic consisted of several beams orbiting in loops and rings around Jin Hyuk. Although it was the limit of his advancement at that moment, he had already completed the first stage. Jin Hyuk ordered all the members of Fighting Dads to remain inside the barrier. They asked where he was going, and Jin Hyuk explained that it was possible to obtain an item if he could dodge the lasers 300 times in a row. Jin Hyuk left the barrier protecting the team and stepped out to dodge the lasers, warming up his muscles like a secret agent. He moved with agility, avoiding every beam. Captain Young-woon noticed the suffering of the samurais, who were screaming in panic, while Jin Hyuk easily dodged with a smile, dancing between the lasers. Young-woon recalled a previous conversation with Kim Gi-tae, in which he asked whether they were losing too much by leaving everything in Jin Hyuk's hands. Kim Gi-tae replied that Jin Hyuk was too young to understand certain things, but sometimes it was necessary to accept the risk and stand aside to avoid getting in the way. In that sense, they were simply watching, allowing Jin Hyuk to act freely. When he successfully dodged more than 300 lasers, he completed a secret mission and received a flaming flame as a reward. However, not everyone escaped unharmed. One of the samurais lost his left arm, while another, Yoshida, had his throat slit and died during the attack. The samurai leader ordered everyone to stand up and check the number of casualties. Jin Hyuk appeared, observing the injuries and commenting that the barrier had been designed to protect 30 people, which was why he could not let anyone else in. He regretted that some had gotten hurt. The samurai, irritated, called him a wretched worm, accusing Jin Hyuk of knowing about the trap all along. Jin Hyuk replied that he did, and asked if there was any problem with that. The samurai complained that people had died, and Jin Hyuk explained that he had given in to the samurai's wishes, letting him go ahead, since he boasted about having a veteran who knew the 30th floor. There was no reason for anger, and he asked whether the samurais had been invited to join by force or of their own will. The samurai leader threatened that this would not go unpunished. Jin Hyuk wondered if that was really the right time to argue, when the system notified him that special conditions had been met. The death of more than 50% of the group members in traps and the acquisition of a flaming flame had summoned the guardian of the Grey Temple, a fire-breathing serpent. Jin Hyuk realized this was when the fun would begin and warned that if anyone wanted to complain, they had better stay alive. The serpent was described as Medusa's favorite pet. Its entire body was made of fire, and physical attacks were useless against it. Jin Hyuk instructed the samurai leader to hand over what was necessary, showing that he understood his place. The samurai, confused, asked what he was supposed to give. Jin Hyuk suggested passing the shield of Perseus to someone who could actually use it. The samurai replied that Nuke would never hand a divine artifact to someone like that. When the serpent prepared a continuous fire blast called Spear of Fury, which came out of its mouth like a flamethrower, Jin Hyuk had no choice but to activate the glacial formation, shielding himself with ice. For that, he had to rip the shield from the corpse of the samurai leader, who had been incinerated. The fire-drinking serpent launched its attack, and the samurai shouted to the others that there was no way to dodge it. He ordered Yamamoto to stay behind him. With the barrier and the shield of Perseus, he declared that Yamamoto had to survive at any cost. In the next instant, everyone was incinerated, and Jin Hyuk managed to retrieve the shield from the samurai leader's corpse. He reflected on the uselessness of a divine artifact in the hands of someone incompetent, and realized he now possessed an S-rank shield of Perseus. Yamamoto was stunned, asking who the hell Jin Hyuk was and how he acted like he knew everything. Jin Hyuk asked if Yamamoto could not see it with his foresight, the ability he was so proud of, and asked if he even understood his power and its connection to the tower. Yamamoto admitted that he could not see any future related to the tower. At that moment, the serpent was preparing another blast directly at Jin Hyuk, who created an ice wall to shield himself and scoffed at the creature's audacity. With a simple wave of his hand, he completely froze the serpent, which shattered into dust. Yamamoto was terrified. Realizing that Jin Hyuk was no ordinary human, Jin Hyuk revealed that he was actually a deity exiled from the tower, explaining that his human appearance was due to the exile. But he told Yamamoto that he could still be useful for conquering the upper floors. Yamamoto thanked him for considering him useful, and Jin Hyuk asked if he wanted to climb the tower by his side. Yamamoto thought it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and accepted, saying it would be an honor. Jin Hyuk then marked Yamamoto with the flaming mark of affliction, symbolizing the pact between them. The mark would burn until death if betrayed, sealing the contract between the exiled deity and his new ally. After the battle, the inadequate physical barrier surrounding the Fighting Dad's group was deactivated. Young-woon observed that Jin Hyuk had defeated the creature alone and thanked him, saying that everyone had only survived because of him, although it was frustrating to realize that no one else had helped until then. Jin Hyuk appreciated the recognition, but thought it was too early to act as if everything had been resolved. He reminded them that Medusa was not the type to stay still after her pet had been killed. Young-woon ordered everyone to prepare for battle, warning that they should not look Medusa directly in the eyes. The first one, caught off guard, did not understand the warning and was immediately turned to stone when Medusa faced him, destroying him and asking how they dared to invade her temple and touch her son. The creature's mana alone was oppressive, preventing the group members from standing properly. With his eyes closed, Young-woon ordered everyone to stay calm, preparing them for the critical moment. He activated group leadership, increasing the party's morale and fear resistance by 20%. The mages tried to attack with lightning spells, but Medusa did not rely solely on her eyes to strike. She was not foolish enough to use only petrification and knocked everyone down with her gorgon tail. Only the mage remained standing, as the others had already fallen. When Medusa was about to strike the mage, Jin Hyuk struck the creature with the shield of Perseus and ordered everyone to stay behind him. He declared that the prey now belonged to him. Medusa asked why that human had not turned to stone, but Jin Hyuk, using the Eye of Gluttony, was immune to petrification. He commented that the creature was too weak to affect him. Enraged, Medusa activated her Gorgon domain, increasing her magical attack speed, movement speed, and using the fluid acid spat out by the snakes on her head. Jin Hyuk, using the Demon King of the Sword steps, boosted his own speed by 70% and dodged all the attacks with ease. Even the strikes from the Viper Claws were blocked by the Shield of Perseus, which increased physical and magical defense by 300%. While dodging, Jin Hyuk took the opportunity to counterattack. Placing 2 runes on Medusa's body, he activated the Sealing Tomb Barrier, a final condition to advance as a barrier master, which required trapping a boss inside a barrier. Although Medusa was slightly restrained, she easily shattered the barrier, claiming that no glass box could imprison her, and continued her assault with acid and her snake tail. To handle this, Jin Hyuk used his new untested skill, Giant's Grasp, to hurl stones at Medusa, creating a distraction. The problem for Medusa was that she felt no killing intent from the attacks. Jin Hyuk only wanted to distract her and trap her without being noticed. Each stone had runes inscribed, drawn by Jin Hyuk using the ashes of the previously burned corpses. He then activated the 3-star ceiling tomb, which not only created a box around Medusa, but also chained her down. With Medusa completely restrained, Jin Hyuk commented that he had put a lot of effort into that attack, while the creature demanded to be released immediately. He replied no, and told her to stay quiet and not struggle too much. With that, Jin Hyuk finally completed his advancement quest, becoming a master of barriers. Capturing a boss alive was extremely difficult. Most people only managed to trap a goblin boss from the first floor, but capturing a high-level boss yielded much greater rewards. The system informed him that Jin Hyuk had advanced to a class superior to Barrier Master, becoming a rune interpreter. Now he was able to understand the essence of runes, reinterpret them, and create entirely new barriers. Barriers crafted by a rune interpreter had double the effectiveness. Jin Hyuk knew there was a secret class even he had never encountered, and the harder the conditions, the greater the rewards. That meant he could learn things about the tower that were still unknown to him. The system also granted him the Moon Mark, which reduced the activation time of his barriers and increased their effects. Jin Hyuk was thrilled. The endless possibilities made him almost lose his mind. Meanwhile, Medusa, still trapped, asked what he intended to do with her, questioning whether she would be killed. Jin Hyuk replied that he did not know. He might just skin her to craft a decent set of armor. The creature was already crying, realizing her life was at risk. He reflected that killing a boss in front of everyone was the usual way to gain experience, rewards, and items, but there was no merit in killing Medusa. Her head would lose its petrification ability, and the armor made from her skin would deal continuous poison damage to the wearer. That made him question what the benefit of keeping her alive might be. Determined, Jin Hyuk entered the coin shop and bought a few ingredients to perform a ritual. He created a new summoning circle and connected a secret circuit to make contact with Rick Hennessy, who was impressed and asked how Jin Hyuk had discovered that method of communication. Jin Hyuk replied that it was by accident, mixing a few procedures, but Rick Hennessy did not want to hear excuses. He emphasized that he had never disclosed that contact to anyone, not even to deities, and wanted to know how Jin Hyuk had managed it. Without time for explanations, Jin Hyuk said he needed to act quickly. Pointing at something ahead, Rick Hennessy, realizing it was a living Medusa, became extremely interested. Jin Hyuk noticed that he was an avid collector of everything related to Greek mythology and was about to kill the creature, but decided that with Rick present, he could watch up close. Next, Jin Hyuk activated the Grave of Swords, but Rick Hennessy intervened, stating that something so precious could not be killed. He didn't care how Jin Hyuk had made contact. What mattered was that the situation was incredible. So Rick opened a direct portal to the library so they could talk in person. The situation promised to become even more interesting. Even a bit nervous about the old man's smile, Jin Hyuk summoned a rupture in space-time to follow him. But in reality, he did not head to the library. Jin Hyuk was received by Rick Hennessy on the 42nd floor of the tower, known as the White Oasis, the city of the Egyptian gods. It was his first time stepping foot there, and he could barely believe it. He never imagined he would reach so high in the tower without even attaining level 100. He thought he would be transported to the Grand Library, but finding himself in that place was totally unexpected. Curious, he asked if Rick was on vacation there, and Rick replied that he wished that were the case, but it wasn't. He was there on business, and the Egyptian gods themselves had shown interest in meeting Jin Hyuk, making that coincidence quite convenient. Jin Hyuk reflected that, by the way the old man spoke, he had probably already discovered the lie that Jin Hyuk had received the protection of an Egyptian god. Meanwhile, the anthropomorphic creatures of that floor, beasts with forms similar to Egyptian gods, noticed the presence of a human. One of them commented in surprise that there were already humans in the tower, but didn't expect to find one that high up. Rick led Jin Hyuk to a huge crater. He explained that this was where the Sphinx used to be before everything was destroyed. The crater had been opened after it was revealed that Jin Hyuk had tricked the gods by using the name of Lord Anubis, which clearly enraged some of them. Jin Hyuk unceremoniously commented that it was a real waste since he had heard that the statue had high artistic value. With a serious look, Rick asked if he wasn't afraid of the absolute beings and the immense power that governed the tower, Jin Hyuk replied that there was no reason to be afraid because no one commanded him. That answer brought a genuine laugh from Rick. He thought Jin Hyuk was amusing and said he never disappointed him. Later, the two stood face to face with Osiris and Anubis. The latter was outraged to see Jin Hyuk there, calling him shameless and asking how he dared to appear. After tarnishing his name, Osiris, on the other hand, commented that Jin Hyuk looked to be in a pitiful state. Jin Hyuk himself replied that he hadn't even come there to see them. Anubis lost his temper and tried to stomp on him forcefully, but a barrier stopped him. It was a protection activated by Rick, who declared that Jin Hyuk was his guest. He asked directly if Anubis wanted to challenge the laws of the tower. In response, Osiris commented that he was being made a fool of, while Rick noticed that Jin Hyuk showed no fear at all, as if he already knew the inner rules of the tower. Anubis, unable to kill him directly, said he would follow the rules and summon the Deathbringer to the hall, the most powerful warrior available from the 6th floor onward. Rick knew that Jin Hyuk didn't have enough power at that moment to defeat an opponent of that level and asked how he planned to escape that situation. Anubis then set the condition. If Jin Hyuk could withstand the warrior for just 5 seconds, he would earn the right to choose any item from within the temple of Anubis. The system displayed a notification asking if Jin Hyuk accepted the duel. He asked if it was really just 5 seconds, then opened the system shop. There, he purchased an item called Royal Blood for 2 million coins, leaving him with just over 1,000 coins. Next, he activated the star's blessing on the blood and accepted the duel. Knowing he only needed to endure, Jin Hyuk went beyond. He activated the Sword Demon King's steps and, with a precise and swift movement, struck the face of the Deathbringer with the Royal Blood. The extreme attribute shock caused a fatal effect, multiplying the damage by 1,500%. Anubis's warrior was completely incinerated, and Jin Hyuk mentally commented that 5 seconds was far too long for that kind of battle. Osiris was in disbelief, unable to accept that a mere human had defeated Anubis's champion. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was already thinking about which treasure to choose as his reward. Anubis, irritated, claimed the attack had been unfair since it happened right at the start of the duel. However, the sun god, Horus, reminded him that he had made a promise and now had to keep it, as disobedience would mean breaking the laws of the tower. With that, Anubis stormed off, visibly angry about the outcome. Trying to ease the tension, Horus apologized and led Jin Hyuk to the promised treasure. The place was filled with gold, jewels, weapons, and other valuable items. He told Jin Hyuk he could take anything he wanted. After all, a promise was a promise. However, before Jin Hyuk could make his choice, Horus said he was sure Jin Hyuk would one day climb up to that floor. For that reason, he made an offer. If Jin Hyuk accepted becoming a resident and ruler of that floor, he would receive a power far greater than any treasure present there. Rick, who was watching the scene, was surprised and wondered if Horus was truly offering a divine blessing, a power selection that could only be made once, to a human who was still only on the 6th floor. It was practically confirmation that Jin Hyuk was about to receive the protection of a deity. However, Jin Hyuk declined the offer. He said he didn't need divine help, as he was headed somewhere far higher than that floor. Instead, he pointed to the item he wanted to take as a gift. Horus found the attitude bold and remarked on it. Before going to meet with Anubis again, he told his brother that his explosive temper would be his downfall. Anubis, still furious, wanted to know what treasure the human had chosen. Upon learning it was the ancient black egg, he asked if Jin Hyuk really knew what he was doing. Horus admitted that Jin Hyuk probably had no idea, but depending on how he used the egg, a true calamity could fall upon humanity. Later, Alice reflected on his choice. She wondered why anyone would choose an ancient egg as a reward, knowing that if it hatched the wrong way, it could cause a tragedy. In fact, she jokingly thought that if the city were destroyed, she wouldn't even know where to do her shopping anymore. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was inside his dimensional ring, alone with the egg. He felt that, for the first time in a long while, it was time to truly focus. He remembered an old lesson from the tower's explorers. The solution to everything was delicious mana, so he began channeling his abilities. He used his fire element, the glacial formation, the star's blessing, and the cultivation technique of the true celestial flower. The egg began absorbing all of it intensely, and Jin Hyuk noticed it seemed to enjoy it. Within seconds, a small dragon was born. The hatchling appeared to be searching for the mana it had just tasted, so Jin Hyuk gathered the rest of his magical energy and condensed it into a small pearl, offering it as a treat to the dragon. As soon as it ate it, the dragon became extremely excited by the flavor, and the system announced that Jin Hyuk had left a mark on the ancient dragon. All the beings of the tower were watching that achievement. The system also stated that by giving the pet a name, its loyalty would increase even more. Finding the dragon extremely cute, Jin Hyuk decided to name it Goguma. However, he realized it would require a large amount of mana to maintain. The little dragon, for its part, could only repeat its own name, saying Goguma Goguma. At that moment, the system announced that Administrator Ricky Hennessy had subscribed to Jin Hyuk's channel, which caused the commission rate to drop from 90% to 80%. Jin Hyuk was surprised by the news, wondering why Rick would do that. Shortly after, he was already in a meeting with the manager of the SWB channel, Kang Byung-chan, who said that all he needed to do was make a public appearance and give an interview. The SWB broadcast program was considered the best in the industry and guaranteed 40% profit. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was drinking another milkshake. Luckily, he had a skill that cured diabetes, which made that habit less risky. He asked whether managers usually handled these matters personally, and Kang Byung-chan explained that since Jin Hyuk was a big name, he decided to handle the contract himself. He said that if Jin Hyuk appeared publicly, people would go wild. Jin Hyuk reflected that after the emergence of the Tower of Trials, the only television program that managed to stay on air was precisely climbing the Tower of Trials, which basically worked as an interview show with the players inside the tower. In the end, he agreed to proceed with the arrangements and said he wanted to receive all payment in magic stones. Byung-chan said that was possible, and that for a star like him, they could even prepare an unlimited condition. He also commented that there was someone interested in appearing alongside him, and if Jin Hyuk agreed, he would gain access to an unlimited amount of magic stones, as if acquiring company shares. Jin Hyuk accepted the proposal and asked who that person was. A few days later, in front of the SWB building, stood Hong Deok-pyo, determined to get his revenge. He was not alone. Two other rank S players were with him, Ten Chao from the Zhonghua Guild and Shui Hua. The media already sensed that the program would be a massive success. Soon after, Kang Jin Hyuk arrived, and his mere presence almost made the crowd faint in shock. In front of the cameras and cars, he asked how Hong Deok-pyo had been since the last time. The latter replied that he had been trying to rebuild his image ever since that humiliation, and had carried a deep sense of guilt. Jin Hyuk then commented that he brought two friends to try and impress, implying it was just a way to show that he still had connections. Hong Deok-pyo replied that it was the minimum necessary to make a proper appearance. Ten Chao and Shui Hua observed Jin Hyuk closely and thought he was indeed the real target. However, Jin Hyuk was also very well accompanied. With him were the Saint of Amsterdam, Teresa, Korea's most powerful martial artist, Yu Chun-young, and the Sword Saint, who was actually Yu Sung. When asked if they were all there because of Jin Hyuk's request, some said they were just companions, but Yu Sung quickly corrected them, saying they were not friends. To him, Jin Hyuk was merely someone he intended to defeat one day. The two rank S players realized that Jin Hyuk was completely prepared for the situation and decided to abandon Hong Deok-pyo, since they had already completed their real objective and would no longer participate in the broadcast. Jin Hyuk, sarcastically, said that if the plan was to show off connections, he should have done it properly. Completely abandoned, Hong Deok-pyo desperately tried to hold on to the interviewer, but ended up pulling not just his lab coat, but also his pants. The reporter, however, found it more important to interview Jin Hyuk than to worry about his own dignity. Later, already inside the SWB studio, Yu Sung asked if Jin Hyuk was laughing at Hong Deok-pyo's desperation. Jin Hyuk sincerely thanked him for being there, but said he didn't want anyone interfering in his personal life. Yu Sung then reminded him that one of his houses had been destroyed because of him, calling him an idiot. That was when Jin Hyuk remembered telling the demonic humans that Yu Sung was the masked one, and he tried to deflect, pretending not to know what he was talking about. Yu Sung revealed that after watching 16 videos, he had long figured out that Jin Hyuk was the masked one. Changing the subject, Jin Hyuk asked what he thought of the envoy from the Demonic Human Association, the one they faced at the beginning. Yu Sung admitted that at first he took quite a beating, but thought that guy Gawain was actually pretty strong. Still, compared to the fights he had with Jin Hyuk, that one had been much easier. Jin Hyuk felt proud of him. Yu Chun-young, in turn, asked Teresa what her relationship was with Mr. Jin Hyuk, and she answered that he was the companion she trusted the most. Yu Chun-young then joked, saying that it seemed like his granddaughter would have some competition. Shortly after the recording began, the host did her job, introduced all the guests, and started by interviewing Kang Jin Hyuk, who was the center of attention due to the absurd speed with which he had completed the Zandari challenge. She then asked asked if he had any special trick, Jin Hyuk replied to the host that, yes, of course he had a special trick. The secret was simply to keep trying until it worked. The host found the answer too blunt and tried to steer the interview by asking about the third floor. He said you just had to dodge everything. When she asked about the fourth floor, he gave the same answer. Everyone in the studio felt awkward about the overly simple answers. Barely hiding their embarrassment later, Kang Byung-chan commented that it was unfeasible to air that interview. Even so, Jin Hyuk showed up to collect his participation fee. He insisted that he only did what was in the contract. He answered every question he was asked. Byung-chan countered by saying that logic was idiotic, but Jin Hyuk did not accept the comment. He grabbed Byung-chan by the collar and asked if he remembered a man named Lee Jong-soo, someone he himself had spoken to, a man he treated like a brother with whom he made plans, and who, in the past, had joined other streamers to protest against the company's abusive contracts. They all went to that office together, seeking justice, and Jin Hyuk was among them. It was at that moment that he learned important lessons about life and about how not to be dead weight. He remembered that at the time, the streamers were being drained by cruel clauses, and when they confronted the administrators, all they were told was that the contracts were in order. Then he looked directly at Byung-chan and asked if he still thought his logic was idiotic. Later, in the Magic Stone storage vault, Byung-chan explained that, as stipulated in the contract, Jin Hyuk would have 2 hours of unlimited access to those stones. He informed him that all of them were protected by anti-theft spells and therefore could not be stored in the inventory. The manager believed that even with access, Jin Hyuk would not be able to do much, since absorbing a single low-level stone took about 5 minutes. This would severely limit the amount he could absorb within the time limit. He also said that if he needed anything, he could call the team members who were nearby, while cameras recorded Jin Hyuk's every move, hoping he would act impulsively and ruin his reputation. But Jin Hyuk replied that he would use everything he could within the 2 hours. Byung-chan, with irony, said goodbye and recommended that they take good care of him. The place was then left under the watch of 2 female staff members, responsible for monitoring everything. Jin Hyuk, smiling, asked if they wanted to see something amazing. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Byung-chan threw away a photo he had with Jung-gu, lamenting that he had died unjustly but telling himself that he had to stay alive. He wondered why the past was coming back to haunt him just now. Although he had minimized the losses, he still did not know how to deal with Jin Hyuk. He considered assigning journalists to follow him and try to stir up some media controversy, but decided to leave that for later. 2 hours later, he returned to the vault and found it completely empty. There were no magic crystals left. The 2 staff members, enchanted, were petting Goguma's belly, saying how cute he was. They commented to each other about how adorable he was and asked Jin Hyuk if he had more magic stones because his baby ate a lot. Goguma, excited, said he wanted more food. The employees once again melted from the cuteness. While Byung-chan fainted upon realizing the entire stock had been consumed, Goguma was now already at level 98, having absorbed an enormous amount of mana. He also had 192 mana points, which impressed Jin Hyuk, since he himself only had 80. He realized that if he fought alongside Goguma, he wouldn't last even 5 minutes, as his own mana would be depleted quickly. He concluded that the only option was to become even stronger. Meanwhile, the 2 rank S players, who had come only to investigate Jin Hyuk, were on a call, confirming that the target had been properly evaluated. The person on the other end of the line commented that Jin Hyuk was growing stronger much faster than expected. They also mentioned that, although the 2 seemed hostile toward each other, the relationship between him and Yu-sung wasn't exactly one of enmity. The hunter explained that, in fact, one could say Yu-sung stood on Jin Hyuk's side. Because of that, they decided to include him on the red list as well. For the Zhonghua Guild, anyone who allied with Jin Hyuk would be considered a direct enemy. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor of the tower in the Elven Forest, Jin Hyuk was showing Yu-sung the item known as the barrier-breaking mirror. Yu-sung recalled that Jin Hyuk had promised to teach him a training method to become stronger, so he assumed that item would be the first step. He admitted it was an absurdly powerful artifact, but questioned why they were there. Since Jin Hyuk planned to climb 1 floor beyond that, he wanted to know if Jin Hyuk was sure he could handle everything alone. Jin Hyuk replied that he cared about him and that, in order to truly face him one day, Yu-sung needed to become stronger. That was when he revealed the real plan. It wasn't just him who would climb, it would be the 2 of them. In an instant, both were transported directly to the 10th floor, the Paradise of Warriors. The place was a long corridor formed by countless statues of knights. In the back stood a massive, still inactive knight holding a colossal sword. Jin Hyuk explained that these were the Guardian Warriors, responsible for protecting the floor boss. There were 21 of them in total, and he asked if Yu-sung thought he could defeat them. Yu-sung replied that he could, as long as that monster in the back didn't awaken. That was the boss of the 10th floor. The immortal stone giant Jin Hyuk considered it perfect and said the challenge could begin. If Yu-sung defeated the warriors and held out for 1 minute against the boss, he would accept a serious duel with him. Yu-sung accepted the proposal and said he hoped Jin Hyuk would keep his promise. As he advanced, all the statues activated at once. Even so, Yu-sung displayed his strength and skill, using his sword with mastery and defeating the warriors one by one. Meanwhile, outside the tower, Teresa was in a store specializing in hair-related items. There, she encountered Captain Qianhua, the famous bald man who was also shopping. Both of them purchased an item called Hair Restoration Ticket. Teresa regained her long hair, and Qianhua had hair once again. He was moved as he felt the strands touch his head again, but the system announced that the curse was still active. Within seconds, he was bald again. Teresa tried to comfort him, saying that hair was not everything in life. Qianhua reflected and said that baldness was a punishment for his sins. He told her that when he was captain of a raid on the first floor, he had been too greedy and caused many people to suffer because of his decisions. Losing his hair was too light a sentence for what he had done. Teresa smiled and agreed that people had indeed been hurt, but pointed out that at least he regretted it. Now he still risked his life as a player, trying to redeem himself. Qianhua was moved by her words. Meanwhile, back on the 10th floor, Yu-sung was using all his strength and activated his sword song technique to defeat the last statue. Now, all that remained was to hold out for 1 minute against the boss. He believed that if he could do that, he would be able to seriously challenge Jin Hyuk and, if he won, achieve everything he desired. However, the moment he charged at the immortal stone giant, his mind went completely blank. When he came to, he was already in a hospital. Hana was by his side, and he recognized her as one of Jin Hyuk's subordinates. Hana sarcastically said she was more like a slave. She explained that it was the director himself who had ordered her to take him to the hospital, as he was in critical condition. They had said to deliver that item as soon as he woke up. At that moment, Yu-sung remembered the battle against the 10th floor boss. It was true. The powerful warrior had activated the invincibility skill, which made him completely immune to any damage. Yu-sung was totally defeated, and his elemental sword ended up breaking during the fight. Jin Hyuk commented that he only managed to last 21 seconds, which showed that he still had a long way to go. Yu-sung then recalled the moment when he saw Jin Hyuk fighting that gigantic creature. He dodged every attack with insane precision. Even when the boss used a strike that increased gravity by 500%, Jin Hyuk remained standing, protected by a magical barrier reinforced with a spell. Although he could not deal direct damage due to the boss's invincibility, he imprisoned it within a stone barrier, turning the boss into a lump of mineral. Yu-sung witnessed Jin Hyuk's victory with his own eyes. And that was the last thing he remembered. The 10th floor boss had been neutralized. The time limit to conquer the next floor was set at 90 days. Furthermore, Jin Hyuk had fulfilled the conditions to copy the invincibility skill. Now, Yu-sung held the mineral fragment left by the boss, once again feeling humiliated by Jin Hyuk. Later, Jin Hyuk was in the Elven Forest, analyzing the items he received as rewards: the giant's longsword, capable of breaking armor, and the shield of the gray-hearted giant. He reflected on how that feeling was exactly why he had never managed to quit the game. After all this time, he had finally uploaded a new video of the masked man, which would help him recover his coins. Since the previous enemies were weak, Jin Hyuk did not need to put in much effort, and was able to use his barrier, even with its high mana cost. However, Alice contacted him to warn that someone was following him. He confirmed that he already knew. When she asked why he allowed himself to be followed, Jin Hyuk explained that the place he was going to was not welcoming to strangers, and he would gain no advantage by confronting that pursuer. The informant, on the other hand, already knew that Jin Hyuk was heading to the Elven Forest on the 6th floor. Meanwhile, in Beijing, one of the S-rankers from the Zhonghua Guild was being scolded for letting Jin Hyuk complete the 5th floor first and reach the 10th. The leader, Nangong Tian, furious, tore off Li Liang's ear with a single blow. Next to him were the master of the Zhonghua Guild and a healer who quickly healed Li Liang's injury. Nangong Tian warned that next time it would not be just an ear. He did not know exactly why Jin Hyuk was on the 6th floor, but he said this could work in their favor. He then gave orders for everyone to regroup immediately and destroy the entire forest, eliminating Jin Hyuk and any witnesses. Meanwhile, the spy was still watching Jin Hyuk, but an elf appeared stealthily behind him. It was explained that the 6th floor, known as the Elven Forest, was one of the most luxurious places in the tower. Since the 7th floor opened automatically, many visitors seeking leisure took the opportunity to spend time in that paradisiacal area. At that moment, one of the players spotted a horned rabbit, but another female player warned him not to approach it, as that was a dangerous territory. Fortunately, he obeyed. Behind the bush where the rabbit had hidden, an elf emerged and quickly knocked down the Zhonghua Guild spy, dragging his body into the vegetation. She wondered why Jin Hyuk was being followed, since he did not seem to have a clear purpose in that place. Shortly after, Jin Hyuk sensed the air around him and, guided only by his sense of smell, stated that the path was to the left. The elf was surprised because she and knew that route could only be identified by someone who had spent a long time in the forest. She could not understand how he had mastered that method. Even so, she believed he would eventually be trapped by the illusion barrier. Anyone caught in it would be lost in endless illusions. With that, she decided to observe him closely. However, Jin Hyuk demonstrated mastery over magical runes. He deactivated the runes with ease and even commented that whoever had written them probably slept through class. That enraged the elf, as she herself had created that barrier, and she could not understand how he was able to dismantle it so easily. Jin Hyuk already knew he was being followed by Sylvia, so he decided to tease her. He pretended to be hungry and activated his ability to summon the restaurant from another world. An apron, a cutting board, and a small pot appeared, and he began to cook. Sylvia watched curiously, wondering if humans really prepared food that way. But soon she noticed something strange. She descended from the trees with her bow aimed directly at Jin Hyuk's head, accusing him of cooking animal meat in the middle of the elven forest. In truth, Jin Hyuk was making a hamburger, but he explained that it was not real meat, but soy meat. He said she could check if she did not believe him. When Sylvia smelled it, she was surprised to find that it really had the aroma of soy. It was then explained that, in the tower, elves had a peculiar taste for cooking and music, and animal meat was an absolute taboo among them. Because of that, something that realistically imitated meat was practically unheard of. Driven by curiosity, Sylvia asked once again if it was truly soy meat. Jin Hyuk proudly replied that he would never lie or play tricks with food, asking her not to insult his culinary dedication. When Sylvia finally tasted it, she was delighted by the flavor. She ate 3 full plates and commented satisfied that she had not imagined he would be such a precious guest, to the point of gifting her such a special recipe. She then introduced herself as Sylvia, an archer of the elven forest. Jin Hyuk then asked if he could visit the elven village. Later in the village, he introduced himself formally and was welcomed by the patriarch, who identified himself as Penheim and said he was welcome. Suspicious, Jin Hyuk asked if he was sure about that. Since all the nearby elves had their bows aimed directly at his head, one of the elves responded with irony, asking if he expected a warm welcome, since humans had no right to step into the sacred forest. That elf was Teslan, level 30, owner of the unique skill Deadly Shot. For Jin Hyuk to copy that ability, he would have to shoot an arrow with greater precision than Teslan at least once. Jin Hyuk, observing the situation, thought that Teslan had never changed. He had always hated humans, even in the game, and much of the chaos caused up to that point had been his fault. When Teslan spoke again, he fired an arrow that was immediately intercepted by Jin Hyuk's dagger, who said he would do something about that arrogant attitude. He commented critically that maybe he should have brought a gift. Teslan admitted that Jin Hyuk had good reaction speed for a human, but warned that the next shot would go straight to his forehead. However, Sylvia intervened and asked him to stop, reminding him that this was the man she herself had invited to the village. When asked why she brought a foreigner to that sacred place, Sylvia replied that she had not done it without reason. She explained that Jin Hyuk had an exceptional talent for cooking and, practically drooling, stated that he could introduce the elves to a type of food they had never experienced before. Both Penheim and Teslan himself looked visibly interested in the idea. Still, Teslan said he would not let Jin Hyuk off the hook just because of that. But Penheim, also excited, said there was no need to expel him so soon. Before that, they could at least confirm what he was capable of. Teslan, confused, questioned the chief. It was then explained that the figs that grew in the elven village were extremely special. Containing pure magic, as if they were magical crystals, they increased the mana of anyone who consumed them. During the harvest, the elves performed a ritual of gratitude to the forest at noon, which culminated in the famous Festival of the Light of the Moon. While all that was happening, Jin Hyuk was already interfering, activating the restaurant from another world to prepare a large meal. He cooked soy burgers and served the dishes to the elves, who were delighted by the taste. Even Teslan, trying to hide it, attempted to grab a plate in secret. But Jin Hyuk stopped him, asking where his pride was. He reminded him that just moments ago he had a bow pointed at his head, and now he wanted to eat his food. In the end, Teslan just watched as the others ate happily. Penheim, impressed, declared that the flavor was extraordinary. He never imagined a foreigner could bring so much joy to the village. He thanked Mother Nature and officially began the festival. The elves started to play music, received their magical figs, and the mood was festive. Players who were camping nearby heard the noise and grew curious. One of the female players commented that if the elves were not so aggressive, she might even approach to see what was going on. However, their problem at that moment was not the elves. Within seconds, all the players were killed by a group of assassins sent by Zhonghua Like Liang, present at the massacre, told the rest of the guild that there could be no witnesses. Meanwhile, in the village, the elves continued to enjoy enjoy the festival in peace. An elf named Equin, watching an elven child practicing archery, commented that it was true. They were born with a natural talent for the bow. Penheim then asked Jin Hyuk what he thought of his first festival of the light of the moon. It was rare for a human to participate in that event. He explained that the more the outside world discovered about the magical figs, the more dangerous the situation became. Even so, he believed that the elves, lovers of music and cuisine, were a race that valued peace more than any other. Jin Hyuk replied that he found the elves truly impressive. But Teslan, still resentful, asked who he thought he was to judge them. Jin Hyuk teased, asking if he was still upset about not getting food. Teslan, angry, declared that no matter how good a cook Jin Hyuk was, he was still a human and therefore an intruder. Penheim tried to calm things down, but instead of backing off, Jin Hyuk grabbed an arrow from his own quiver and suggested they not ruin the mood of the festival. He proposed an archery duel. The loser would leave. Teslan was furious at his audacity, but accepted and ordered the target to be prepared for the challenge. The elves were excited about the competition. Everyone dropped their plates and ran to watch the duel. As expected, they all cheered for Teslan. Finding that a bit unfair, Jin Hyuk decided to summon his spatial inventory and called out his mascot, Goguma, his cute pet. Teslan admitted that Jin Hyuk's cheering squad was incredibly cute, but said he only needed to hit the target fixed on the tree Jin Hyuk shot first and got an average score. Teslan, confident, said it was not bad for a human, but that Jin Hyuk still had a long way to go if he wanted to beat him. However, Goguma started to cheat, activating his secret skill known as Dragon's Terror. Teslan was directly affected by the fear effect, as were all the other elves nearby, who fell to the ground completely paralyzed. This caused Teslan to miss the arrow he had fired. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk calmly removed the earplugs and commented that the ends justified the means. Seeing that absurd scene, Teslan thought that human was completely insane. Later, Jin Hyuk was scolding Goguma, saying he needed to be more careful when using that skill. He asked him not to do it again. Teslan, on the other hand, accused Jin Hyuk of bringing a dragon to act cowardly, saying it was disgraceful and dishonorable. Jin Hyuk, with indifference, replied that he truly had no honor, as he was nothing more than a despicable human. He also revealed that he was copying a technique called perfect aim, which increased understanding of bows and similar weapons by 90%, and after 5 seconds of concentration, raised accuracy to 100%. Teslan refused to accept any victory achieved through this kind of cheating, but Jin Hyuk replied that this was just a warm-up and encouraged him to try shooting again. This time, Teslan stated there would be no tricks. He activated his perfect aim and hit the center of the target dead on. The elves applauded, saying that was exactly what they expected from him. Sylvia, watching the competition, told Penheim that Jin Hyuk could still give up. According to her, there was no way he could win since Teslan was the best archer among all the elves. But Jin Hyuk provocatively asked if they were really sure about that. He used the glacial formation to launch the target high into the air, explaining that he was only increasing the difficulty to make the contest fairer. Right after that, Jin Hyuk infused his perfect aim with the blood of the K-demon, creating the red magic missile, an arrow with terrifying accuracy and surrounded by black flames of high destructive power. Teslan immediately noticed that something had changed in his opponent's arrow. When Jin Hyuk fired, his arrow hit the center of the target and even split Teslan's arrow in half. The elves watched the scene in disbelief, holding popcorn and wearing glasses as if they were in a movie theater. They commented that the target was made of figwood, which should not break so easily. Jin Hyuk, provoking him, asked how Teslan felt losing to a human. Deeply humiliated, Teslan dropped his bow on the ground and declared that he could not throw away what little honor he still had. He said he would leave the elven forest forever and that he was no longer an archer. But Jin Hyuk, surprised by the reaction, asked him to wait, calling him pointy ears. He explained that he understood that honor thing, but reminded him that this was just a festival and there was no need to act so drastically. He also said they could change the terms of the contract. Even so, Teslan insisted that he preferred to leave and never return. All the elves were trying to hold back their laughter. Jin Hyuk remarked that, where he came from, only the strongest went through that kind of humiliation, and that this was the look of a specialist. However, Teslan's look at that moment was more like that of a little fairy. One of the elves tried to defend Teslan, asking how they dared to laugh at someone doing something so noble, but in the end, he himself could not hold back the laughter and burst out laughing, letting out a curse word. Outraged, Teslan lunged at him and punched him repeatedly. While everyone around could not stop laughing, Penheim commented that Jin Hyuk seemed to have a rather wicked hobby, but that was fine. He said that Teslan really needed to experience defeat one day, since he was too obsessed with his own image. That is why everyone was happy to have met that human. Jin Hyuk, in turn, realized that the elven elder was a much better person than he had imagined. He commented that he no longer needed to feel sorry for Teslan, and Penheim said he would give him a good good lesson. However, at that moment, an elven messenger appeared running in despair. He was missing one arm and brought an urgent message for the elder, reported that an invasion was happening. Suddenly, several masked enemies appeared out of nowhere and began massacring the elves. They were not only attacking the guards, but also the humans present in the village. The invaders were extremely powerful, to the point that even the most skilled archers could not hit them. The guard Luti, severely wounded, could barely finish his warning message due to the intense pain. Upon hearing this, Penheim immediately ordered everyone to prepare for battle. They were to fight with everything they had and protect Mother Nature at all costs. Teslan, who until then had been in festive clothing, quickly changed into combat gear and stated that he would join an emergency group to face the threat. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was angrier than ever. And for today, the story ends exactly at this point. If you want to know what will happen to the elves, the humans, and these mysterious masked figures, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel right now.